I don't know why. I always happen to join in the middle of a 4-minute song. There are a lot of. Okay, where are we? There we are. There are a lot of songs on the soundtrack that are 1 minute, 2 minute, 30 seconds. So I don't know how this keeps happening. But hello, everybody. Welcome, Bitzer K, Magistrate Ironlung, Writer of Thought, Ghoulish Misfit, and Norman Gray. Thank you for the subscription, Writer of Thought. If the small is listening, then this will be the first stream my friend's new baby is privy to. Aw, nice. And good to have the Christmas stream be the stream. Hello, Aerith Winterfell. You guys, your names are very colorful today. Welcome, everybody. FYI, I may look and sound festive, but I'm rather frustrated. The setup took much longer than expected, and yes, some of it was getting the Christmas decorations around the stream chat and around the chat box. Aren't they pretty? Aren't they lovely? But other things were just really basic things, like getting the stories in the proper order and everything, that became unnecessarily frustrating. So yeah, I'm a little bit frustrated. Sorry if that comes through. Aw, thanks, Marks. Meow. It's funny because, I mean, I can show you. Where is it? Oh, yeah. So there's. Well, that's cute too. I had it like this with the present box, and I was like, yeah, the present box is way cuter. But then when I switched it to this one, you'll see in a second why I made sure I at least had it up. I kind of like this better because, like, you have the chimney up top, and then I put the stockings underneath and the Christmas lights. Like, I don't know. I mean, they're both cute, but I think I might think this is even cuter. It's also funny because these Christmas lights, let's see if I can actually show you. Christmas decorations. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that didn't actually help. But let's scroll so you're not seeing the list just yet while I show this to you. Yeah, you can't see that very well. But if I can, no, I can't make it bigger really. But if you can see it, if you can squint enough, over here, what I'm circling are what the Christmas lights look like in this view as just an asset, and they basically look like a garland of cotton balls. So they just look like, yeah, they just look like fluffy cotton balls. So I had no idea, like I thought it was they were just little rainbow garlands. And I had no idea they were Christmas lights. And so the chat boxes, the package comes with chat boxes that are decorated and chat boxes that aren't. But the problem is the ones that are decorated, of course I'd rather use that. But once I put the chat over it, it's going to cover the decorations. So to make it look nice, I have to use the plain chat box, and then I have to replicate the decorations by moving them individually. It's very annoying. And so I saw the decorations, and I was like, those look like Christmas lights. Is that what those pom-pom garlands are? And sure enough, it just, in this view, the lights, look like they're lit up. They just look like balls of light. But on the actual thing, they're Christmas lights. And I was like, if I'd known that, I would have been using them all over. That's super cute. But anyways. So I think this makes a little scene of itself. You have the chimney, you have the Christmas lights, you have the stockings underneath the chimney, and the cat playing with the Christmas lights maybe on the hearth or below the hearth. And I think that's adorable. Am I quiet again? I think. Well, there you go. Now the thing's all the way up. Don't have any prior engagement, so you can stay. Yay! Hooray for writer being able to stay. Hello, doggo. I was gonna say hello, Doc, but Doc says have a good stream, so that sounds like Doc will not actually be joining us. But yes. Welcome everybody. If you're new here, here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters, yes, and voted on. Yeah, we can show you. You can be in the spotlight. Yes, you can. That is voted on by supporters and is submitted by supporters and voted on by those who wrote last week or did at least 2 reviews last week. And then we all write 350 word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And then 8 stories are selected to be read here on stream. 4 of them are guaranteed, so they will be read no matter what. 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. You are distractingly adorable, Katie. So you'll see there are moths around the screen. They go counterclockwise. Once you fill up a moth, then you unlock an encore. And you know you've filled up a moth when the bubbles are popping out of the antennae. I hope that all the decorations are actually behind the moths, come to think of it. But yes, we have 4 to unlock. It is greatly appreciated when you do that. I appreciate it, and those who get their stories unlocked appreciate it. So yeah, this is gonna be our Christmas stream for this year. If all goes according to plan, I will not be streaming for the next 2 weeks. I will just be hanging out with family, and then we will be back on January 10th. I will let you know if anything changes. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, how to be a guaranteed person. That's what I'm missing. Cutie. Oh, I see a moth beginning to be filled up. Thank you, Ghoulish Misfit. Christmas cheer, literally, yes. Okie dokie. So, on Discord, you go to the server shop, and on Twitch, you go to the subscriptions page. And on Discord, you have the $3 a month tier, the Bookworm tier, that gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions to the forum, the forum of the week. And then on both Twitch and Discord, you have the Cocoon and Silk $5 a month tier that gives you access to all those things. You can submit 6-word prompts and 3 submissions, and you will be in the guaranteed section of the stream, provided that there are no issues that week with us not having enough stories, enough generals. And then the $10 a month tier, the Transformed One tier, that gives you access to all those things. You can submit 4 submissions, 7-word prompts. And the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat goes directly to the poll, provided there are no issues with it. And you may also have a tag for your ongoing universe if you would like, but you do have to DM me or tag me each week to get that. So yeah. Real quick, so I have put some little Christmassy decor to go by your names for the month. There's something very annoying about this, which is that the section where I get to pick these images and the section where I actually am picking what goes next to your name are different. Like, I don't know that I can show you the page, but on the page, there's like a big section that's like, here's the visual for it. And then I put it in, and multiple times I put it in there, and then I've been like, why is it not showing up by people's names? And then I realized that I have to, like, activate the drop-down menu, and then I have to activate another drop-down menu. I have to go to, like, Visual Flair and go in there and then put it in. And it's like, Discord, just make the big one that's like, hey, you want to add a picture? Both. But, yes, okay, go back to go back to stream chat. Thank you for the cheers, Marks and Writer. Really appreciate that. Just in case you weren't guaranteed as a human, could have been guaranteed as a flesh horse. I feel like being guaranteed as a flesh horse would be much more powerful. Yes, let's show off the list. This week we have, for our guarantees, Massacre, Wolfsbane X, Mako Cam, and Aerith. And if we have time, a bonus fifth. We don't usually have time, so don't get your hopes up too high. However, I did practice it, and I did want to have the option for potentially some extra Christmas cheer if we manage to have time. Then, for our encores, we have Decoy, Lee Strangely, Spectre, and Writer of Thought. So, yes, two of those are indeed supporters, because we didn't have enough generals. So, FYI, Galler was a general who did all his reviews, followed all the rules. However, I had several issues with the story, one of which was that I didn't feel like it fulfilled the prompt. Now, lately, it hasn't been enough to disqualify you from the stream. Lately, we have been letting the stories that we don't feel fulfills the prompt still go through, and I was going to let it go through, but as I was trying to practice it, I found that it had more issues than I thought, and most importantly, I felt like my critique of it was going to be very harsh, and too harsh. This is pretty rare, but I do this if I ever feel like I am just going to roast a story too hard, especially, and I always contact the author to let them know and ask, hey, are you okay with the critique being harsh? And Galler was kind of unsure, and especially with Galler being unsure, and me feeling like it was going to be particularly harsh, I feel like it would be better not to have it on the roster. So I do apologize, Galler, but I do think we have some awesome stories, and I would be really happy if we could manage to read all of the stories today. Lee's and Writers will be 500 bits cheaper because they are supporters, and both of them will still be able to be eligible next week, even if they are red. So, council, make a note of that somewhere, that Lee and Writer, even if they're red, will still be eligible. I have a hype chest. I got a hard eyes.
Meow. Yes, I did. I got a little hard eyes. Meow, baby. Oh, so cute. Yes, you are. That's a queen, Bella Bean. Oh, that's a queen, Bella Bean.
Oh, something that I should stay down here with Kitty.
I can talk with Kitty, can't I? Here, let me take this off.
Something, just a quick PSA that I wanted to say is that, so you know how I put those, like, 1, 2, like, emotes next to the reviews and stuff? So here's the system. So I go to like page 2, if there is a page 2 of the reviews, and I start from the very first reviews that were posted, and then I mark them through that. So if somebody has done 4 reviews, and 2 of them are indeed on stories that have 0 to 1 reviews already, and they are either the first or second review, then I will count those 2 reviews. I will mark them accordingly, and then after that I will mark them with a green book emote to convey this person has already done their reviews. You don't need to count the extra reviews. And then and if, like, say somebody did 4 and 1 was on a story that had 0 reviews and 2 were on stories that already had 3, I would count the 3 and then, like, not count the 4th, right? The 4th would get that green book emote. And then if somebody was read last week, their reviews are marked with a blue book. So it's very important that, so it's not just, oh, here's a story, here's reviews 1, 2, 3 of the story, let's mark them 1, 2, 3. You have to go back to the very beginning of the reviews, and you have to mark them accordingly, because if you're just looking at a story, some of those might not need to be counted, because they already did their reviews. So I say this to say, please don't mark the stories with any of those emotes unless you are absolutely sure that you're doing it right. Like, unless you have gone back to the beginning and seen, okay, this is the second review that this person's done, and this is the first review that the other person's done, you know, that kind of thing. It would probably be pretty easy for you guys to mark, if you were read last week, that would be pretty easy for you guys to mark yourselves and stuff like that. But just a little PSA that if you want to use the numbers, it's kind of an involved process. Alright. One time the first review on one of my stories got a 2 emote, and I was still wondering why. You'd have to send me the story, the review, and only then can I tell you why. Nice. a foodie cooking hype train emote for you cooking now. It's alright, Mako. I think I asked this last time too, but I'll ask you again. Are people not getting the emails that I've started streaming? And if not, does anybody know how to fix that issue? Okay, I just remembered that I put up some Christmas squishables for you to see, but they're a little hard to see. There is a mistletoe moth that I got. There is a ghost of Christmas past and a like frosted Christmas tree. Okay, Wolf gets the notifications. That's good. Oh yeah, and your explanation for why I wanted to make sure that I had both the present and the non-present chat box borders up is because I switched the background to red, and the present doesn't really look good on the red. Okay. Magistrate gets them too, good. So maybe a setting got bonked for you, Mako, and you accidentally somehow unchecked the give me email notifications thing, if that's a thing. Oh, and I didn't actually say what the prompt is. The prompt is The Hidden King, which is a lovely prompt for Christmas. At least I think so. Of course, as a Christian, I'm a fan of it because it speaks to the nativity story and how Jesus is the king, but at the moment he's hidden. Not everybody knows that he's the king, and he's also very specifically hidden from Herod. So I think that's neat, and I think it's generally just a really cool, fun, neat prompt. Alright, right, I think it is past time to begin. And we're going to begin with Massacre. Alright. Peace Talks. Thezrin Tartaria, The Orc Wars by Massacre. 348 words. Theron stared out from the battlements of Dunsmere at the orc army sprawled across the horizon. It was larger than any he'd ever seen, even larger than the one at Summerhall. If they had any intention of overrunning Dunsmere, the battle would be over in a day. Their envoy said they were here to talk peace, Nordgard grimly said. I don't know why they would need this many soldiers to do so. They knew we wouldn't take them seriously otherwise, King Jespar replied. We had best hope that they aren't lying. Theron nodded absently, staring at the army. For years, almost no orc activity had come out of their lands. No raids, no war parties. And now, he could surmise the reason. The orcs had unified, likely with warring between the tribes to do so. His thoughts drifted to Atraka, the orc woman he freed from slavers, wondering if she had lived through it. A small party of perhaps 24 broke from the encamped orcs and approached the gates of the keep. In the middle was a covered cart pulled by yaks. It appears our time has come, Your Majesty, Theron said. He rested his hand on the sword and offered a prayer to Zephyron as the two descended the steps to the courtyard below. The gates opened to the party. Riding on the front of the wagon was the human envoy the orcs employed. He hopped down onto the ground and bowed. Your Majesty, I present the sovereign overchieftain of the unified orc nation, here to negotiate peace with the kingdom of Hander. The envoy bowed to King Jespar, and Jespar nodded his head. Theron took his place by Jespar's side as other members of the royal guard took their place around him. The orc guards took a defensive position around the wagon. 2 more hulking orcs emerged, followed finally by a smaller orc dressed in steel armor, a rarity for orcs. A steel crown sat upon her flaming red hair. Theron's jaw dropped. I present Queen Atraka of the York Nation, the envoy said. So, those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. It truly is more fun to to clap with these on. I mean, I guess I could just do this as the clap. So what do you like better? Do you like claps plus jingles, or do you like lots of jingles for... Oh, sorry, Kitty. Kitty doesn't like the jingles.
Kitty doesn't like the jingles.
Thank you for the cheer, Maker Cam. Think they're getting buried or Twitch isn't sending them to me because I'm always here anyway. Fair. I just love the idea of like Twitch being like, here's an invitation to the party, and you're like, I'm here at the party. And then after a while Twitch is like, I stopped giving you those invitations because you were always here. Now you need them? Alrighty, Roo. This was a fun story. Let's see, where do I want to start regarding this story? Yeah, I guess I'll just start with one of my big things. It feels weird to go into that from the beginning, but, so, FYI, the theme of this stream is going to be names. Is going to be problems with names. And this story is interesting because I didn't immediately see any problems with the names. But then I was basically informed that I had a problem with the names that I didn't realize I had. And then that made me think more about the names in the story. And so I hope that this is actually a good one to start with to kind of explain the issue. Because I think it's pretty easy to kind of explain what's going on here in this one and then sort of return to the idea with other stories. So, the names. Do I want to say the issue first? I don't know. I guess I'll say the issue first. So, the whole point of this story is that he freed an orc woman from slavers, and she's the queen. And I didn't catch that at first. And I know that part of it, maybe even most of that, is on me. But when something like that happens, like, that's a big deal for me to miss something like that. And I don't feel like I usually would, and so when something like that happens, that makes me go, okay, what may have caused that to happen? And I realized that I think the name ended up being an unintentional flurmular. And not in the way that I usually use flurmular, because usually a flurmular is like, I don't know what that means, that basically could be gibberish to me, moving on. And this is a little different because it is a name, and it's very clearly a name, so it's like, yeah, I know what it means. It means a person. It means a name. And so the meaning is not lost. However, that feeling of it could basically be gibberish to me still applies. And I think that's why the issue happened, because basically what my brain did is his thoughts drifted to orc name, a strange orc name I don't need to remember, the orc woman he freed from slavers. And then when I get to the end, I just go, oh yes, queen, strange orc name I don't need to remember. And because it's just like strange orc name, I didn't remember it was the same strange orc name. And to be honest, I don't know if I would have had that problem if it wasn't following 5 other strange names. Because we have Theron, Dunsmere, Summerhall, Gart, Jespar, and finally, Atraka. So, if it was like the third name, which is what I'm about to suggest, I might have remembered it. But the fact that the whole story was, alright, strange name, but one I probably should remember. Strange name, I don't know if I need to remember. Strange name that I probably don't need to remember. It just did that too many times. And so the fact that this was the 6th time it happened, I think exacerbated me just being like, there's too many names, I don't need to remember it. And like I said, it's interesting because this wasn't conscious. I wasn't consciously going, oh my gosh, there's so many names. It actually didn't feel too terribly overwhelming regarding the names. But I actually think it inadvertently was, if that makes sense. And so it kind of goes back to what I often say, which is that the relationship matters more than the name. So the example I always give is that I have 2 characters that are brothers, and if I say Lestaire the first time I introduce Lestaire, people are likely to be like, okay, who's that? But if I say my brother, then it's going to go, okay, that's something to latch on to. I know this is the brother. And I can either use his name later, or I don't necessarily have to. The importance is that this is his brother. And so I realized in the story that I think the same applies, but to place names. Because if you said Theron stared out from the battlements of the city, or the kingdom, at the orc army, then that would work a lot better. I would immediately know what that means. It wouldn't be a weird name to think about or remember. And part of the thing is that something that did happen the first time I read it is that I'm seeing part of the problem here that I didn't see before. I was gonna say, even though it's literally like 2 sentences away, because it's such a strange name, I didn't remember that this was the same name. I was like, new weird name. And I'm realizing part of it is also because there's an I in there, and it wasn't in this one. But yeah, it's like, strange names are kind of a big deal because it can be that bad. It can be that even 2 sentences away, it's strange enough that the reader doesn't remember the name and if this is the same name. And part of the reason I feel more confident to say that is because I know I'm not the only one this happened to. I have talked to others, and this happened to at least one other person as well. And so, like, for both of them, if you just said the kingdom, then that's all the reader needs to know, and the reader totally gets it. Totally gets it. There's really no room for confusion if you do that. Now, granted, I don't know what Summerhall is, and so if you say the city and then this is also just another city, sure, I can kind of understand why you use the names, because, like, you know, he zeroed out the battlements of the city at the orc army sprawled across the horizon. It was larger than any he'd ever seen, even larger than the one at, you can't exactly say, a different city. So as long as there is something that you can use to differentiate them that's more of a relationship word, then that would be very helpful. And so these are two names that the reader doesn't need to know, doesn't need to remember, and are very likely to just end up confusing things. So I definitely, if you can, suggest using a more relationship thing like the city or the kingdom, just so the reader can immediately get it and there's no room for confusion. And then you introduce another name, which is just 4 letters. It's not, you know, too much of an issue, but it is the 1, 2, 3, 4th, you know, slightly unfamiliar name being introduced. And so, especially after 3, then it's kind of like, okay, you're already giving me a lot, and it's only paragraph 2. And especially because Gart does not show up again or say anything again in the rest of the story. If you can say Gart's job, I think that would work a lot better. Now, the 3 that I suggest you keep as names are Theorin, our main character, of course. Makes sense that he can and should be named. King Jespar, makes sense that he can and should be named. And Atraka, 100% needs to be named. So I definitely say to keep those 3 as names, but I think that you can make those names more easy to remember and follow if you used 3 more relational names preceding them, if that makes sense. But to actually talk about the content of the first paragraph, I do quite like your opening here. I really like that it's just like he's looking out across the orc army, and at first it's just like, okay, yep, here's the battlefield, here's the orc army, and then it's like, yeah, if they wanted to take over, they would. And so it's basically Theorin standing out there and being like, oh, we are doomed. And then have it, like, after that sentence of like, oh no, we're doomed, then we have the sentence of, they said they were here to talk peace. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, so maybe we're not doomed. Maybe they don't intend to overrun the kingdom or the city or whatever it is. And then the next part is, but I don't know why they need this many soldiers to do so. And it's like, you know what? That's entirely fair. That makes a lot of sense. And so I think that's a great little opener that you have. Okay, guys, here's just like the basics of what you should be envisioning. Here's a giant orc army. Here's some of the meaning of it. The fact that they could totally, like, we would not stand a chance. This isn't like, are we gonna fight? Are we gonna not? You know, it's like, please, let's not. We know you're gonna kill us, you know? And so we as the audience have already have an interest along with the characters in peace, you know, that it's not just like, we could fight and we might win, but we also could make peace. Choices. It's like, it is in the main characters and then, you know, by proxy ours, best interest to make peace. And so you already have set up some pretty strong stakes. I mean, really strong stakes, just within 2 paragraphs. And so I think that's pretty fantastic. And then I like that Jespar next gives us a valid reason for them to bring an army that isn't, oh no, we are truly doomed. You know, I guess it kind of reads like at the end, like, it starts and we're like, okay, are we going to battle? And then the paragraph ends with, oh no, we're doomed. And then the next line is, maybe we're not doomed. And then the line after that is, maybe we are doomed. And then the next line is, okay, but maybe we're back to not being doomed. But I think it works. It's not like I'm saying that like it sounds like it seems disjointed. It doesn't. It's not disjointed at all. I'm trying to compliment it. I'm trying to say it totally works, and it's that kind of push and pull, at least for me, creates interest in the story, and like I said, it creates stakes really well. And then so I think for the most part, the explanation on the orc activity works pretty well, and just kind of giving us that exposition of like, okay, they unified, and this is kind of the first time everybody is, you know, truly learning that, confirming that, and seeing the effects of that. And so I think that works pretty well. The one thing that caught me, well, not caught me off guard, but kind of, I guess, confused me slightly here is that when I first read, the orcs had unified, likely with warring between the tribes to do so, then my immediate thought is like, the orcs unified. How did they unify? Through everything but unity. You know, through the exact opposite of unity. And so when I think about it, I totally get that is what most wars are about. They are about, like, conquering and territory and stuff like that. That it's like, we're gonna go to war so that your land becomes our land kind of thing. And I assume that's what you were getting at. I think the issue is just that the phrasing of, with warring between the tribes, doesn't sound like, oh, one of the tribes conquered the rest. You know, one of the tribes... Like, yes, in practice, that would end up being warring between the tribes, but what it sounds like to me is just like all of the clans were in chaos. All of the clans had a bunch of petty squabbles against each other. And like, it kind of, I guess it kind of, like, conjures to mind the image of, like, the giants in Harry Potter, how they're kind of described as, like, yeah, they're always fighting, there's always a new king or queen, it's just kind of how they work. That's kind of what that sounds like. That it's like, yeah, the tribes, they war all the time. It's just like, they like fighting. That's kind of their thing. And so then, for me, getting this image of like, yeah, they're just like fighting all the time, then going, it unified them. I'm like, isn't the whole point that they're fighting all the time and they're not likely to unify? And so... I think using a word like conquered, like even likely with conquering between the tribes to do so, maybe that sounds a little awkward, but it would be a little clearer to me. But even quite simply, likely because one tribe conquered the rest, I think would be abundantly clear as to what was going on there. I'm trying to think if there's any a different phrasing besides one conquered the rest that would work, because like I need that conquering part, because just warring can just be just fighting that doesn't go anywhere, but conquering is like, oh, they took over, you know. And maybe that's just me, but these are my thoughts. This is my stream, and these are my thoughts. Let's see. I can think of anything. I wonder if even something like the orcs had likely unified through war, maybe even that would work better for me, because it is that warring between the tribes sounds like, yes, between the conflict between the tribes, petty squabbles, fighty fights, you know, kind of thing. So maybe just unified through war, maybe that would have been clearer to make me go, oh yeah, you know, taking territory and whatnot. That's interesting. I also wonder if you said likely with war between the tribes to do so. I wonder if that would have helped too. I wonder if it's partially that ing, because that might be part of what sounds like the constant turmoil of fighting, like, yeah, there they are, always warring, rather than a war happened and here's the results. Maybe? I don't know for sure. It's possible I still would have walked away with they unified through the opposite of unity, but I think it would take you away from that, like, oh yes, you know, tumbling constant conflict image, if that makes sense. But anyways, so I'm curious for the next sentence here, what you guys in the chat thought, because there were kind of three options for what happened when you read this line. Option one is that you were like, it made sense and you didn't think that that was going to lead to anything. And then you got to the end and you were like, oh wow, it's, you know, it's her. Option two is the one that happened to me, which is that I didn't think that was really gonna go anywhere or show up again, and then I didn't realize when it did. And then option three is that the minute you saw this, you were like, I know it's happening. Obviously, Atraca is gonna be the orc king / queen. Because I think that's a totally understandable reading. I have done that kind of thing before, where it's like, you only have so many words, and you're spending words to mention this, so obviously it's gonna be important in some way, and it's gonna show up. You know, I could definitely see that. And like I said, I've done that before, and now that I know that other people had that reading, I'm honestly surprised I didn't have that reading, but obviously I had the reading that was furthest from that. So yeah, I think for me, part of what made me not immediately go, oh, obviously she's gonna show up, is because honestly it makes sense to me that he would be thinking this, that it's like, oh yeah, okay, so, when you're thinking about a war, multiple wars happening between the orcs, you're thinking about your buddy, and you're hoping that your buddy survived that. Like, I think that's a fair thought. And I think part of the thing that makes it feel like, yeah, because regarding the idea that, oh, it must be important to the story, I think that there is at least one other reason for it to be important, other than she's gonna show up, which is to convey that he's not a racist. To convey that it's like, oh, you know, it's not just that he hates the orcs and thinks they're barbarian monsters. He actually, like, cares about them, or at least cares about one of them. And so that, like, creates a new spin on the story, that, because it could be, it could be that the humans are bad racists who are, you know, creating this war to wipe out the orcs, and it's terrible. And it could be that we as the reader are actually not supposed to be rooting for them, or maybe even not supposed to be rooting for peace. Option two would be that, you know, as far as I can tell in, like, stories like The Lord of the Rings, the orcs genuinely are, like, evil beings created by Morgoth, and so, created by his version of the devil, and so, you are supposed to root for their destruction. And so it could be that, where it's like, yeah, that they are genuinely bad creatures that, you know, we either want eradicated or we don't want peace with. Or it could be option three, which is that they're people just like humans. They don't deserve to be eradicated just because they're orcs. They're not monsters. But we also are not monsters. We also are not just a bunch of horrible racists who want them eradicated. We are also people. And I think that is what is intended with this story, is that both sides are made up of people, and they both have, I don't know, valid reasons for being here, I guess. Valid reasons for being a part of this war. And so I think that's why I didn't immediately go, oh, the only reason you'd mention this is if she was about to show up, is I think because the importance I saw in it is to convey, oh, I see, both sides are people, you know, and maybe even an element of maybe Theron's questioning the war. Maybe Theron, his heart isn't fully in the fight as well. And so... and I do think I do like that, and I do think that's interesting, and I personally think that's a great way to bury something like that, to bury that, oh, she's obviously gonna show up, because there's another importance to the line being there. But yeah, so I'm curious how you guys ended up reading it. Let's see. I have mixed feelings on the Zephyron name. On the one hand, it's very clear this is a name of some sort of deity that's pretty easy to get. And it is only mentioned once, and so it's like, okay, yep, offered a prayer to a god, moving on. On the other hand, it is another strange name. It's only mentioned once, and it's really not important. So on the other hand, maybe it would be better to just say, offered a prayer to the gods or to his god, and that would be more abundantly clear, and not potentially give us another name to wonder if we need to remember it. Alrighty, let's see. Oh yeah, and then, so regarding my confusion, well, not confusion, the confusion I wasn't aware was confusion. The thing I missed that I wasn't aware I missed at first. So not realizing that, that this was the orc woman mentioned before, I questioned the prompt on this one. Because I was just like, okay, it's not a king, it's a queen, and she's only hidden because she was just hidden in a wagon? Like, okay, I guess that fits the prompt, but that feels really weak on both sides. Now that I know that it's like, the hidden part is the fact that, this is his buddy, and the fact that she became queen was hidden from him. And so I think that works quite well, and I can overlook the fact that it's a queen and not a king, and, what was I gonna say? I do think it helps that you do say sovereign over chieftain, and you use over chieftain as kind of a neutral term to kind of convey the king side, I think, before that. So rereading it, I do think that helps as well. It's kind of interesting, and I guess this might be something to talk about in the chat as well, because to me, you can use this prompt for a queen, and for other people that I talked to, they were like, oh, you can use it as a queen, no problem. I don't see any problem with that for this prompt. But for me, I felt like you kind of needed some kind of transition, some kind of, like, melding, to make it clear queen equals king. I think partially because the prompt is not the hidden ruler, or the hidden sovereign, or the hidden monarch. It's the hidden king. And so, and it easily could have been, you know, sovereign, monarch, ruler, but it's not. And so the fact that it specifically says king kind of makes me lean towards there should be some kind of transitional thing in there, whether you call the queen king, call a female ruler king, or what were the other options I had? I had other options in the... Oh yeah, just like if you use king to mean someone's really good at something, then gender doesn't matter, you know, that kind of thing. But perhaps I'm being too harsh on that. Perhaps most people would go, no, you need no transition. Just saying queen equals king, it's totally fine, you know? So I'm curious what, where you guys fall in that regard. But anyways, knowing that this is the lady that he saved, I think that's super fun. I think that's a great little ending. And a great use of the hidden aspect of the prompt. So, another thing to talk about is that I do not think that what I'm about to talk about, I do not think that it's poorly written. I think that the story works. I don't think you wrote it poorly or anything like that. However, for me personally, I want to use a softer word than bored, but I can't think of one. So I'll just say that I do end up getting a little bored before I get to the end, and I think it just has to do with, like, okay, they nod, they take their places, they're taking a defensive position, and then there's more orcs, and then there's another orc. You know, like, the whole story is basically, okay, there's the orc army. That's interesting. All right, are they gonna kill us? Do they want peace? Oh, that's great. Okay, there's a little exposition about the orcs. That's a little bit interesting and a little bit not interesting. And then you start getting into, all right, the queen's coming. She's coming. The time has come. The envoy's walking. All right, she's here. Oh, look, it's Atraca. And the oh, look, it's Atraca is the best part of the story. That's super fun. That's super great. But the story ends there. Now, that's not necessarily a bad place for the story to end. That is a great little twist and cliffhanger. However, that's the part that I'm most interested in. And so, personally, just simply as a reader, that's what I want to read more about. That's what I want you to dedicate your words to. Like, okay, let us know the situation, have her arrive, then spend some time on that. Maybe have him be like, talk to her if he can, and be like, oh my gosh, how'd you become queen? That's what I really want to read about. And so, none of this stuff about like, okay, she's coming, take your places, none of it is badly written at all. It totally functions for the story. But for me personally, I think you're using a lot of words to convey, all right, the queen's on her way, instead of spending time on the more interesting and engaging part of once she's arrived, if that makes sense. I'm also curious why they have a human envoy. Is it meant to be like a translator thing? Because I guess it kind of goes along with like, oh no, will the humans not listen to the orcs if they don't have a human envoy? Dang those sucky humans, Why can't they have an orc envoy, sort of thing? Oh yeah, I forgot this thing. So, followed finally by a smaller orc dressed. Oh, I kind of missed the ad there. All right. So if you don't know, if you haven't been here, FYI, during our ads, what I do is a couple folks in the community have submitted lists of prompts that they want to check and see what I and others think of the prompts, if we would vote for them or not. And so I just kind of go through them during the ads. Was Flying Without Wings the last one? Oh boy, okay. I thought we talked about this one. I guess we didn't. Maybe we talked about one similar to this. Tell a True War Story. That might be an active veto. Because, A, the stories are meant to be fiction. And so, yes, I don't mind if you take inspiration from your real life, or on occasion you do write a story about your life. But this prompt invites nonfiction. Like, it very specifically is like, tell a nonfiction war story, and that's really not what we're looking for all the stories for a week. And it seems extremely dark. That, like, sure, you could tell a war story that's full of hope, and like that story where on Christmas, like, both sides sang, I want to say it was Silent Night, but I'm not sure. Like, that's like a beautiful true war story that, yes, you could tell. But I think that 90% of the stories are going to be dark and sad and gory and potentially too much for me. So I think that is the first prompt that, unfortunately, I can say I actively dislike and might be an active veto. I am curious from others what you guys think. If you don't think that it's a problem or should be vetoed, please speak now. So yeah, do tell what you think of it, what kinds of stories you might write for it. If you think I'm, I don't know, overreacting, I guess. Maybe that's too strong, but, so yeah. There's that one. Going to the other list. Stealing words. That's interesting. I've scrolled by this list and I haven't seen this one in like a skim. Stealing words. That's kind of interesting. The first things that come to mind for that are like a realistic take on that would be like somebody says something that shocks you so much that it steals your words away, or you're about to say something and then somebody interrupts you and, you know, steals your words away, or somebody interrupts you to say what you were going to say, and so very literally steals your words. But you also could use it to refer to, he also could use it to refer to, like, a wizard, you know, like, literally casting a spell to steal your words. It could be a spell that makes someone mute, a spell that, you know, takes someone's tongue out. It could be a spell that literally is like, that sentence you were about to say, it's mine now. I have it. And they, like, have the sentence hovering in golden magical letters above their hands. And then I also could see that one being pretty meta, that people could totally write about, like, the writing group stories, and so how it's like, oh no, the word count stole my words, or like, oh no, this part of the story stole my words from the other part, and stuff like that. Let's see what you say the actual origin is. Origins, Chikawa, meaning to eavesdrop. Oh, interesting. I would not have guessed that. I guess I can kind of see that, where it's like, you steal the words by overhearing them, especially if it's like, there's big news, and then you steal the news, steal those words, and then go tell someone else, you know? So I could see that, yeah. So I like that one personally. That one works for me. Remind me when on the next ad to try and think what I could do in my universe for it, but just on a general level, that one works for me personally. Let's see here. Writer says, I remember a year ago before my hiatus, I would always try to recommend Dear Diary, but no one ever voted for it but me, so I stopped suggesting it. That's too bad. I do remember that one, and I do remember it not getting very many votes, so go ahead and discuss that one, guys. What did you think of what did and do you think of Dear Diary as a prompt? If you did see it before, why did you choose not to vote for it? The thing about the prompts in the group is that they're super finicky. There are prompts that people, like the one that we are about to announce at the end of the stream, it's been submitted for months, if not years. I think years. And it's like, it's always been one of my favorites. I like it a lot. It just hasn't won. And sometimes it makes it to the poll, and then it'll go like 5 weeks without making it to the poll, and then it'll come back. And finally it made it. And so, like, sometimes you just gotta be persistent. Now, of course, that's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all advice. There are some prompts that probably would never win. I don't know for sure, but we have had plenty of prompts that people have submitted for a long time that just one day, finally, that's kind of why I use that phrasing of it's day in the sun. It's because it's like the prompts just have so much time in the shadows waiting to go out into the sunlight and frolic. And then they finally at last get to be let out into the sunlight. So yeah, remind me to talk about Dear Diary next ad. I'll talk about my opinions of it next time. So Mega says, I don't really like the idea of wanting stories based on actual wars or having a prompt full, write stories that are true to war, not sanitized, let alone romanticized. That's a good point too, that like, if it's not saying write a non-fiction story, it's saying don't sanitize your war story. It's saying make your story as gory as possible, basically. And yeah, that's definitely a problem for me. Well, maybe gory as possible is too strong, but yeah, not sanitize or romanticize is a great way to put it. That it's like, tell the truth. Don't, use more romantic language to make it sound better than it is, and don't sanitize it to make it be like, okay, that part was really gory, but we're just gonna briefly describe it and move on. It's like, no, tell the truth. And that's, to me, like, of course that can create good stories. Like, I'm not saying gory stories can't be good. They absolutely can. It's more just, is this a good prompt for this group and for me as the person who needs to read the stories? I don't think so, personally. I don't think it's a bad prompt in general, and I don't think it's bad to write true war stories at all. In a lot of ways, it's good to tell true war stories and everything. Just as a prompt for this group, specifically telling people to either write nonfiction or to write unsanitized things is kind of a problem for me. Writer, yeah, for writing stories from a real war, it also feels slightly less creative unless you make up the soldier. That's a really good point, too. And then, oh man, and then that creates, like, finickiness with the prompt, because it can be like, oh, like, I told a story about a true war, but I wrote about a fictional soldier, and then, would that make people go, did you really tell a true war story, though, if you made up the soldier, Thank you for the cheer, writer of thought. Hold on to those Dear Diary thoughts, everybody, and resubmit them next. Well, okay, I'll just read what people have said about Dear Diary in case I lose them for the next ad. So Desset says, I just don't find Dear Diary interesting. Ameka says, it's Dear Diary. It feels like it could be actually anything as long as it's being written in a diary. Wolf says, Dear Diary's too open for me. I need the scope narrowed a bit. All those things make sense. I will talk more about that next ad. A writer of thought, also to write a true war story would probably discourage those of us who write from a specific universe. That's very true as well. Alrighty, let's get back to the story. So I was going to talk about how there's this line, followed finally by a smaller orc dressed in steel armor, a rarity for orcs. So this creates intrigue for me, right? Especially when I was starting to lose interest. Then you get to this, it's like, oh, that's interesting. And that goes to what I'm always saying of, like, make your readers ask questions. And so you're making me ask that question of, like, oh, why is it a rarity for orcs? And then that creates intrigue. But it does have the problem of you're making your reader ask a question that you're not going to answer. And here's the thing. How I took it is she's dressed in steel armor. The steel part is the rarity. So other orcs might be dressed in armor of a different material. And I'm kind of going, oh, so if steel is rare, what's the material that orcs usually make armor out of? What makes steel, expensive or fit for a queen? Or, and I realized that I think your intention might have been she's dressed in armor at all. That maybe the other orcs are just dressed in furs or skins or some kind of leather. And that, I think, works because that, answers itself. You just need to remove the word steel. You just need to say, dressed in armor, a rarity for orcs. Then it's like, oh, okay, that pretty much answers the question of, we at least know what the other orcs are wearing, not armor. And granted, I guess there's still a bit of a question of, why is it a rarity? Why aren't they able to get armor? But I think it incites less questions. And what were other things I thought? Is it human influence? Yeah, that was another thought that I think I had, that it's like, oh, is she wearing this armor? Is this rare because orcs have a different culture where they just don't even think to build armor, or they don't think to build armor out of steel? Did Theron's influence cause her to be wearing this, you know, kind of thing. And so, yeah, we know it's supposed to stand out, but we don't know in what way it's supposed to stand out. And so I think either giving us a better hint as to why it's a rarity, why it's meant to stand out, just taking away the word steel so we think it's just the armor, or taking it out would be the options I would suggest. But yes, I think I had a lot of critiques for the story, but overall I thought it was a very good, very well written story with a very fun ending, and I would definitely be curious to read the sequel. So if you do write a sequel or you have, do tag me in it or send it to me. Let's see what folks have been saying. It's so over. We're so back. It's so over. We're so back. Totally. One tribe had finally risen to the top. That's kind of a lot of words, though. Is it more words than this is? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's one less word than what's there. It seemed ooh, I like that. It seemed the warring tribes era was over. I'd probably do the era of warring tribes was over. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then if you had my phrasing, I think it'd be 9. So that would be the same as what it is. So that totally works then. Yeah, I think that's the best suggestion, that the era of warring tribes is over. At least if, I guess the question, I don't know. I guess it works either way, because if it was my interpretation of like, oh yeah, they're constantly fighting, or if it's like wars happen and it created conquering, either way, the era's over, and that's what matters. So I think that works. Option 3 is that said, guessed that the Atraka was going to show up. Aerith, I pretty much guessed the Overchieftain was going to be her, because I remember that detail from earlier stories in that universe. Oh, well, either you have read more stories in the universe than I have, or I don't remember the stories for some reason. Let's see. If I didn't thank you for your cheer before, thank you for your cheer, writer. Alright, let's see what Massa has been telling me. Reading the story. Are we soiling ourselves in fear or no? Love that. Reasons for war reduced to simple concepts. You got that? We want it. You got that? We got that. You're not getting it. We don't like what you said about our ma'am at Darlene's wedding. 4, we don't like what you said about us, whatever. 5, you're worshiping the wrong god, stop it. 6, you shot our leader. 7, you insulted our leader. And then I guess 8 would be, I want your land. I guess maybe that goes along with the, you got that, we want it. I like that. Ryder is technically transformed because Ryder is doubly cocooned. Not that it matters for the, not that it matters, I just do minus 500 for all of them, but, yeah. You insulted our leader through use of bullets. While I was watching the stream, Rupert knocked over Santa. Beautiful sentence. Massa, the idea was that Atraka's clan did end up starting essentially a civil war against other clans to unify them under her banner. I wanted to figure out how to actually fit that specifically in the story. Gotcha. To be honest, the history of orcs as a fantasy staple is fascinating. Oh, I'm curious about it, but we're already late, so I probably shouldn't ask. Massa, yes, human racism in fact started the war, but now it's gone on for so many generations, people would probably want it to stop. Although there's also some racists who don't want peace. Fair. Well, me who knows a bit more about the genre break lore, is the cosmology of this story and genre break the same? Because I have questions. And then part of the reason I didn't vote for this, to be honest, king as a word can be limiting to the writer. Super fair. Like, I should ask, if and when we get prompts like that, I'm trying to think, if you guys can think of other categories that aren't gender, give me examples. But in this case, it would be gender, that it's like, I don't think it changes the prompt too much to say sovereign, ruler, monarch. I think it's a little less poetic than king, but it makes things more open-ended. And I totally could be like, we're accepting this prompt of hidden king, but I'm going to switch it up to monarch, sovereign, ruler, so that I probably have you guys vote on which one. But to make it more open-ended, would you want me to do something like that? Be like, okay, we're accepting this, but there's a little bit of limiting, like a little bit of specificity that doesn't need to be there. Let's open it up. Would you want me to do that, or just go, nope, we're keeping it as is? That's the prompt. We're gonna let it be specific. Massa says it's a separate world. Gotcha. Okie dokie, we'll all yell at the suppositions behind the barn. That felt unnecessarily violent. Wolf says, yeah, it's why I always downvote Tell a True War Story. It's by definition nonfiction to me. So it does sound like people are agreeing. So, especially because multiple people have confirmed and agreed, I'm gonna say that one's a full-on veto, unfortunately. Massa, there is some parallel between the two worlds. The deity pantheon is essentially the same with different names. So the goddess Zephyron is actually genre breaks Amaterasu. The problem is, apart from Abaddon and Thoth, most of the other kami got bored with the world. Interesting, huh? Well, oh no, I don't know if that's better or worse. Nessa, yes, not all orc warriors wear armor, but those that do usually wear leather. Orcs didn't have the metallurgical knowledge to turn iron into steel until after the unification. I wish I had the words for that too. Fair. That does make sense. Let's see. Yeah, because talking about metallurgical knowledge is kind of a lot for the word and character limit. Yeah, so you actually did mean both then. You did mean not all orcs wear armor. Some do, but it's not steel. Oh, man. That's hard, because I do like the line. I do like the question it creates. You're just not going to answer it in the story. So I guess I'd probably stand by the option of just say armor, because it is correct that my assumption that it's not steel armor was actually correct, but it creates too many questions, so just saying armor would just be a little bit more clear. Oh. Alrighty, room. Let us go on to our next story, which is by the Wolfie Boy himself. King of Filth by Hemming Sebastian Bain. 349 words. I don't know why I said it that way. 349 words? Let's redo that. King of Filth. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I've been pronouncing one of the names wrong. Let me refresh the pronunciation. Okay, so Hansvin, Callistu, Amika, Sabinet. So I think it's Amika and Sabinet that I didn't get. So Amika, Sabinet. Amika, Sabinet. King of Filth by Hemming Sebastian Bain. 349 words. Two poor fae trudged through the muck, the trickle of snow melt echoing down the brick and stone tunnel. The taller of the two reached under his patchwork coat and pulled out a lantern. With a shake and the slide of a shutter, sickly green chemiluminescent light filled the shaft. With an exchange of glances, the two fae pulled the scarves over their noses and waded into the sewage. You'd better be right about this, Amiku. Sabinette is expecting something nice for Frosttide, the shorter Fae shouted, sifting through the heaps with gloved hands. I'm telling you, Callisto, this spot is perfect, the taller replied, mirroring his partner. It's connected to the old wishing well, and so there's bound to be decades worth of coins here. Callisto rolled his eyes and continued his search. That's when he felt it, the hard certainty of plastic. And another, and another. Callisto grinned as he dug out the small flat pieces and wiped the grime off. He instantly recognized the pearly white. Hansvin! Over here, Hansvin! The taller Fae brushed the refuse from his hands. What is it, Callisto? Callisto held up a plastic coin. Fivers, Hansvin! Fivers! Hansvin's face lit up. You don't say. He stooped down beside his fellow, and as surely as the first time, drew forth another plastic coin. Ha! We did it, Callisto! We struck it rich! Hansvin said, elated. Callisto couldn't help but share in his friend's joy. And with this much, we might have enough for a Frosttide goose. Goose? With this, we might get a whole pig. Hansvin dug further into the sewage, picking out coins as he went. Callisto did the same. Honestly, I'm surprised no other Toshers are here. This is a cornucopia. However, as the two collected their coin, a sound came from deeper within. Guttural, rumbling, angry. The two felt their blood run cold as they turned their heads, the stones shivering beneath them. A single red caprine eye, a tangle of horns, a mouth with 2 rows of canine teeth, 10 fingers on each hand. Who dares defile my domain? Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. So Wolf says golden to darker brown, and only one question. Is the connection to the prompt too tangential? So feel free to answer that in the chat. Do you think the prompt is too tangential or not? I think it depends on the prompt. For this one, I think the genderless option opens it up more, but for others, I think the gender would be the whole point. So my answer is, I guess, is yes. It sounds like your answer is basically like, check with us. Don't just be like, okay, we're opening it up without checking first. Massa, I would agree. It also depends on the prompt. This one specifically references something, so I can understand keeping it. That's true too. I think the Jesus reference would still be there if it was ruler, sovereign, or monarch, but it is more clear with king. If the prompt introduction diffuses any specificity, such as to gender, that's all we need. That's a good point too, that I could just say, hey, I didn't open it up. Yeah, I could just make it kind of a thing, that instead of going the route of, instead of going why did I lose my train of thought? Instead of going the route of changing the actual prompt, I could just say, hey, I know it says king, but we're not going to be strict about it. Go ahead and write about queens. It's fine. So yeah, that could potentially work too. So what I'm hearing from at least those two answers is that you might be open to that, but don't just do it, Ask if I should open it up, And I think Deathset is saying an absolutely not for that one. Definitely doesn't want it. Doesn't even want to ask. Just don't do it. Good to know. Magistrate is... Well, you said you're okay with it, but you explained it more in the other chat. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlong and Writer of Thought. Alrighty-roo. Very interesting little tale here. I quite like your title. I think I'll come back to the title at the end. I think your little description of the scene works quite well. And already puts you in a winter mood of the snow melt echoing down the tunnel, and it's very evocative. It's not just wintry, but it's quite evocative that to imagine the snow melting from above ground and stuff. I have never heard the word chemiluminescent before. I assume it's something you made up, but boy, is that fun to say. And I don't know exactly what it means, but I'm guessing it's like light from chemicals. You know, I got I got chemicals, guys. I got light from chemicals, not from like fire or something like that. And then I do think it's interesting to introduce them as fae. It doesn't, I mean, we'll come back to that with the plastic thing, but other than that, it doesn't necessarily matter that they're fae, so on the one hand, it doesn't matter, so you didn't need to mention it. On the other hand, it makes things a little more fun and wacky and fantastical, and that's kind of nice. So, I think either are valid ways to take that. And then, am I correct that the intention here is that, they're trying to get money so they can get, their girlfriend, wife, or friend a good Christmas present, basically. I think Frosttide really works as like a different universe way of doing some kind of winter festival to make it, to make your story, to do the challenge and make your story Christmassy, in a world that doesn't have Christmas. That worked quite well for me. And then I think you do the exposition really well here of explaining, hey, where are we? Like, yeah, that's the question from both kind of the title, but also with just the description of what's going on. Like, okay, where are we and why are we here? Okay, Sebinet is expecting something nice for Frosttide. That starts to answer why we're here. How will that lead to getting something nice? Because it's attached to a wishing well and we're gonna get money. And so I think that works well. It's a really fun story premise, to have people stealing from a wishing well. Kind of whimsical in a way, and that's a great way to introduce it. And that does make me curious about wishing wells and if there are wishing wells out there. Like, I think in the more, like, public fountains and stuff, I think that, like, whoever owns the fountain goes through regularly and gathers up the coins and then does whatever they're gonna do with them. But I am curious if there's, like, old wishing wells from centuries ago that people threw coins down that nobody even knows there's a bunch of coins down there. And so I think that's fun to think about. So I like I like the adjectives that you use of, like, the hard certainty of plastic, and that does make it clear, okay, like, this is important, this is what we're here for. But I did feel rather confused feels, well, I was gonna say confused feels too strong, but maybe it's not. I did feel kind of confused regarding the plastic, because in our world, plastic is not valuable. Plastic is, I mean, I guess depending on what you shape the plastic into, it can become valuable. But just, like, plastic as the noun, I would not be using hard certainty, in front of it in most cases. It's, it's, it does kind of feel like, as me reading it, the, wow, this is worthless meme from Gravity Falls. Somebody put the gif in chat. And so I think it would totally work to say, hey, they're plastic coins, if you just had something that explained why that's not worthless. Something to explain, okay, why are your coins plastic and why do they have worth as plastic? But because you don't explain that, I think it would be better to not say that they're plastic and just not say the material. Like, you don't have to replace it with metal if that's not accurate, just don't say what the material is and just say, that's when he felt it, a coin. I don't know if the hard certainty of a coin, I guess the hard certainty of a coin would work. Like, just call it a coin, and then you don't have to spend words explaining why they're plastic. But as is, that was a pretty massive question that you don't answer. That it creates strong questions of, like, why is plastic valuable? Why are your coins plastic? And then that never gets answered. I feel like the best explanation that I'd say I came up with, but I didn't come up with it, is that the best explanation that I've heard from a friend, I guess, is that Fae don't mix well with iron. And so that's why it's plastic, is so that it's not metal. Now you could it could be in this universe that it's not just iron, that Fae have a problem with all metals, or they have a problem with all worked metals. And that's really interesting if so, and I like that as a world building thing, and that's kind of fun to have it be like, we can't use metals, so they're plastic. However, for me and my knowledge of the Fae, the only thing that I know is a problem is iron. And I didn't even know that it could be worked iron. I just thought it was iron in general. And so, like, that doesn't immediately make me go, oh, they're plastic because the Fae can't handle iron. My immediate thought is, well, coins are, can be made of gold, silver, copper. Kind of the point is that they're meant to be made of valuable metals, or at least have valuable metals in there somewhere. And so, and maybe I don't know enough about coins, but I haven't really heard them being made of iron. They could be, and maybe I'm just totally ignorant, but when I think coins, I don't think iron. And so I didn't come up with that explanation. It didn't occur to me at all that might be the reason. That's a fun and interesting reason if so, and that does work for the world. That just either you need to explain that and somehow, and I get why you didn't if that is, because it's like, yeah, they're Fae, why would they be thinking, yes, our coins are made of plastic for this reason. That might sound a little awkward to say, like, the hard certainty of plastic. By the way, Fae coins are made of plastic because they can't handle metal. That would sound pretty awkward. So, if you could find a way to naturally work that in, great. If you couldn't, I'd just say coins and not mention that they're made of plastic. The other thing about plastic is that it makes the story feel modern. Now, I'm not sure if I remember the world well enough, but if this is the same world that has the dragons that can look like humans, and then the date with the little guy who talked funny, I think this is a urban fantasy world, in which case, totally fine for there to be plastic in the world. But when you say Fae, my brain, Fae and tunnel and wishing well, I immediately go to, yes, medieval fantasy, as fantasy usually is. And so the plastic is the only thing that doesn't read as medieval fantasy, and so I'm like, why is there plastic in my medieval fantasy world? Which is the other question it creates, that it's like, why are the coins plastic? Why are they not metal? Why is there plastic in my medieval fantasy world? And none of those questions get answered, and so either answering the questions or removing the mention would be what I would suggest. Now, all that being said, I do like your description of the finding of the coins. Those hard certainty adjectives are really helpful to convey, this is good, this is what we're looking for, even if I don't get why they're looking for it, for plastic. And then, and another works to convey, like, it feels like he's speeding up as he's trudging through the mud with his hands. It's like, oh my gosh, and there's another one, and there's another one. It makes things feel fast, and it conveys that hope of, like, yay, I'm finding more. I think that's great. I can really imagine him grinning at it and wiping it off, and stuff. And again, I'm not sure what to picture with the plastic and the pearly white and stuff, but the pearly white does convey, it's a good white, there's something gemstone-y about this white. And so it's good, and so I like your descriptions of it. And then, I think the fivers thing works pretty well, because it's like, well, you do also say plastic coins, so you do also make sure to at least clarify, yes, for sure, these are the coins. But fivers, I think, helps to convey, like, yeah, if you're looking at a wishing well, you're probably expecting to find pennies. If you found $5 bills in there, that would be the jackpot. So I think my biggest critique for the story is, as I said before, what the general theme of this stream is going to be about. My issue is with the names again. So what happens here is we start by not saying our main characters' names. And so we don't get the main characters' names, and then we get Amiku, Sabinette, and Frosttide. Frosttide, I think, works just fine because we can understand that. We know what frost is. We know what the suffix tide can kind of mean. And so we can kind of get, oh, this is probably some kind of winter festival. And especially if we remember that the challenge is to write a Christmas story. That's pretty easy to recognize, okay, this is probably this world's version of Christmas or some sort of winter festival. And Sabinette is okay. You don't have to, like, actually come to think of it, I was asking, is this a girlfriend? Is this a wife? Is this a friend? Who is this? So actually, I guess I would say what I often say of, like, the relationship is more important than the name, and the name is only mentioned once, so actually I do think you should say, my girlfriend, my wife, my friend, my best friend, whatever the relationship is, our friend. I do think that would better convey, to the audience, okay, here's who this person is and why they need a gift. And then I think Amiku is pretty unnecessary. Like, yes, it's kind of fun in world building to have them say a word in a different language and stuff. However, if there's only one word that is in a different language throughout the whole story, because, like, in a weird way, it would work both better and worse if you did it throughout the story. Because if you did it throughout the story, it'd be like, oh, obviously, this is how the character talks. You know, they often will throw in a word in another language. That's fine. And in that case, I think I'd be more, in some ways, more reluctant to say take it out. But I guess, on the other hand, it would be more weird words that the reader can't understand, and maybe towing the line of that it must be an English rule. So I'm kind of torn on what I'd say if you did it more, but knowing you only do it once, and I guess doing it once also has the opposite effect, where it's like, you only do it once, so it's less of a big deal. On the other hand, you don't only do it once, so it's extra unnecessary. It's a weird word that we need to figure out, that is next to another weird word that we need to figure out. And I don't think we need to have that many weird words we need to figure out in the story, if that makes sense. I can get that, like, Amiku is like amigo, and so I can get friend out of that. But it would make the story more easily understandable to just say friend, you know. Especially if you had a friend and my girlfriend, you know, it would be 100% understandable. And granted, if you had Sabinette as my girlfriend, my wife, whatever, then maybe I would have less of an issue with Amiku. And then Callisto is fine, because Callisto introduces the main character. And then, like, this stuff is fine, you know, mentioning him there. And then we get to Hansven. And this does work to be a place where the name is mentioned, because it's like, yeah, that's when you're going to be calling out to your friend and be like, Hansven, come over here. However, because you didn't say his name earlier, it could easily read, and I think this is how it read the first time, as that's the name of the currency. That it's like, hey, there's money over here, money! And so that goes to, I do think that saying their names earlier, so, like, you know, two poor Fae trudged through the muck, the trickle of snowmen echoing through the brick and stone tunnel. The taller of the two, Hansven, reached under his patchwork coat and pulled out a lantern. With a shake and the slide of a shutter, sickly green luminescent light filled the shaft. With an exchange of glances, the two Fae pulled the scarves over their noses and waded into the sewage. And then, you better be right about this, Amiku. Sabinette is expecting something nice for Frosttide. Callisto shouted. The shorter Fae, Callisto, shouted. I think that would help with the names overall in the story, that the names of your main character, however weird they are, I do think those are the important names. Well, I guess there are exceptions to that, but in general, those are the important names to mention, and they are worth mentioning early. And so that would avoid the issue of thinking this is the name of the currency. And then the funny thing is that you'd think in this section that them repeating each other's names would make it more clear who's talking. Unfortunately, it actually has the opposite effect, and it makes it less clear who's talking. Because going, what is it, Callistu? This is said by the person who's not Callistu. Then after we hear the word Callistu, then we get the word Callistu. And then we have the word Hansven, said not by Hansven, and then we get Hansven. And so having, both names repeated over and over right next to each other, to me, both times that I read this story before this time, I lost the voices. I lost track of who was who and who was talking. And so I really don't think this one's necessary. So Hansven over here, Hansven, what is it? Fivers, and maybe you could repeat Hansven there, maybe not, but Fivers, Hansven, Fivers. And then I wonder if it would be helpful to go back to the shorter Fae, the taller Fae here. So what is it, Callistu? The shorter Fae held up a plastic coin. Fivers, Hansven, Fivers. The taller's face lit up. You don't say. I don't know. As I read that, I think maybe I'd still have the same critique of who's who and what's going on? I don't know. So it's something to think about. But all I can say is, what is the effect it had on me? The effect it had on me is that twice I lost track of who is who, and so I think that mentioning their names earlier, at least taking away one of the name mentions, if not trying to take away multiple, and or potentially maybe using other descriptive language than their names, might be helpful. And indeed, if they were more names more natural to me, I would probably be a little less confused. And this is not to say that, it kind of depends, but let's see, how to describe this. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to use, fantasy names, archaic names, or names that, someone, an American like me might not know. It's totally fine to use archaic names, fantasy names, names that someone like me might not know. However, when you use names of any of those categories, then you're creating a potential barrier to readers following the story, because the names are unfamiliar. And granted, I've said before that you probably, generally kind of the max amount of characters you should have in a story is 4. And I don't know if I've used the phrasing before, but I would definitely use the phrasing of, you should probably have max 4 named characters, and that's pushing it. 3 is the sweet spot. 3 named characters, that's probably, what you should do. 4 is pushing it, but you can do it. That's the max, Now, granted, there are always exceptions to the rules. I have read stories that have more than 4 that have worked. It's hard to do. It's just difficult to do. And so I'm not trying to say, oh, you should always use boring names that Kaylee and other readers can easily understand. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that you need to be aware if you're going to use names that aren't, common names that a lot of folks on Earth, on our Earth can understand. On our Earth at this time can understand. You're creating a barrier to understanding, to following. That alone might cause confusion in your story. And so, I always think that you need to at least, well, maybe not you need, but it's generally better to at least start with a relationship. And especially if your names are a little fantastical, a little abnormal, I think you should even more highly consider using the relationship instead of the name. Depending on how many characters you have. In this story, there are only 3 characters, and so I think it's fine to name the characters. And granted, I guess I'm saying that there's a kind of a different problem going on here. That it's just too many names in one area. But yeah, I hope I'm being clear that I don't want it to sound like I'm saying never use, more fantastical or abnormal names. But I am saying that they can be a barrier to entry, basically. And so you have to be aware of that when you use them, and maybe try to only use the ones that are necessary to use, if that makes sense. I really like their little, we might have enough for a frost-eyed goose. Goose, with this we might get a whole pig. You know, we don't need to know much more than that to get what a big deal this is, and kind of like, and I guess that's another thing that sounds kind of medieval about it, is I could totally see medieval people saying this kind of thing, that it's like, we might have enough for a Christmas goose. Goose, with this we might get a whole Christmas pig, you know? So that makes it feel even more medieval. Not to say you can't get either of those in our modern day. You totally can and do. But I guess it's just the language around it of like using, that's interesting. Yeah, it's the language of using the animals instead of saying like ham or steak. Because if they said we might get a whole Christmas ham, then it would sound more modern. But anyways, but I do like that. I think their excitement is conveyed really well, and I think that you do a good job of including the Christmas theme, and like for these lines, having context, allowing us to understand the significance of this, even if we don't know all the Frosttide traditions and stuff. And then I think the ending is great. The ending's really fun. So overall, I like your description of the what was it? The King of Filth? The King of Filth. I like your description of him. I think that's very evocative and cool. And I love the ending of just who dares defile my domain. I think this is a cliffhanger that works pretty well. For the story, of course, I would like to read more about it, and yes, again, this is the most interesting part that if you could have, I would have loved to read more about what happens, but I do think that this cliffhanger rather works for the story, because it's just kind of a twist, and it's, you know, jarring in a good way, and it's a big, booming bang of an ending. Three things about the ending here. So, one, the guttural rumbling is described. Do feel their blood run cold as they turn their heads, the stones shivering beneath them. So you do say that they turn and look at it. Now, granted, I will note, this is the first time I've noticed it. That line was very easy to skip over in the much more evocative parts of the other part. The other parts of the paragraph are much more evocative, so it's easy to skip the more, you know, normal stuff. But you do say they turn their heads, but I have trouble kind of going like, okay, how did it emerge? Like, I'm kind of not sure if I'm supposed to be imagining like something crawling out of the ground, crawling out of the walls, if it's like in a hole, and they're seeing it, if it just materialized in front of them. I can't tell like visually where it's supposed to be. So like I really like the description of it, but I am just kind of getting a list of features and not like a description of what it's doing or how we are now able to see it, if that makes sense. And then so we have a Flurmler, everybody, a true one. Caprine. So Caprine means, as far as I can tell, goat-like, you know, that it's like equine would be, you know, horse-like, would be a horsey eye, the eye of a horse, and Caprine is for goats. And while I do think many people would know canine, feline, equine, and so that might make you go, oh, people would know, and maybe it's meant to be caprine, come to think of it, probably is, but that also, I guess that kind of proved my point in a way. So you might go, oh yeah, people know caprine, and if it was an honest mistake, that's fine. However, people in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most people would not know this word, and everybody I talked to didn't know the word. including myself. And so the thing is, does Caprine work? Absolutely. Can you look it up? Absolutely. But I realized I think I realized this. Apologies if I've said it before and didn't remember that I realized it before. But I think the thing about this kind of thing, because we've talked about it many times on stream before, that's why we have the word Flurmler. The thing about this is that, like, it's not necessarily a problem to make readers look something up. And there, especially if it's a case of, like, this word means something very specific. And sure, I could use adjacent words, but they wouldn't mean the same thing. So I'm going to use the specific word that people have to look up, because this really means what I need it to mean. In that case, oftentimes it's fine. Of course, it's a case-by-case basis, but that I can really understand why you would use a word that most readers wouldn't understand, because it's like, no, I need this word to convey specifically what I want it to convey. However, with a case like this, you could just say goat-like, or even goat. You know, a single red goat eye, or goat apostrophe S, goat's eye, or goat-like eye. And to me, as far as I understand the word after looking it up, it would change nothing except the reader easily understanding it. That caprine and goat-like mean exactly the same thing and convey exactly the same thing. So there's no specific reason to use caprine, like no truly necessary reason to convey, oh, this word conveys something different from goat-like, so I need to use it. That's not present. So the only difference between using goat-like versus caprine is that most readers won't know what you're talking about. And so, at least I think most readers won't know what you're talking about. And so that's a Flurmler, that's a blank. You know, to readers like myself, that goes, okay, so like, it's big, it's angry, it's guttural, it's rumbling, a single red eye. And so when I read that, I just imagine blackness and a red eye, because I don't know what caprine means, and so I can't fill it in. A tangle of horns. Okay, blackness plus a tangle of horns. Blackness plus a tangle of horns plus rows of canine teeth. All right, now there's hands. Okay, so like, I guess that's also part of it, is that it's like, where are the hands? You know, where'd the hands come in? Is it just a head rising? Or is it crawling out and you see the hands? Or is it doing jazz hands? You know, how are we seeing the hands? But anyways, so we have, okay, blackness, red eye. Tangle of horns. Mouth in the blackness with rows of canine teeth. Alright, hands are now rising from the blackness. They have 10 fingers on each hand. Now, these are great descriptors. This is really, like, unique and monstrous and interesting and fun, and so what you have is great. But, because I don't know that word, I don't get the full picture. I'm not picturing a goat's eye or a goat's head. And, like, if I were reading this on my own, I would not be expending the extra effort to go look it up, which I guess is also part of it, where it's like, it's on the reader whether or not they want to look it up. And I know to some, then your argument is like, well, if you're going to be lazy, that's not on me as a writer. But on the other hand, it's like, why are you making your readers do homework kind of thing? Where it's like, there are some times where it's totally valid to make your readers do homework. Other times, I think it isn't. Other times, it's like, you don't need to make your readers expend extra efforts to understand their story, especially when I'd venture to guess most aren't. And so, yeah, so, like, it's not that caprine is the wrong word or a bad word to use, but I think my thinking is that why are you using the word that is more difficult to understand when a perfectly understandable word is right there and changes nothing about the story except making it easier to understand, if that makes sense. But going to your question, is the connection to the prompt too tangential? Well, the first thing I will say is that there are multiple stories this week for which I questioned the prompt. Yours was not one of them. The prompt was pretty clear to me. And I think domain is helpful there to convey, this is a king, this is somebody who has a domain. And the prompt is the title is very helpful, that you say he's the king of filth, and so we as the reader can easily go, aha, obviously this is meant to be the king of filth. Now granted, that does go into my thing of, it's good when your title conveys extra information, but it shouldn't be important information. This title, I would say, probably does fall under that it conveys important information thing. So that could be an issue. So I do think that perhaps in your description of the creature, maybe using a king-like image would be helpful there, that you could kind of like maybe say the horns formed a crown on the creature's head, and I think that would really get you there of like, okay, domain plus crown equals king. Or whatever you wanna, whatever image you wanna go for that's king-like. I think just having one other thing plus the domain, that would be good, so that you wouldn't need the title necessarily to get the prompt. But I did get the prompt, and I quite liked it. And I think this is a good example of kind of what I was talking about last week of like, the prompt doesn't have to be like every other word of the story, but it should be important to the story. And I think this is a good example of that, where it's like, sure, a lot of the story doesn't have to do with the prompt, but the prompt is important to the story, because the king in filth shows up, and, are they gonna get away from him? Is he gonna kill them? Is he gonna curse them? Is he gonna trap them down there forever? We don't know. But, like, that's the ending, and so that's, I don't know how to convey it well, but it's like, it has meaning and importance to the story, because he was hidden throughout the whole story, and I guess that's part of it too, that it's like, in this case, having the prompt only show up at the end kind of does the prompt even better, because it's hidden from even the reader until this point. So yeah, I think the prompt is definitely there. Maybe you could have had another clue to it, but it's definitely present, and it does have importance to the story in some way or another, so that works for me, if that makes sense. And I see the ad is coming, so I shall, yes, there it is. Alright, so we were going to talk about Dear Diary. So the interesting thing about these prompts is that I don't always really think too hard about them. I mean, it kind of goes in stages, because you have them in the prompt suggestion channel. I don't really think too hard about them. I like think about, okay, do I think this is a fun phrase, a fun prompt? And I might think about like what I could generally do with it. I might think about, okay, what's a story I could write with it? But it's kind of more surface level thoughts. And then we get to the poll, and now I'm really starting to think about it and going, okay, do I really want to write for this prompt? What would I write for this prompt? And then once it wins, that's when I'm really like, okay, we really like knuckle down, really time to think. And so when I saw Dear Diary in the suggestions channel, then I didn't really think too hard about it, but it didn't interest me as much as other prompts, I think, because I don't remember for sure if I voted for it or not, but I would guess not, unfortunately. But I think it's probably just, maybe the first level is just vibes, and so I think the vibes are just like, not as interesting as other prompts available, if that makes sense. And then I think I don't know if I thought about it that hard, but I think that the others put it well, that maybe it's just a little too open-ended, because sure, like, any of my characters pretty much could write in a diary, but it's like, which character do I choose, and what do I have them write, you know, because it's basically, any character can write anything, you know. And another thing is, you could make it even more open-ended by making your story be a diary entry. And so it's like, your story could literally be anything as long as you start it with date, end it with, or date, and maybe put Dear Diary in there, and then end it with like a name, you know? And that's that's extremely open-ended, and I probably would say too open-ended. I'm not sure that it's like, well, I don't think it's like veto-worthy open-ended, because I don't think I've ever said that something being open-ended is veto-worthy. But yeah, like I didn't really think about it that hard, but now that you bring that up, that probably is the issue, that it's like, I could write about any character, anytime, anywhere. And, like, in a sense, that's not bad, but it is hard. It makes it hard to pick, you know, who and what you're writing for when you can write it for anybody and everybody, if that makes sense. So, I think that's kind of the issue with it. I don't think that it's a bad prompt, and if it won, I would pick somebody somewhere sometime, and it would work out. But there's probably going to be other prompts that draw my interest more, if that makes sense. Yeah, veto-worthy, no, it just doesn't excite me. Yep. Well, nope, chemiluminescent is a chemistry term that means a chemical reaction produces light. Oh, okay, so it actually is a word I just haven't heard. Surprised I haven't heard that. Frost ties, Christmas stand-in, nice. No worries, Infinivelle plastic is what all coinage is made of because Fae cannot touch silver or gold along with iron. It's just a lore thing. Gotcha. Copper, nickel, tin, brass are reserved for industry and war. This is a different world from either the human dragon one or the ones with the little guy, the date with the little guy, or both. Amiku is just the Corsican word for friend. Gotcha. The ham is a specific cut from the whole animal. Gotcha. Wanted to do more thinking of Phil, but it was 3 a.m. Gotcha. Something I wanted to include. I'm not sure what that refers to. Capra, like Capricorn. I use Caprine for mouth sound and rhythm alone. It's not a good reason, but it is a reason. That's fair. I can appreciate that response. Horns into crown seems redundant. Horns are symbols of power, thus why he has a tangle of them. I disagree. I do not think it's redundant at all, because horns can be a lot of different things. Like, horns can be a symbol of, like, males. A lot of male animals have horns and females don't. Horns could be demonic. Horns could just be, it's an animalistic being. You know, horns definitely doesn't go, ah, yes, horns. Obviously that means power. I don't have that equation in my head. And the tangle of them is more just like, ooh, that's neat. That's a neat monster image. To me, that doesn't go, he's obviously more powerful because he has more horns. It's just like, cool monster. So I definitely think that saying a crown of horns is not redundant, and in this case, even if it was redundant, that would be fine, because the point is that you need another king image, and so that even if it's redundant, it's worth being there because it's a king image. Of course, if you don't like that one, but you can think of another king image, by all means, go with the other one. But yes. Let's see here. That is straight. I could understand why Fae might value plastic if they have vulnerabilities, allergies to iron or other metals. Writer with my own story, sometimes they include silver as a metal Fae can't handle, but my Fae don't use currency. They trade memories for goods. Ooh, that's interesting. Mako started thinking about most of our money as paper and wondered if plastic coins might be a good idea. Probably not, but a curious idea. Almost definitely not. Writer, I can only imagine the nonsense of accidentally leaving plastic coins in your pocket when you wash them. The heat of not just the washer, but the dryer too. Good point. Good plastic wouldn't melt in a dryer. Pens survive all the time. Get you a homie who will help you treasure out in a sewer so you can get your girl a present. Absolutely. That's a real homie. Hello, Decoy. I had board game night with friends, but I love the Christmas overlay. Glad to hear that. I don't think Decoy's still here, but if you are, feel free to drop your questions and we will save them for when your story comes up. I must not use good pens then, because mine break in the wash. Granted, breaking and melting are different, true. Will you shout my name for how many people do who think Danner? Danner? I don't know. I got the first half, but I don't get the other half. The overlay is great. Glad to hear that. My brain zoned out, and for a minute, characters as number of individual symbols, and said out loud, "You need more than 4 characters to get to 350 words." Amazing. That's great. Fantasy or otherwise uncommon names just need a little hi. This is a person's name, not. Oh yeah, I forgot to say on Mass's story. Another thing about names in general, especially strange names, is that you kind of need at least 2 mentions of it for it to get in you. And so that could have been part of it as well with the Atraka thing. Maybe if you'd said Atraka twice, maybe I would have remembered it. But because it was only once, I was even more likely to go, okay, another weird name, add it to the pile. Writer, I'd probably have to look it up a couple times to recognize the Capricorn connection, but I most likely need a dictionary. Appreciate that. Yes, there are positives to using a word that not everyone will know because it can expand your vocabulary, but I still stand by that there are a lot of negatives. Just, you made someone learn something isn't enough for me to go, it's totally fine then, especially when not everyone's gonna go learn something, and some are just gonna walk away from the story just not understanding it. Yeah, exactly, Mako. Maybe in the long term, but when I read a word in a story I don't know, I just don't know it and ignore it. Exactly. Like, it depends on the person. Maybe, like, I'm sure there are people out there, and maybe you are one of them, who look up every word that you don't know. Like, the minute you don't know a word in a story, you go look it up, and more power to you if you do that, but I definitely don't do that. It sounds like Mako doesn't do that, and, you know, I can't speak for the whole human race, but I would not be surprised if most people don't do that. Right, or I probably would have said goat-like, but if I already knew the word, I might use it. Gotcha, so you might just assume that people would know the word. Yes, exactly, I am the same way, Mako. I'm not gonna stop reading a book to look up a word, yep. I want to enjoy my book. I want to keep going with the story. I'm not gonna take myself out of the world of the book to go to the dictionary. Writer, I would have assumed Caprine was a color or another word for shiny or like a jewel. I might have thought that too, come to think of it, actually. Yeah. I might have actually, it's possible, because I don't remember exactly, but I do think that it's possible I inserted something. Now that I'm thinking about it, I might have inserted like capricious. I might have been like, okay, Caprine, that sounds like capricious, so like it's a little mischievous kind of eye, sort of thing. Hooray for hooray for the overlay, yes. I would be supremely surprised if most people didn't read fiction, but you could also assume if I'm saying that, I mean of the people who read fiction, most of them, you know. Let's see. I wanted to do more with this movement fair. Australian plastic money does survive the wash and the dryer. Interesting. Yeah, the more you know. Yeah, well, I was just the weird kid that read the dictionary for fun. Very fair. Alright, very fun story, Wolf. It's great to read a story from you once again. Alright, let's go on to Mako Cam's story. It keeps me busy. Chronicles of the Dragon, of Vlad, by Mako Cam. 347 words. Elphos stepped out of his carriage with a single retainer following. He glanced up at the ancient castle with annoyance before entering. "I am here for my audience with the king," he announced. "The king is not granting audiences," Brands, aide to the king, replied. "This is madness! We never see the king. We never see the heirs. The noble families don't know who they're marrying, but it's not any of us. Where is he?" "My family has served the royal family for generations. All within these walls are devoted and trustworthy servants. There are no misdeeds going on within these walls. They simply wish for privacy. We have the right to know who's governing us. You know who it is that sits on the throne. Danzadu Tepesh III. Are the roads not maintained? Are the borders not protected? Are the laws not upheld? To what do you complain, besides seeing your king face to face?" Elphos' jaw clenched, but he remained silent. "Now, you came to deliver a proposal, did you not? I will deliver it to His Majesty." He held out his hand. A thick leather envelope was roughly handed to him, and then Elphos turned and stormed out of the hall. Brands waited until he heard the carriage drive away before turning and heading up the stairs. He went to Dansadu's study. "What was the shouting about this time?" "No complaints about not getting an audience with you, Your Majesty." Vlad sighed. "You'd think they wouldn't mind so much when it's never happened in their or even their grandparents' lifetime. A hereditary complaint, it seems." Vance placed the envelope on the desk, then turned to leave. Upon reaching the door, he paused. "Have you considered passing on the crown? It used to be common to select an heir from the noble families." He scoffed. "It may have been, but I've ruled better these last few hundred years than anyone before me. They wouldn't know what to do with the power." He paused. "And I wouldn't know what to do with eternity." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. If you have any questions, Mako, don't hesitate to ask them. Alrighty-roo. I very much enjoyed this story. And it's always nice. I requested a Vlad story. It's always nice to get to read a story that you requested. Alrighty. It's also interesting because I would not say that the names were a problem in this story, to be clear. Out of all the stories with name issues, yours was not one of them. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that you stuck to your allotted 3. I guess, granted, that's interesting. Well, so technically, there are only 3 characters in the story. Elphos, Brands, and Vlad. Now, granted, Vlad does have 2 names, does have the Dansadu name. And Dansadu is the weirdest name in the story, but you do kind of balance it out because Vlad is a name that I think a lot of us will understand and be familiar with. So maybe if you did use a weirder name for instead of Vlad, maybe I would be complaining about it. But because you only have 3, Elphos and Dansadu are the weird names in there, I think that it was fairly easy to keep track of who was who. But what I do find interesting is that you don't often use weird fantasy names like Elphos. And so I did when I first started reading. I was like, Elphos? That's kind of like fantastical. This is odd of Mako. So I do find it interesting that on the stream where I'm calling out name problems. That's like the one story where you use a fantasy name. Anyways, I think you set things up pretty well, that we already get what is the emotion that Elphos is feeling. He's feeling annoyance. Why is he feeling annoyed? Maybe has something to do with his audience with the king. We quickly learn as the story goes on that he's annoyed that he doesn't get to see the king. So I think that works well to ask a question you're going to answer. I'm here for my audience of the king. Dynamic way to introduce what's going on. And then just having it straight up be, the king is not granting audiences all equally. It's a great way to do that little bit of exposition of, all right, here's the scene. He's here for his audience with the king. Here's the other half of the scene. The scene, he doesn't get it. He's not supposed to be able to have an audience with him. I think it works well of, and then you keep going. You add the next layer to it, which is we never see the king. It's not just the king isn't granting audiences today. The king is never granting audiences. So I like that. This line here got me confused because it reads like the noble families don't know who the noble families, are marrying, but it's not any of us. I think your intention was the noble families don't know who the heirs are marrying, which does work. I think it's just that classic problem of pronouns go back to the last named noun generally, and the last named noun was the noble families. And so I think saying, the noble families don't know who the heirs are marrying works better. Let's see, is there anything else you could do for that? I do wonder if you said, we don't know who they're marrying, but it's not any of us, or it's not any of the noble families. Maybe that would, It came. Oh, okay. I'll attend to that at the break. But, where was I? Oh yeah, the we might be clear that it's a different pronoun, like it's a different group that we're referring to, and so then we versus they is going to make it clear they're different groups, and then the they might harken back to the last name noun, which is the heirs. So this paragraph here, I'm not sure it's necessarily like bad or badly written. Well, I guess the one thing that I think could be written better is all within these walls are devoted and trustworthy servants. There are no misdeeds going on within these walls. So I think changing one of those within these walls to something else would make that read better. But other than that, my issue with this section is that it very much sounds like source, trust me, bro. That it's just like, my family has, like, we never see the king, we never see the heirs, we don't know who the heirs are marrying, where's the king? And I don't know how I didn't realize until now, there's no question mark there. And then my family has served the royal family for generations. Okay, that's not what I asked, but alright. All within these walls are devoted and trustworthy servants. Okay, not what I asked. There are no misdeeds going on in these walls. That seems more related, because there is an underlying accusation there of, like, is there something nefarious going on? Why can't we see him? So that does answer the question, but it just is like, trust me, bro, there's no misdeeds going on. And it's like, yeah, that is in no way enough. And then they simply wish for privacy. Like, that's fine, I guess, but it still is just like, I don't trust it, So, like, this, to me, feels like it should really inflame Elphos to just be like, yeah, like, my family has served the royal family for generations, and my family is trustworthy. It's like, of course you think that, you are part of the family, and if they weren't trustworthy, you wouldn't say that. And then, yeah, we're totally devoted and trustworthy. There are no misdeeds going on. It's like, gonna need some proof of that, my guy. Just saying, yeah, there's nothing wrong going on here is never enough for someone to believe that there's nothing wrong going on here. And so, granted, if you did make it clear there was something magical going on, I see the gif of these aren't the droids you're looking for. So come to think of it, if Brands did, like, wave his hand as he said this, or did something that seemed magical, that would make this paragraph work better, because it's like, oh, yes, it being a trust me bro line is intentional. But if this is meant to be a genuinely good argument, I don't think it is at all, and if anything, it's even more suspicious. So, I think that's fair to they have a right to know who's governing them. Now I do think that his next argument is a pretty good one, that it's just like, okay, so you want to see the king, are you saying you want to see the king because there's some problem? Like, it seems like you're saying there's some misdeeds going on, but have you seen any evidence of that? Like, the roads are maintained, the borders are protected, the laws are upheld. So, what's your problem? The only thing you really want is to see the king. So is that really such a big deal if everything else is great in the kingdom? And so I think that's a good argument because that is actually showing that there aren't misdeeds going on, and stuff. However, it does feel weird to me that that's enough. I do think that's a good argument, but it doesn't feel like enough to make someone walk away, especially because the previous argument was so bad. And so, or so, shady. And so, when he's like, yeah, you came to deliver a proposal, did you not? I was very much expecting Elphos to be like, I came to hand deliver it. I'm not giving it to you. Either I give it to the king directly, or he doesn't get it at all. So, it's not a huge deal for a short story, because I do recognize that if you had more words, you probably would have drawn it out more, and you just didn't have the words for it. And so, it's not a huge deal. I can accept that that was enough, because it was a good argument. But it definitely, when I read it, I'm kind of like, why aren't you going, I want to hand deliver it, I do think if you had something more than just, like, I do like the physical reaction here, and this is kind of meant to convey he has no argument against that, and I do like that. But I think if you had just a little bit more to convey, like, oh yeah, like, if there was something to convey that it's not just like, yeah, that's true, but I still want to see him, that it's just like, everything in the kingdom is actually absolutely fantastic. If it was like, no, my life is fantastic, actually. I don't think you have to say that exactly. But if there was just something to convey, it's like, no, that wasn't just a good argument, that was a great argument. That's super true. Like, I guess even a line like, Elphos' jaw clenched, but he remained silent. He was right. What did he have to complain about? Or, his life was some version of, like, his life was great. Did he really need to see the king face to face? Just something in there to convey, okay, that was enough to make him go, all right, you know what, I concede. I think that would be helpful. And then I did feel like Elphos was our viewpoint character here, and so I did imagine that we were going to follow Elphos as he walks away. So it was slightly jarring to completely leave his perspective, but I also don't think it's bad or badly written. Like, this story, ultimately, it seemed like it was yeah, I guess that's the thing, is it seemed like it was third limited because we're in his head, we're feeling his feelings. But I think you did mean it to be omniscient and just, being able to hop into somebody's head and feel their emotions and then come out of the head because it's omniscient, everything. So it does work, and there actually is a sense in which I kind of like that. I kind of like that the camera stays with Brands and we get to see what's going on in here. And I really like the ending. I definitely don't think, I would not suggest staying with Elphos over the ending that you have. But there was like a slight moment of jarringness that we didn't follow Elphos. So I do wonder if there's some kind of transition that you could have done there, that instead of going like, Elphos turned and stormed out of the hall, Brands did this thing. That, maybe something like, Elphos roughly handed him the envelope and stormed out of the hall. Brands observed the red envelope. I don't know, maybe that would still have the same problem. I'm just trying to think how you could make it go. Elphos first does the thing to Brands holding the thing. Like, you actually have a great transitional image here of there's an envelope being handed to someone, and so that's a great image to use to switch the perspective. To like, all right, I'm handing off the envelope and the perspective of the story. So I'm just trying to think, okay, how can you use that, you know? Because, so this line is in passive voice. This part of the line is in passive voice. A thick leather envelope was roughly handed to him. You're not saying Elphos, the subject, handed it to him. You're saying it was handed somehow, somewhere by someone. Now, this is a case where the passive voice works. I don't think it's a problem to use it here, but that could potentially be a way to, like, removing the passive voice could be a way to get that transition in there, potentially. That showing, okay, here's Elphos doing the action, and now here's Bran's doing an action. I wonder, let's see, would it sound weird to say Bran's watched Elphos turn and storm out of the hall? That Bran's, Elphos roughly handed a thick leather envelope to him, and Bran's watched him storm out of the hall. I think that's it. I think that would work, because that would be, okay, Elphos did the action, now we're, Elphos is storming out, but, hey, reader, we're staying with Bran's watching him storm out of the hall. Bran's waited. You know, I think that would work quite well. And then I do think Vlad has a very fair point here of like, if it hasn't happened in your lifetime, your parents' lifetime, or your grandparents' lifetime, yeah, that's probably not going to happen to you. You're probably not going to be the one special boy with the golden ticket. That would be hilarious, though, if he created some kind of golden ticket program where, like, one lucky citizen gets to meet him. So yeah, I think he makes a really good point there, and that's a really interesting perspective to get at the end, where we're kind of with Elphos for a lot of the story, being like, yeah, why don't we get to see him? And then when he's like, nobody gets to see me, even your grandpa didn't get to see me. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. And then I think that this works well, that it makes sense as something that Brands might ask. And this is a great response. I absolutely love this last line here of, they wouldn't know what to do with the power and I wouldn't know what to do with eternity. It does feel true that a lot of people wouldn't know what to do with that kind of power, and you already established, yeah, he's not being arrogant here. He is a good king. He is doing his job. And so I think that's great. And knowing Vlad, I especially love that last bit of, I wouldn't know what to do with eternity, that I have seen at least some of that angst around that. And so it's like, this is what, going back to the title, this is what keeps him busy for eternity. And it's a win-win. They get a good king, he gets something to do. And I think that, in a way, like, goes into that hope aspect of the challenge. So I think that's really cool. Now, I should have asked this earlier. This should have been the first thing I asked, but, so what did you guys, it's not explained why he's immortal, or even explicitly stated for 100% sure that's what's going on here. I mean, I guess maybe eternity alone is enough to go, he's some kind of immortal, so never mind. But what did you think he was? How do you think, he has access to eternity? And did you feel like that needed to be explained more? Did you feel like just kind of the twist of, oh, this is somebody who's immortal? Was that perfectly fine for you, or were you thrown off by that? Did you need more than that? And it's kind of interesting because me knowing the story, my immediate thought upon reaching the end was like, that was really good. I really enjoyed that. But people don't know he's a vampire, and I guess part of it was like, I also wasn't sure if it was a kingdom of vampires. I have asked Mako about that, and I know now that's not a problem. They'll all talk about that. But yeah, so we don't know that he's a vampire, let alone do we know he's Dracula. Now, you do have a pretty good clue that he's Dracula, if you know anything about Dracula, that his last name is Tepesh and his first name is Vlad. So maybe I'm worried over nothing. Maybe pretty much everybody got, yeah, this is Dracula. He's Vlad. He's Vlad Dracula Tepes. That's why he's immortal. He's a vampire. So, in which case, that's fine. But yeah, so my immediate thought when I reached the end was like, oh no, you don't, convey or give any hints that this is a vampire. So, I feel like newcomers will be confused. But, I don't know that that's the case. Maybe it totally works as a twist, and or maybe people totally got that he's Dracula. So, yeah, what's the situation there? My other question was going to be, if this is a kingdom of vampires, what's the problem? Why would he not just be like, yeah, you all are vampires, you're immortal. I too am a vampire. I'm also immortal. I will be your king forever. But I did ask Mako, and he said that it's like one vampire to every 100 humans. So that does make more sense as to why he, has to hide himself. But the other question that comes up is, why can't he just have different looks? Why can't he just switch up his looks a little bit? Is that not enough? Would everybody still be like, that is the same guy? Or would they be able to go, he looks like the last guy because he's the last guy's son. That's how genetics works, But I feel like, if he has long hair and beard and a mustache, for a bit, and then he has short hair and no facial hair for a bit, like, you could look different enough, and then you could just switch up those things accordingly over the years. And I get, if it's millennia, you're probably gonna run out of looks, but I feel like you could at least do it at first. So I'm wondering why he hasn't seemed to do that. I do also kind of wish that you used a, what is it, anagram? Yeah, anagram. That you used an anagram of Dracula for his name. But yes. Let's see what folks have been saying. Fair question. I guess I just want to know if people thought it was coherent. I definitely did. People, did you think it was coherent? Does it all feel like one piece? I think it does. Like I said, maybe a better transition in the middle would be nice, but I do think it still feels like one piece. There is no war in Bossing Say. Totally those vibes. They were originally going to be more of Elfos leveling accusations and suspicion on the king and the royal family, but couldn't figure out what, and I had other story stuff to write. Fair. Apparently we're in the Grimace spirit, because we almost unlocked all of them. Let me fix that. I'm feeling quite Grimace given today. Thank you so much, writer. Thank you so much, everybody. I haven't even been paying proper attention. So, is that the right amount? Is that... Yeah, somebody confirm. But that's fantastic if so. Thank you all so much. Alright. I'm a reader. I research stuff for fun. I mean, whenever I come out with some esoteric knowledge. Fair. Yes, that is kind of the one of the best routes to go, is to give context clues inside the narrative of if there's a word that people might not know, then yeah, just you can use it. Just give them context clues as to what that is. Of course, it depends on the word and depends on the words you have in a case like this. But that is a top tier thing to do, is just use it, but explain it somehow, or give some kind of clue. Yeah, there's no way of knowing what words a reader will not know, but there absolutely are words that I think most people recognize are unfamiliar words. Now, I think I started by saying, like, if you knew what cat pride meant and you totally thought it was as familiar to others as feline and canine, that's totally valid, that's totally fair. But I feel like with a word, like, usually, if I were to, I now know that word, and so if I were to write a goat-like character, I would be able to go, huh, like, I didn't know that word until recently. I feel like a lot of people aren't going to know that word. Let's not use it. You know, or like, I might know the word mellifluous and think it's fun, and like that's a super pretty fun word rhythm wise to use, but I'm totally aware that not a lot of people know the word mellifluous, and so I can I can go, okay, am I going to use it and explain it? Am I going to use this knowledge to know I probably shouldn't use it, or am I going to just use it and let people and let people not know it or look it up, you know? So yes, you never know what words a reader will or will not know, but there absolutely are some words that like are less known, and I think it's pretty easy to tell that some words are less known. Let's see. Okay, so Wolf got Dracula. It sounds like Sam Weller did too. I am a completely different man. Rolls a nat 20 on deception. Seems legit. That's a good question. Does he have vampire spells? Can he cast a spell on the populace or on his own image to make him unrecognizable? No, I wasn't saying do Alucard. Carl Uda, that's fun. I actually wrote one down. Let me go find that. I hope I sent it. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I just was like, okay, can I figure one out that sounds like a name that isn't Dracula? And the one I came up with was this. So it's Caldrow. It still is funky, but I think you can be like, yeah, that's a name. And I think there are other ways that you can rearrange it, like Carl Uda, that work, you know, so... Sure, much like you can only rearrange your hair and your head hair and your facial hair so many times and before people get suspicious. Same thing with the name. You can only rearrange the letters in your name so many times before people get suspicious. But I do think he could do it several times, especially if you add Vlad Tepes in there. If you have Vlad Dracula Tepes to work with, or you just rearrange Vlad Tepes, like, the world's kind of your oyster. It's better than Dr. Acula. That's great. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Writer of Thought. Everything is unlocked, Wolf says. Yay! Exciting. Oh, alrighty. Thank you so much for submitting, Mako. Let us go on to Aerith's story. Garden Among the Stars, Shadows of the Precursors, Jaren Whitestone, by Aerith, 339 words. The bluish-skinned alien, Sharamore, that had sought transportation on their starship hauler, gestured with his 3 fingers in a manner suggesting thoughtfulness. Time and fate have forced my hand. That didn't exactly explain what he meant by being from a royal lineage. So you're some sort of exiled ruler? Jaren Whitestone asked. Not exactly, Sharamore said. Some of my people think I should rule as their king. But no, I didn't come to topple governments on my home world. Others think me some criminal, but the only crime I've committed is telling the truth. I'm going to face my fate. I'm going to the end of things. Even if Jaren Whitestone couldn't read the alien's mind, he could sense enough what the alien was really implying. You're going there to die, aren't you? Jaren said, his brow furrowed at this realization. That is the fate of almost all living things. It's not a question of if or even when, but of why, of what it will mean. And what will it all mean? To some, I'll be a criminal, justly executed. To others, a martyr, dying for what he believes in, maybe more. You see, that is what it means to be of my lineage. Not to be a king, but to stand for what you believe in, for justice, for compassion, for hope. I've been swept up by history, by the needs of my people, and now my story finally come to its close. Jaren and Sharamore sat in silence and waited. Jaren asked finally. Are you scared? Yes, Sharamar replied. But I've made my peace with my path in life. My people need me, so I must go. When they arrived, the alien guardsmen arrested Sharamar and led him away. One of them offered credits as a reward to Jaren. He just looked down at the silvery credits, turned away, and left without a reward. He didn't mention the credits to the crew of their starship hauler either. Sometimes the choice itself is its own reward. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Alright, so this story is very interesting. So, this was one of the stories that I did feel like didn't quite fulfill the prompt, but I still let through. And one of the reasons that, aside from just in general, I've been letting them through lately, is that I felt like this story, and in some ways the fact that I felt like it didn't fulfill the prompt, would make for particularly interesting discussion. So I want to hear what you guys in the chat thought about this story. And then I want either Aerith to post his explanation for his reasoning behind the story, or I will just read the explanation you gave over in council to people if you're okay with that. Because to me, reading it without the explanation, I got an entirely different vibe. And then once I got the explanation, I was like, oh, I get what you're going for. Unfortunately, I don't think that really comes through, though. Thank you for the cheers, Himeko and Magistrate. Alright, so this story is very interesting because I think that, and feel free in the chat to say what you thought, but I think you can tell that there is a lot of depth behind the story, but ultimately you don't actually get us into the depth. That you're kind of it kind of feels like we're on the surface, sort of staring into the waters, and we know that the waters go for a long while. However, we can't actually reach down there. We don't actually know what's down there, and we can't get there, if that makes sense. The beginning here, describing Sharamar, is interesting because I think it's a good description, and I think it's a striking description. It gives me quite a strong image, so I know exactly what to imagine here, at least in some regards. However, especially starting with it, it immediately puts a distance between us and Sharamar, because none of us are blue-skinned aliens, and none of us have 3 fingers, and so you're already alienating us from Sharamar. And I think that actually does the story a disservice in the long run. And so I think potentially not describing what he looks like or waiting until later in the story to describe what he looks like would have benefited the story more. Because I think that the wanting him to be clearly good and relatable is more important than what he looks like, if that makes sense. Let's see. I guess I'll just start going into kind of the critique first. So we start with time and fate have forced my hand. Okay, that's interesting. That causes us to have questions of like, okay, how have time and fate forced your hand? What are you going to do because of it? What does this mean? Okay, but he said he was from a royal lineage. Okay, so does that mean you're some sort of exiled ruler? Is that how time and fate have forced your hand? Not exactly. Some of my people think I should rule as a king, but I didn't come to topple governments on my home world. So that kind of makes us go, okay, so either he's not a king, but some people think that he is. Or he is, but people think he is in a way that he isn't. And I think part of what confuses this is that he apparently said, we didn't hear it directly, but he said that he's from a royal lineage. And so I take that at face value and go, okay, he's from a royal lineage. At least he thinks so. And so then when he's like, some people think that I should rule as their king, but I didn't come to topple governments. That already creates some question and confusion because I'm going, okay, are you a king or aren't you? And you yourself said you're from a royal lineage, so what's the problem? What's the problem that you have with ruling as a king? And then others think me some criminal. Okay, like, that's interesting. Why did they think that? What was your crime? The only crime I've committed is telling the truth. I think you intended this to be genuine and good. The problem is, like, I can give you a very direct example that I encountered recently, that in Hazbin Hotel, in one of the episodes, Vox is saying really mean things about the hotel, and Lucifer comes to kind of try to stop him. And Vox immediately is able to spin it and go, oh my gosh, you're trying to silence me? But all I'm doing is speaking the truth. I'm just a poor little cult leader rallying the people to do bad things. I'm only speaking the truth. So, like, a lot of people, that he doesn't say all the rest of it, but, you know, that's how I'm saying it, that a lot of people who are genuinely bad people with bad goals in mind use this phrasing of, I'm only speaking the truth. And so immediately, like, A, it's vague, and I don't know, you know, what the truth is that he said. He's not explaining himself. And B, that's a common phrasing for people who are actually doing bad things. And so immediately that makes me go, I'm starting to be on the side of people who think you're a criminal. Can you please explain what the truth is? Can you please explain more? And he doesn't. And so I start on an opposing side, right? And then I'm going to face my fate. I'm going to face the end of things. So I like the phrasing end of things no matter what it refers to. I think that's poetic and interesting. Considering this is a fantasy story, or not fantasy, considering this is a sci-fi story, and considering that I was just watching Doctor Who this week, when I read the end of things, I thought that he was saying, I'm going to go to the end of the universe. And I was like, ooh, we're on a trip to the end of the universe? That's cool as heck. And then Jairin is like, no, you're gonna die. It's like, okay, I guess the end of things can convey someone's gonna die, but in a way it feels a little overly poetic to convey, I'm gonna go die now. Guess I'll die. Because I guess part of it is that I'm going to conveys I'm going to a place rather than I'm going to do a thing, you know? Like, I'm going to end things versus I'm going to the end of things. This is not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things, but that was a little moment of where I was thinking something different than you intended, if that makes sense. And I do think it's interesting that you bring up, like, yeah, he can read his mind, but he doesn't actually need to get what's going on here. That's kind of a fun mention. I probably, because I've mentioned similar things in other stories, I probably should mention, you don't have to mention that Jairin reads his mind, because that's kind of a big deal, and it doesn't come up again. It's inoffensive, it's not really a problem, and it's intriguing, I think, in a neutral way. However, I am going to say that you should have used your words in a different way, and so that could be something to potentially get some words out of, if that makes sense. I like the little action of his brow furrowing. I think that's great. Okay, so Jairin says you're going to die, and it's like, oh, okay, so that's a new element. And already things are quite vague, because we have, okay, so he has said that he's from a royal lineage. He says that some people think he should rule as a king, but he hasn't come to do that, even though he is from a royal lineage. Other people think he's a criminal. They think he's a criminal because he's told the truth, okay? And he's gonna go die. I'm not knowing how to put the pieces together yet. I don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. I don't really know what's happening here, but I'm definitely intrigued. So let's keep reading. That's the fate of almost all living things. That feels like an unhelpful comment, because I'm sitting here going like, ooh, okay, so like here's the pieces I have. All right, new piece is gonna go die. Interesting. Yeah, everybody dies. It's like, that wasn't the question, you know? That the question was, Why are you intentionally going to die? Yeah, we get that everybody dies, but, you know, that's not really what's important here. Now, he does bring it back around by saying, everybody's gonna die. It's not a question of if or when, but of why, of what it would mean. Okay, so now we're back on track. So now, that's what we're all wondering. What is your death going to mean? Yeah, so what is all this about? All this stuff about being the king, being a criminal, but you're gonna die. It seems like you going to die will be the thing that ties everything together. So yeah, why are you going to die? I'm asking this too, Jairin. What will it all mean? And instead of saying, here's what it will mean, to me, here's the importance, here's what it actually means, he says, well, to the people who think I'm a criminal, they'll continue thinking I'm a criminal, and they'll think it was just. To the people who think I'm a king, they'll think that I'm a martyr dying for what he believes in. But that's what it means to be of my lineage. What do you mean that's what it means? You said people will think things. So people thinking things is what it will mean to be part of your lineage? I don't get it. Being a martyr, are you from a lineage of martyrs? Are you from a lineage of criminals? Are you from a lineage of martyr criminals? Like, I'm not getting the meaning here. And not to be a king, but to stand for what you believe in. For justice, for compassion, for hope. Nothing you've said seems like standing for what you believe in, standing for compassion or justice or hope. That is not conveyed. You have only said some people see you criminal, some people see you as king, and you're gonna die. None of that tells me why and how you're standing for what you believe in, for justice, compassion, or hope, or what your lineage is and how that's related. I've been swept up by history, but the needs of my people and now my story will finally come to its close. What are the needs of your people, and how is you dying meeting them? I still don't understand. Are you scared? I like that question. I think that's a great question to ask, because yeah, someone's going to die here. Totally fair question to ask. And I do like that the answer is, yeah, I am scared, but I've made my peace. I do think that's interesting. My people need me, so I must go. Same thing as before. Okay, they need you. Why do they need you, and why is dying going to provide what they need? And then we have the ending with the credits, and I will talk about, once we talk about what you intended, I do think knowing what you intended, this is pretty cool, and we'll talk about that. But before I knew what you intended, I go, okay, so they're gonna arrest him. I guess because the alien guardsmen are some of the people that think he's a criminal. One of them offered credits as a reward to Jairin. He just looked down at the silvery credits, turned away, and left without a reward. Okay, so on the one hand, maybe you can kind of guess, like, oh, I don't think he should be arrested, so I'm not going to... I've heard him out now, and I actually don't think he should be arrested, so I'm not going to take that reward. But that would work better without the last line, because the last line is, well, sometimes the choice is its own reward. And so that seems like, oh yeah, it's all happy ending. But if it's like, oh no, it's actually bad that he's arrested, I don't like that happened, I cannot accept a reward for helping out with this bad thing, that feels odd to be like, yeah, the choice is its own reward. And maybe your intention there was to go, he chose not to accept the reward, and that's the reward, that it's like, it would, I did a bad, actually, and not accepting the reward is my reward. But I guess if it is that, it feels kind of arrogant to be like, oh no, I did something bad by getting him arrested, how terrible, he's gonna go die, I can't accept this money. I'm a great person for not accepting that money. Wow, what a great reward. You know? So that feels a little odd. So I think that this bit could work better on its own. If you more strongly convey what was going on, like, are they bounty hunters and he doesn't accept the reward? Like, why does he make this decision not to accept the reward? Making it clear, no, I'm realizing it was actually bad that he's arrested. I can't accept this. You know, whatever your intention was, making that more clear would be helpful. And then maybe potentially just removing that last line would be helpful. I think maybe ending here at he just looked down at the silvery credits, turned away, and left without a reward. I think I probably would have understood that more clearly, more quickly, of just like, oh, okay, like he realized he did something bad and he can't accept this. That would make a lot more sense. But then going, yeah, the choice itself is its own reward. Which choice? The choice not to accept the money? Some other choice you made, like the choice you made to arrest Sharamore, the choice you made to give him passage, the choice you made to maybe let him go now. Like, what is the choice here, and why is it rewarding? You know. So let me now. Oh, well, I was gonna say let me now read Aerith's explanation, but an ad's incoming, so we will do that after the ad. All right. Okay, so I was gonna try to think about stealing words and what I might write about for that. Could maybe write about Lanai not letting Savion talk, but I don't know if that works because he is able to talk a lot at that time. Maybe it could be a cute sort of like Jinx again sort of situation where it's like, that's what I was gonna say. I don't know. Yeah, that one I might have to think more on my own time about what I'd write for my characters. I'm not immediately certain. A hole in... Oh, wait, is the ad coming? Did it get skipped? I'm gonna hope that we're okay. So a hole in the ocean. So personally, I'm not, well, let's see, how do I describe this? So what it conveys is just, is just what it says, that like, here's your ocean and there's some kind of hole in it. And so whether it be like there's a hole that's draining the ocean, or there's a hole that has been there for eons and it's okay, it's not draining anything, it's always been there, that maybe someone's discovering, or maybe it's a hole that leads to some mythical land, or some magma land, or some lost river like in Subnautica, that kind of thing. So I think it's one of those prompts that it's like, that's a cool image, but it's highly specific, and so it doesn't really speak to me. That it's like, I guess it's like, if I read a story about a hole in the ocean, I'd be like, oh, that's neat, you know, I like Subnautica, that there's a story, maybe you could consider that a hole in the ocean, and I like that story. But as a prompt, it doesn't really speak to me much at all, because like, I don't, in my universe, which I always write about, I don't have a hole in the ocean as like a part of a specific part of the story. And so I would need to jerry-rig some hole into the ocean. And like, you can't really take that in any other way. Like, it's, I guess you could take it as like, there's something big and vast that there's a hole in. So maybe I could work with that a bit better, where it's like, this thing is like there being a hole in the ocean. Like, it kind of makes me think of, in Marx's universe, Matt, and how his power supply, his magical power supply is like an ocean, and so it's like, maybe you could do it that, use that, you know, with this prompt. But yeah, like, feel free, guys, to let me know what you think about this prompt, and if you also think it's specific, do you actually think it's too specific? Do you think it's, like, veto-worthy specific? I'm not certain I'd go so far as to say it's veto-worthy, but I would put it on the table, I guess, that it is that specific. So it's like, yeah, if somebody had the idea for a story about a hole in the ocean, I would really enjoy that. Do I necessarily want to write about a hole in the ocean myself? Not necessarily, if that makes sense. Yeah, a hole in the ocean sounds more like a title than a prompt to me. Good point. A hole in the ocean's weirdly giving me Empress Teresa flashbacks. I don't think I know about Empress Teresa. I wonder if a hole in the depths would work any better. I do think that would work better, because depths isn't as specific as ocean. Depths is just like, it could be a hole in the depths of your psyche, in the depths of your emotion, in the depths of your love for someone, in the depths of the underground, you know, that it's like, you make a hole to get to the underground, and then there's a hole in the underground. So yeah, I think a hole in the depths would work a lot better for me. Okie dokie. But going back to the story, Aerith has posted the explanation as requested. So, in Jesus' time, the Messiah was expected to be a political leader, one who would overthrow the Romans and restore the lineage of King David, ruling as a new Jewish king. Jesus decidedly rejected this path in his life, going so far as to quiet shush those who called him the Son of God during his ministry and life on earth, instead calling himself the Son of Man, thus identifying with his humanity over glory and rulership. This is sometimes called the Messianic secret by theologians. Jesus hides his kingship, not just being born in a manger, but during his life, because the idea people had around him was that a kingly Messiah would overthrow Roman rule and rule as a king. And Jesus instead follows the path of the cross with a crown of thorns, and being mockingly titled as a king of the Jews as he dies. Essentially, he takes a path that separates earthly political kingship from spiritual kingship, one of sacrifice on the cross. Sharamore in this story is like Jesus at the end of his journey. The ship is his Garden of Gethsemane, hence the title, Garden Among the Stars, facing the end of his life. His people see him as a kingly Messiah, but like Jesus, he refuses and states he isn't there to topple governments, but to stand for love, compassion, and hope. He is afraid, but stands firm in his choice. He chooses a hidden kingship, going to his death, and Jaren's choice to accept payment for delivering him to the authorities echoes Judas' silver coins payment for betraying Jesus. Though Jaren refuses to offer the payment, understanding what Sharamore is really doing for his people. Sorry if this is all too much to express in one small piece like I did. Realize how I just have a real love of biblical stories, even though I no longer really feel I qualify as a Christian. My respect for the beauty of the faith and its meanings have never really left me. So I think that's very sweet. Like, I as a Christian, like, generally when I hear from people who have left the faith, they are full-on antagonistic towards you know, the Bible and stuff, so it's really refreshing to hear somebody not just be neutral about it, but even be like, I still have love for these stories, even if I don't really believe anymore. So I think that's very heartwarming to me. And the fact that you chose to write a Jesus allegory when you're not even a Christian myself in general warms my heart. I think that's really cool and neat. So yeah, so folks, did you get the allegory before Aerith said it? And if you did, how did you get it? If you didn't, do you have any idea why you didn't? All I can say is that I 100% didn't, and I don't think I ever would if you hadn't told me, unfortunately. And so I think the thing is, it all kind of just goes back to what I was saying, that it is not clear what all of this means to him, to Sharamore. And so, like, I think that if, like, almost everything that Sharamore says focuses on what other people think. I think if the whole story was mostly, or if not completely, talking about what Sharamore thinks, what the meaning is to him, what he's going to do, why he thinks dying will accomplish it, I think that would really work. But just saying, well, some people think I'm a king and some people think I'm a criminal. Yes, that's totally true of Jesus, and understanding that this was meant to be a Jesus allegory, I can understand better where the hidden part comes in, where it's like, I'm not choosing a outward topple government's kingship, I'm choosing a more hidden kingship. But the problem is you don't actually go into the hidden kingship and what that means in the story. Because it's just like, I'm from a royal lineage. Some people think I'm a king, and some people don't. And it's kind of like, okay, so are you or are you not? And he doesn't tell us that. But he does say, this is what it means to be of my lineage, to stand for hope. Okay, that's cool. That's great, bro. But what does that mean? How is what you're doing standing for hope? You know? That by the end, unfortunately, I'm not even sure Sharamore is good, let alone everything that you said. Especially because this is such a strong element of, such a strong, I don't know what the word that I'm missing is, but a strong nod to him potentially not being good. And so, yes, so like this is something that happened with Jesus, and I do think that's really cool to have it be an allegory and to think about the sort of things of some people think I'm a criminal, some people think I'm a king. But for this particular story and conveying what you want to convey, what you really need to convey is what Sharamore thinks and why he's doing what he's doing, not what other people think, if that makes sense. Because as is, like, you know, Jesus died to save the world. And sure, not everybody understood that that's what this was about. And even people he, like, talked about it with didn't understand what it was about. So I can kind of understand maybe it would be difficult to try to get whatever your reason for Sharamore was in there properly. But I do think an attempt would be helpful here. But yeah, when we read the Bible, we know, you know, why Jesus is going to die, what the purpose is, even if people during his time didn't get it at all. And so, as is, unfortunately, reading this, I'm just kind of like, I can't tell if you're actually going to do something that provides hope and what your people need, or if you're a suicidal maniac. Like, both options seem very on the table right now. Which is really unfortunate, and knowing what your intention was with the story. So I think what you were going for is super duper cool, and I appreciate it on a personal level. But I also, unfortunately, don't think it came through in the story. And the other thing is that I find it interesting that you say that this is like his Garden of Gethsemane, because, and maybe like you're trying to convey more of like, it's the moment of arrest, like it's, you know, Judas hands him over, it's a moment of arrest. So if that is the intent, that works better for me. But when you refer to the Garden of Gethsemane among Christians, Christians are going to think of the scene where he sweats blood and thinks, let this cup pass from me. And I think, unfortunately, this is a, how do I phrase it? This doesn't even scratch the surface of that emotion. This doesn't even get close to that. And so I think it totally works for, well, maybe not totally works, but like, I think it does convey the vibes of like the moment that he's arrested. And if that's what you're going for, I think it's totally fine. But if you're going for the true Garden of Gethsemane moment that a lot of us Christians would think of, I don't think it gets there at all, personally. Like, just saying, are you scared? Yeah, but my people need me. It was a lot more intense for Jesus. Like, Sharamore feels very resigned. He feels very like, yep, I know what I'm doing, and, like, I'm gonna do it. But for Jesus, he was like, please, I don't want to do this. This is going to be beyond horrible. Please, God, take this away from me. But I love humanity, and so if you can't take this away from me, if I have to do it, I will do it. But boy, I don't want to. And I definitely don't get those vibes from this story, if that was your intention. So I don't think that you needed to convey that. I think the resigned tone totally works for the story and the character. So that would just be another thing to add. But basically, I think that if you'd gone for what, just kind of conveying what you're saying of like, hey, he's going to die for his people, and you know, I don't know if it is the same salvation sort of thing for Sharamore, or if you had some different reason, but whatever his reason was, just going into that, I think would be helpful. And what does he think he is, and what does he think he's doing? I think if you just convey that more, that would fix most, if not all, of the issues. But just addressing the fact that if you wanted it to be that take this cup from me moment, I think you'd really have to change the story a lot. I think you'd have to do something pretty different to get to the garden moment, if that makes sense. But let's see what folks have been saying. So Era said, "You're very right, though. Jiren is very much a glancing observer, not privy to the deeper truth himself. So I think if I really wanted to dig into this, I should have used a more connected character, perhaps. But yeah, you do have an in, though. He can read minds." So you could have him, like, I don't know exactly how you do it, but you could have him read his mind and thus convey the info to the reader, even if Jiren doesn't get it. You know, you could, yeah, show the reader what's in his head, what he thinks he's doing, and have Jiren still be confused, if that makes sense. I can see how the ending would be confusing. The ending was both Jiren's choice to not be rewarded and Sharamore's choice to go to his death. Their importance was in the choice they made and what it means for each of them. And again, I can see I'm too vague perhaps as well. Yeah, I didn't say it before, but I did kind of get that the choice itself is his own reward with that general language, that you were trying to convey both choices. Yeah, I think it's just that, like, it works for Sharamore. I don't know, you know, I guess it works, caveat with Sharamore. I get that Sharamore is making this really important choice, and that is its reward to him. That was conveyed. But I also don't fully understand the choice or why it's a reward, and so there's a little bit of something missing there. And then with Jiren, it sounds kind of weird to be like, yeah, I chose not to take the money. I'm great. You know, it sounds a little odd for his case. But yeah, I didn't actually say, like, knowing this is meant to be a reference to the 30 pieces of silver, I love your mention of them being silvery, and I do think it's neat to kind of have the opposite of what happened in the Bible happen here, of like, this is somebody who's actually doing the right thing. Now, granted, I don't think the comparison is fully there, because it doesn't seem like he betrayed him. It doesn't seem like he was a disciple of Sharamore and knew him well and then decided to betray him. It seems like he's just a passerby in all of this. Seems more like, not exactly, but more like Pilate, you know? And so, I like that he refuses it, but it also is, I guess, less, has less meaning than it would be if Judas refused, if that makes sense. Your metaphor about the depths of the water was an excellent metaphor here for the strengths and weaknesses of the story. Oh, I'm glad that worked. But yeah, so to return to that, I see that on the surface, you know, Sharamore is going to die, and I see that he thinks it's going to have some sort of meaning. And I see that people think he's a criminal, people think that he is a king. But I can't get into the depth of, okay, what is it actually going to mean, especially for Sharamore specifically. Sort of thing. Yeah. Plot twist, Sharamore's actually just his world's Edward Snowden living in exile after divulging government secrets. Nice. Aw. Wolf says, yeah, Gethsemane makes me actually cry. And Pilot is a very good analogy. Nice. Yeah, I'm just kind of skipping over the first Teresa stuff because I don't think I get it. um. Um. Dessa says the story is clearly an allegory homage to Jesus. I I would definitely disagree strongly that it's clear, because I'm a Christian who thinks about Jesus every week, if not every day, and I didn't get it. So I don't think we can say, oh, it's clear. But it may have been clear to you, and that's totally fine and fair and good if it was clear to you. But I don't think it was clear in general. Alright, or I think the closest thing that my universe has to a hole in it is an area of maps that remains uncharted because it's just where the antagonist came from. Nice. Yeah, that would work, especially if that's a place in the ocean. Now I'm thinking of Voyage of the Dawn Treader, where you have that, you know, land in the mist and stuff like that. Right, or what if the character thinks he's a Messiah figure but isn't actually? Would that still work for a Jesus allegory, or would the idea that the character is mistaken not qualify? So I feel like there's multiple sides to this. So just question one is just on a basic level for the story, would it work if he thinks he's a Messiah figure but isn't? I think that totally would work. I don't know that we need to know, oh, he's wrong, you know. I just need to know the significance of what he's doing, or at least what he thinks he's doing. I don't need to know if he's right or not. If he's right or not doesn't really change anything. I just need to know the significance to him. Would it still work for a Jesus allegory? That's hard to say, because, like, I think, you know, I just needed more clarity in the story in general to get the Jesus allegory. And so I could see it going either way. I could see it being like, yeah, I see the Jesus allegory. It just turns out that this guy was wrong about it. Or I could see it being like, well, he's wrong, and then see that as like ruining the allegory, or that being enough to make me not get the allegory, even if it was clear throughout. So it could go either way on that. For the story, I think it'd be fine if he is mistaken, you know. But yes, so I had quite a few critiques for the story, but I hope that my I hope that it was helpful. I hope my discussion of the story was helpful and interesting, and yeah, I do think this is a very creative and interesting story, and I do wish that I had understood the allegory sooner and stuff. But I think you were going for something really awesome with this one that I really admire. It's unfortunate that it didn't entirely come through, if that makes sense. Mako says, I didn't get the intention either, I assume, about the allegory to Jesus. Clarity and having clues don't always equate to each other. Good point. Yeah, there are absolutely clues in there, like the fact that some people think he should rule as a god, some people think he's a criminal. Those are totally clues and stuff. I mean, and the dying, like, a lot of it's clues, but clues don't necessarily create 100% for sure clarity. I think that's a great way to put it. Your discussion of the story was very, very helpful. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. It was, I think, very much a love letter to Christianity in a lot of ways. A flawed letter, but a letter nonetheless. Yes, for sure. And I think that's really sweet. Okie dokie. So I forgot to ask for questions prior, so I'm just gonna go to the questions now and probably just pick my favorite out of what you guys have submitted for a Christmas midstream question. Oh yeah, I see two explicitly Christmassy questions, and it sounds like the two can be combined. So let's just grab both of those. think I'm just gonna copy over both questions and read them both. And thank you guys for submitting these. Oh, I'm glad you like the background. So most of the backgrounds I got from Waifu Streams, who made the overlays that I've been using lately. Most of them are just like one color, maybe plaid. And that's kind of boring for a scene like this where you're mostly seeing the background. But I actually did get another one that I haven't shown off much at all except for this background. That's just like a blue clouds one that kind of matches my constellation ones that I had before. So I checked the backgrounds on the other ones that I had, and I was like, oh, that's actually a scene. That's not just a blank color. So I'll totally use that. And it also, I feel like it's fairly Christmassy. You can kind of think of it like the Star of Bethlehem, or think of the clouds as snow, perhaps. You know, I think it works. So glad you like it too. Okay, so what makes a Christmas story Christmassy? That's from Sam Weller. And then from Ryder. So I watched the musical Meet Me in St. Louis as a Christmas movie, even though it takes place for a whole year. Can a story that isn't explicitly about Christmas be a Christmas story? So I think you can just kind of do both. What makes a Christmas story Christmassy? And can a story that isn't explicitly about Christmas be a Christmas story? So there you go. There are your questions. Let's go over here, and then we go to the BRB, and then we let that. Oh yeah. Oh oh. Oh yeah. Oh no. Is that enough? Hopefully, you're just barely on there. Hopefully that works. All right. Yeah, unfortunately we are late. So we're already late, so I don't think I can do the bonus fifth, unfortunately. Alright. I don't know if I need an okay on if the thing is visible before I go. Well, we're getting answers, so I guess we're fine. So here are your questions, I think. I will see you in a little bit. I live. Oh, Christmas cats. Okay. Here we go. We'll see if I can hold back, but I will try to make this shorter because we've got a lot of stories to get through. And I will say in advance, I apologize if my comments are not as good for going forward because I'm already tired. All right. Christmas stories like pornography. I know it when I see it. So you're saying it's vibes? You're saying there is no rubric? It's just like, yeah, I'll tell you when I see it. Right, Earl. I know a lot of people watch The Wizard of Oz as a Christmas movie, or Babes in Toyland. Neither are explicitly about Christmas, but something about the colorfulness and the good message, although I think in Babies in Toyland, it's just, don't be a bad person. So it could be the message, the colors, the music, or just the nostalgia of wanting it in a Christmas sitting. I guess your second answer is not a continuation of your first. But that's very interesting. I don't know that I've heard that. I mean, I don't know anything about Babies in Toyland, but that sounds Christmassy. The title sounds Christmassy. Toyland seems like a Christmassy idea. There you go. Well, I think Die Hard proves a movie can be a Christmas movie, even if it's not about Christmas. It just happens to take place during it. Mm-hmm. Decoy. For me, Christmas must be somewhat central to the plot for it to be a Christmas film. So Die Hard, yes. Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Great Escape, no. Despite watching them around Christmas time. Well, what is your argument that Die Hard is central to the plot? Or that Christmas is central to Die Hard's plot? Because I would say that Die Hard definitely takes place around Christmas, but I'd say that it could take place at any point in the year and be the same story. So what makes you think it's central to the plot? Mako's was a continuation. Whoops. But I think a movie needs a few ingredients to be Christmassy. Die Hard does have, in some amounts, though too weak and not enough of them, and it's not Christmassy. Taking place during Christmas for one, snow, or at least being set in winter, a focus on family and or caring for other people, general concepts of spreading peace, generosity, and love. The writer says, I don't think snow/winter is a requirement personally, since in some parts of the world Christmas is during the summer and the nativity event did not take place in winter that we know of. Likely it was in the spring according to some sources. For example, Bluey has 2 Christmas episodes. I think one of them feels extremely Christmassy despite not having snow or winter. Then again, being from Houston, snow at Christmas or at all was considered a miracle. Well, I mean, Mako can only say for sure, but I think Mako was just saying, here are the ingredients. You don't need all of them, but you need at least one or a couple of them. and one of them is snow, so that could make something Christmassy, but it's not a requirement. But I could be wrong. Oh, dang it. The ad is incoming. I usually the ad plays in the middle of the break, and I like it as such. It's very annoying that it decided to not.
Kitty. Does a movie need a kitty to be Christmassy? I don't think so, but it can't hurt.
You're so cute.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Sinister Errands is the next prompt to take a look at. That conveys the idea of like a henchman going on errands for their villain master, or just somebody somebody being paid to do some kind of errand that either they know there's that, like, I don't know, for example, like you're sent on an errand to go buy a gun, and like that in and of itself might not necessarily be a sinister thing, but you know that, I mean, I guess actually there's multiple ways you could do it, because one could be like, to you it is, that maybe not to everyone, maybe not everyone thinks that's sinister, but to you, you're like, I don't want to do this is sinister. But it could also be, it's not the objectively sinister, but you know that the person who is sending you on this errand is going to use it for something particular that is very sinister, you know? So it could be that sort of thing where you're sent on this errand and you know whatever you're getting on this errand is going to be used for sinister means. It could also be that the thing you're getting is good, but the journey to get there is there's something sinister that happens on the way to get there. Maybe you have to go through this back alley to get there. Maybe you have to go through the red light district to get there. Maybe you have to...
Meow. Oh, kitten.
was the third thing I was gonna say. Oh, that's kind of like in Harry Potter, like maybe you have to go to Nocturne Alley, but the thing you're getting isn't actually sinister. Like that kind of thing. So, and errand is a pretty broad word that, like, you know, my main thought is like you're sent on an errand, you're sent to go get groceries, like that kind of errand. But errand, I think, is broad enough that it could mean maybe not that specifically. What was I gonna say though? I just like a job of some sort, that it doesn't have to be specifically I was sent to go buy a thing on behalf of someone else, or maybe it's on behalf of themselves. That it doesn't have to be that specifically, you know, maybe it can just be like I'm gonna do this thing, and like I guess like an assassin is sent to kill someone, that could be a sinister errand, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think that works for me all right. How does that work for you guys?
Oh, it's a kitty. Ugh. It's a kitty, yeah. You're cute.
Honoring our foes. I like this one. It's, you know, I like the lighter, more hopeful ones, but it's just like, it's kind of a love thy enemy sort of prompt, that it's just like people, you have some sort of foe, whether they be, you know, your arch nemesis, whether they be another soldier on the opposite side of battle, whether they be, just a rival, it's more of a playful rivalry, whoever it is, you have a foe, and I think that's a good thing about that word, is that's very applicable to a lot of situations. And then honor also can be applicable to a lot of different ways and situations and stuff, that honoring your foes could be like you killed your foe and you now like give them a proper burial and funeral service and stuff. It could be that like in Bloodborne, I think that I haven't done it myself, but if I recall, I think people like bow to each other before. Maybe it's true of all Soulsborne games, but when you're playing multiplayer and people can invade you, you get invaded and then you bow to each other. And so if you don't do that, you're not honoring your foe. Also in Hollow Knight, one of the NPCs, Grim, bows to you before you fight, and if you do not honor him by bowing back, then he starts with his worst attack. Well, he screams at you and then starts with his worst attack. So it can totally be that kind of thing where it's just like there's an honor code within the fight itself or to start the fight. And so, and it could also be maybe like, do I understand correctly that there's like a comic out there where Batman actually learns who the Joker is, like what his secret identity is, but he doesn't reveal it to anyone because he wants to protect his family, something like that. And so it's like, I'm gonna honor him by not revealing who he is. And like it could be that like something bad happens to your foe and you're like, well, even you don't deserve that, let me go get you to an emergency room, you know, something like that it's like, I will honor you as a fellow human being even though you're my foe, you know, kind of thing. This probably either that only works in rivalries that are not to the death, or it's extra hilarious in a rivalry that isn't to the death. That now I'm just imagining that somebody gives their foe a fatal wound and they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't mean to kill you, let me take you to the emergency room. So I like that one quite a lot. The villain's clothes are bloodstained and you need to drop them off the cleaners. Exactly. Going back to the Christmas conversation. So Decoy says, for Die Hard, there's light security because folk are home for the holidays. The Christmas party gathers all the hostages into one area, and John is only there because it's Christmas. Fair points. Plus, a man crawls around in closed spaces delivering gifts. That's amazing. The universe is conspiring against Kaylee's eepiness. Don't forget, John McClane is there to try and make amends with his wife and family. Yeah, that's a Christmassy theme, for sure. There is a sort of comic that has that in that, Batman knowing who the Joker is and wanting to protect the innocent family, but I don't think that story as a whole is considered canon. That's fair. I'm not sure if I should say my opinion now and then read the rest in stream chat, or finish reading in stream chat and then say my opinion. I think the latter. Zia Miller, Christmas tale telling. Die Hard and Meet Me in St. Louis both happen during Christmas, but aren't about Christmas. I was going to guess the aesthetic made a story Christmassy, but there has to be something more. Something about community, giving, togetherness, and peace between all peoples, perhaps. The one time of year when we expect the mean people to turn a new leaf and become kind, or get what's coming to them. And I have proven with Midwinter Feast that one can have a Christmassy story without any of the named names, but a lot of the aesthetic. It's a good point regarding, like, Wolf's Frosttide thing, where it's like you got the snow, you got the gift giving, you got the goose and the pig, and I can tell that this is meant to be Christmassy. But I guess, let's ask that as a question. Do you consider Wolf's story a Christmas story, or is it just a story with Christmas elements in it? Massa, I suppose a Christmas story needs to convey the spirit of Christmas. Goodwill, generosity, togetherness, maybe some level of spirituality. There should be some tie in there being Christmas or something analogous. Having said, Die Hard, and only the first Die Hard movie, is a part of my yearly Christmas watch list. There's some debate as to whether it should be considered a Christmas movie. The qualifications I listed are questionable. I still totally consider it a Christmas movie. Nice. Nightmare Before Christmas is both a Halloween movie and a Christmas movie, C.O. Miller says. Wolf, so to me, a Christmas story factors in the character and virtues of Christmas, peace, charity, togetherness, and teaches them to a character. To me, what differentiates a Christmas story and a story that takes place on Christmas is the way the writer addresses Christmas's values and resolves the conflict. Because a story without conflict is like a grilled cheese without cheese. To better examine what I mean, I want to briefly discuss an edge case of the "is this a Christmas movie" debate. Gremlins. Gremlins is an 80s horror film about a kid receiving a strange creature as a present, and though not following instructions on how to take care of it, ends up turning Christmas on its head. It utilizes horror to show what the virtues of Christmas are. It also helps the movie. The movie is very funny. I mean, the stairlift scene alone is morbidly hilarious. Interesting. I haven't actually seen that one. The curse of the Eep is upon us. I like that. Yeah, so that's a good question. Like, what do folks think in regards to, like, if there was a movie that took place around Christmas, it was full of snow, and maybe Santa was in it somehow, but it was super sad, and it was not about hope or generosity or togetherness at all, or it went directly against those values. Would you say that's not a Christmas movie, or would you say that is a Christmas movie? Shall not today attempt further to define the kinds of material I understand to be embraced within that shorthand description, hardcore pornography, and perhaps I could never succeed in intelligibly doing so. I know it when I see it, and the motion picture involved in this case is not that. Potter Stewart. Interesting. Wolf, I don't know. In my opinion, Christmas is more important in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, a non-Christmas story, than Die Hard. 100% the image I got when the phrase came to mind. What image, what phrase? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, Santa literally appears to give gifts in Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. And Decoy says, I definitely count it as a Christmas story. Wolf says, I think there are Christmassy parts, but the story overall is not. Fair opinions. Reminds me of the various crap that Polonius sends his henchmen off to do in Jack Kane and the Statue of Liberty. Nice. Um, Wolf says, I don't know what it is about honoring our foes, but something about it makes me go, not feeling it. Can't properly put it into words. Perhaps it's the hour. Honoring foes inspires me. Yeah, that's fair. That's interesting how one word can give it such a different vibe. I'm fine with either. That's a thought. Massa says, nope, I wouldn't consider a Christmas movie not the right vibe. I assume what I was saying about the really sad one, you know? The curse of the Eep shouted from my phone as my Pokemon has been to sleep. That's great. The curse of the Eep. Would it be Snorlax? Snorlax used Eep. Christmas Shoes is for the sad Christmas thing. I have not seen it. Popular Christmas song, I know. There's a short play adaptation sometimes done at churches, but very sad. And definitely Christmas. Interesting. Yes, the really sad story happening during Christmas. Fair. So I feel like I have like multiple different conflicting definitions myself. The most basic definition that I would have is just a movie that you watch at Christmas. You want to watch Wizard of Oz at Christmas? That's your Christmas movie. You want to watch Die Hard at Christmas? That's a Christmas movie to you. And I guess in that case, maybe part of that definition would be you can't say it for everyone, but you can say it for yourself. So you can say, Die Hard is my favorite Christmas movie because you watch it at Christmas, or even Wizard of Oz is my favorite Christmas movie just because you watch it at Christmas. But I guess you can't exactly say objectively this is a Christmas movie if it's not about Christmas. So that's one part of a definition, or one potential definition I might have. And then, I think that I would be in the camp that says it just has to have Christmas be important in some way, shape, or form. Like, I'd probably basically use Christmas the same way that I define if a writing group story did the prompt that we were kind of talking about last week, about how, the whole story doesn't have to be about the prompt, but the prompt has to be important or central in some way. And so, I think that's the thing, is that, Christmas needs to be important or central in some way, shape, or form. And so, I feel like I can fall in either camp regarding Die Hard, because I could say, because I watch Die Hard every year. It is the one movie that my whole family can agree we want to watch at Christmas time. And so, in that sense, we watch it at Christmas time. So, it's a Christmas movie to us. It does have Christmas in it. Now, Decoy might be changing my mind, but at least before I heard Decoy's argument, I would have said that Christmas isn't necessarily important or central, because I was thinking it could be at any other time of the year and it would be the same. So I've kind of thought in the past, basically, it's not a Christmas movie, but it's my Christmas movie, that it's it's not a Christmas movie, but I'm still gonna watch it at Christmas time because it's a good movie, and we all want to see it again, kind of thing. But, so I think personally, I'd probably have to actually watch whatever the movie is, that was super sad, but took place on Christmas. But I would probably say that something that's really sad is still a Christmas movie, as long as Christmas is, central or important in some way. But I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to see it to know for sure what I think. But can I even remember what it's called? So this is a song, not a movie, but it's still interesting to talk about. So Thomas Sanders did a Christmas concert a few years ago, and I really like his singing voice, and so it was a virtual, actually I think it was 2020, He did a virtual Christmas concert, and so I got, the virtual tickets for that and listened to it, put it on the TV. It was beautiful, of course. And so, I mean, I guess this is more of like a religious thing than a Christmas thing, but I'll still finish the story. So his thing is that he started because he did these shorts on Vine, and he still does shorts and stuff on YouTube, but now he also does longer form videos on YouTube. And there would be some reoccurring characters in his shorts. So one would be like the teacher character, one was the dad character, that kind of thing. And so he made those characters into kind of parts of his personality. So the dad character is called Patton, and he is his heart, his morality. The teacher character is called Logan. He's his logic, that kind of thing. And so he picked songs based on his characters. And so, yeah, like he picked a song for each of his Sanders sides, a Christmas song, and then sang it, And so when he did Logan's, he was like, okay, I picked this song because I think it fits Logan and stuff. But, if you're a religious person, maybe step away, go to the bathroom for this one. You might not like this one. And so I was thinking that would probably apply to me. But I listened to it, and it was my favorite song on the whole roster. I'd never heard it before, and it was so good. It's probably called something like Wine in the Sun or something like that. Like White Wine in the Sun, maybe. So maybe someone can find it for me. But it's basically the character singing, like, about all the things that they dislike about Christmas and how they think it's like commercialized and stuff. But they do like spending time with their family. So that's the drinking white wine in the sun thing, is that, like, you'll find us drinking white wine in the sun, and, like, that's the family and together in this thing. And so, like, I definitely would, like, call that a Christmas song myself, because it's all about Christmas. Christmas is important and central, even if some of it is kind of coming against some more traditional Christmas, like, values and traditions and stuff like that. So... yeah, hopefully that was interesting. White says about the Christmas shoes, it's the one with the little boy that goes, "Sir, I'd like to buy these shoes for my mama because she's dying and about to meet Jesus, so I want her to be pretty for Jesus." Oh, I have heard that summary, actually. Yeah. That's a song by Tim Minchin, and it's one of my favorite of his works. Nice. Yeah, if you have the link to it, do post it in the stream chat.
Is that Kitty?
Uh-oh. What's making you think that my mic is detached? It isn't. What's making you think it is? That song makes me cry every time. Yeah, pretty much me too. Sounds fine on Mako's end. We got 1 vote for problems, 1 vote for fine. My White in the Sun and Not Perfect are my 2 favorites by Tim. Nice. Well, I think it depends. If it's exploring a certain theme or subverting it to better understand it, sure, it's Christmassy. If it's subversion for subversion's sake, then no. Interesting. So if a story explicitly was like, I'm gonna turn all the classic Christmas tropes and Christmas, like, vibes and themes on their head on purpose, you'd be like, nope. You're getting too cheeky with it, bub. The sound quality dropped for a few seconds. Gotcha. There you go. There's the link to the original song that Ryder has posted. I've heard Tim Minchin's Dark Side. I don't think I've heard any other of his songs, but now maybe I have to. From the man who wrote Matilda the musical. Nice. Alrighty, Roo. Very fun question, guys. Let's go on to Decoy's story. Decoy, I also think if a film is Christmassy for you, then I'm not going to argue against it. My sister watches the old James Stewart film, Harvey, every Christmas. It's not about Christmas at all, but it still means Christmas to me. Very fair. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is that, like, they're kind of like with Die Hard. Like, I can see reasons for people to think it is, I can see reasons for people to think it isn't, but I don't think that people should be arguing about it, basically. It's just like, if people want to call it a Christmas movie, let them call it a Christmas movie. It goes against the spirit of Christmas to be pedantic about it and argue if something's a Christmas movie or not. So it's like, yeah, if this is a movie that you watch every Christmas, even if I don't think it's a Christmas movie, even if I don't think it's even Christmassy at all, I'm not going to argue that it's a Christmas movie for you, and I'm going to let you have your fun and have your tradition. Alrighty. Dark Wings, Dark Words by Decoy. 285 words. Content warning, ice cream. The king hasn't been seen in months. The castle on the cliff has quenched its great hearth and allows no admittance. He still uses his divine mandate. Harried messengers proclaim new limits, new demands, new ordinances each day. No birds are to be harmed. Sunflowers, peas, and oats are the only crops to be planted. Fresh fish must be delivered to the castle every morning. Cats are banned. Poisons for pest control are forbidden. Thousands of acres of new trees must be planted each year. The compost heaps are harvested for masses of wriggling worms and grubs. The hall brought up the winding steps to the ominous edifice. The townsfolk are on the verge of an uprising, but a little bird told the guards, and now the ringleaders are rotting in the stocks, their eyes pecked from their sockets by carrion crows. No one wishes to end up as the next clean-picked carcass. Neighbors bar their doors, gaze upon each other with suspicion. The castle guards hide their skin and faces. They stopped coming to the tavern. They wear heavy hoods and strange beaked masks as they come to claim their ever-increasing tithes. Screeching caws are heard from the ramparts each morning. Sightings of great winged beasts circling around the tower in the night grow more commonplace. Paranoia grows rampant. I found a feather growing beneath my skin. I plucked it, despite the pain. Another one grew, dark, thick, and hollow. My teeth are falling out. I crave the crawling bugs and the juicy worms and to peck at the dirt. I can't escape. The mountain pass won't be clear for weeks. If only I had wings, then I might fly from this wretched place. Throw out those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. I forgot to put the content warning in blue. I added that. I've probably asked it before, but I don't remember the answer, so do let me know, guys. Ice cream is like a very, on the one hand, it's a very small thing, like it's only one scene in there, and so on the one hand, it feels like overkill to give the story a content warning for one scene. On the other hand, ice cream is something that can really bother people and just feels like one of those things where it's like, it's little, but it's big. it might be one little thing, but it might really bother people. So as long as I recognize it and remember, I try to put the content warning on there. Would you guys agree with that assessment, or do you think it didn't really need it? Thanks for the reading, says Decoy. You're welcome. And thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Alrighty, Roo. Oops, you have a note. Running behind schedule, but happy to get something out at least. It's not quite full of festive cheer, but hey, turkey is traditional at Christmas. Hope you all have a lovely weekend. Okay, so no questions. So if you have any questions now, don't hesitate to ask them. I thought this story was great and a really interesting take on the prompt, having it be that the king is hidden away. I guess I'll talk about this. Like, none of this is any sort of critique. This is all just interesting stuff that we don't necessarily need to know for the story, but it's definitely stuff I'm curious about. Because it could be that the king was cursed. That it could be that the whole kingdom was cursed and the king went first. It could be that the king was cursed and that somehow led to the kingdom being cursed, or he ended up cursing the kingdom because he didn't want to suffer alone. It could be that this was a willing thing that the king took upon himself, and he was like, this is great, I want everyone else to experience this too. It could be that the king was just a bad dude, and I mean, I guess none of this is described as negative, it's just neutral, but it could just be that the king himself is like some evil wizard who's like, I'm gonna curse my kingdom to become bird people. It could be that some bird wizard, some bird wizard who's not the king, cast this curse upon the king and his people. It could be that the king is dead and some bird wizard came and took over the throne. It could be that the king got a new advisor and it's kind of like a worm tongue sort of situation that is just like, yeah, you got a new advisor, and the king just kind of became a cursed figurehead, a shell of himself, while the advisor did all of the stuff, did all the kingly stuff, and or did all the birdie stuff. So yeah, we don't need to know the answer to any of that to enjoy the story, but I am very curious to know what the answer is to that, or if there even was an intended answer. I like the cadence of that first sentence. I like the next bit of just he hasn't been seen in months, but he still makes decrees, just like a king, isn't it? And that also I think adds to that question of okay, he's making the decrees, but he's hidden. Is it really him making the decrees? And then the cadence of the next part: new limits, new demands, new ordinances. That's all great. I like that you start with the strongest clue of no birds are to be harmed. I think it's interesting because, well, I guess a question I'd have is, did anybody catch that everybody was turning into bird people before the end? Before it's revealed the main character is turning into a bird person? And if you did, what was it that tipped you off? Where'd you get it? I personally did not get it until, OP turned into a bird person. But it's kind of interesting because in where I'm at in the Apothecary Diaries light novels, they go into, I don't know, a town to get ingredients for her herbs and such. I mean, herbs for her medicines and such. And when they get there, then she learns that the old chief that she, developed a good rapport with is dead, and now his son has taken over, and his son's like, yeah, when my dad died, he made a couple of weird requests. He made sure that birds weren't killed, and he made sure that snakes weren't killed. I don't really like having to deal with that, because, I don't want venomous snakes in my backyard, but it was my dad's last will and testament, so we gotta uphold it. And so it totally made me think of that it just strange rules. I haven't figured out yet why that, well, I figured out half of why the rule was put in place, but not all of it. So that very much this has the same vibes of just wacky rules that the ruler put in place that we're not entirely sure why they're put in place, but we gotta follow them because King said so. But I think it works really well as a twisty story because, and it was the cats are banned was the other best clue for me personally, that I was like, yeah, something's truly going on here. It can't just be that the king hates cats. There's something about like what cats eat. Like I still didn't fully get to like they're turning into birds, but I think I was thinking along the lines of like what might cats be a threat to that you need to ban them, you know. So I think this is a great twist story because the mark of a good twist story is that you don't I mean, I was gonna say you don't know what's coming, but it's still a good twist even if you can guess at what's coming. Depending, I guess. But anyway, so you know, you can't guess what's coming, and then it's a fun reveal, and then once you read it a second time, everything makes sense, you know? That's the important part, is a second reading, everything makes sense. And that's definitely what happens here, that it's like, oh yeah, these are all bird things, you know? Ominous edifice is really fun to say, and I'm glad I didn't mess it up. A little bird told the guards is great. Definitely particularly violent in the middle there, but it also feels very Cinderella, you know, like what her birds do in the end of the original. I especially like the mention of the guards wearing strange beaked masks because, yeah, you know, you've got your plague doctor masks, so it's actually believable that there would be some, you know, that regular people who aren't turning into birds who would wear beaked masks. But it makes even more sense when it's like, oh yeah, they actually have beaks, and so they're wearing a beaked mask to hide the fact that they have actual beaks. And that's great. And I have to applaud you, because it can be very hard to switch perspective in, well, I guess switch isn't the right word, but we'll come back to that in a second. To switch perspective in the middle of a story, and I think I have critiqued people for it before. But I think this really works. So it, how to phrase it? So it's technically in first person the whole time, because it is still our main character telling us, hey, yo, King hasn't been seen in months. What up with that? I am a citizen. I'm a citizen, and I haven't seen the king in months. Weird. However, because there is no I up until I found a feather, it does read like it's third person. It does read like it's just kind of a narrator telling us, here's what up, you know? Here's what's going on. And so I am... I don't know, kind of in awe of the fact that it's, at least to me, was not really jarring at all. That it's like, maybe it takes a little bit of a moment to go, oh, there's an I here. But it flowed quite naturally. Yeah, it was just like, okay, the king does this and that, and hey, I'm a citizen of this king. Guess what? I found a feather, you know? And I guess it's kind of interesting because I wonder if, like, it being the true 100%, like, here you go, here's the reveal line, and in itself that potentially being, like, intentionally jarring, and or the fact that finding a feather growing beneath your skin is, you know, would be pretty jarring. So I wonder if the jarring nature of what's going on actually benefits the perspective change, because it's like, the perspective change might be a little bit jarring in and of itself, but because it comes with jarring news, it actually ends up working. It's like, oh yeah, wow, that's a lot. That's wild that you found a feather growing beneath your skin. And then, so I think that worked very well, and I think that's cool because it's like, you know, you have the king's ordinances and how weird they are, and then it's made personal. And, I don't know if that I'd call this a horror story, but it potentially is a horror story for the main character, at least. Where was I going with that? I don't know. Well, I guess, yeah, just making it personal, bringing in an I think makes things more impactful and more horrific in a way. And I think that works for the story. So, yeah. I like your cadence on the rest of it. Um, my teeth are falling out is so wild to say so seemingly casually. It's like, yeah, my teeth are falling out. It's like, my dude, that's not okay, you know. But I think that works for the story because it does kind of have that vibe of like he's turning into a verb. You were a noun, yeah, now you're a verb. He's turning into a bird, and it seems like it's not just externally, but internally. You know, like, we'll talk about it with the wings thing, but it seems like, you know, I want to have wings. I want to, you know, be a bird, kind of. And so my teeth are falling out is both, like, that's horrifying. Informs us, yes, they are turning into a bird. But also conveys, like, it's not as weird as it. They're not reacting as they should. So, like, the curse really got them. You know, the curse really has them because they're like, huh, teeth are falling out. That's weird. You know? I think this works really well to convey how trapped they are. It's interesting because the mountain pass, like, doesn't really tell us a lot, but, like, whatever it is, I assume this is the way out of the kingdom. And it won't be clear for weeks. Presumably because a lot of people had that idea too and were like, let's get out of here. And then I do think it's interesting, this last line of like, oh, if only I had wings. And it's like, well, homie, you're about to. And so I think that's an interesting way to end. Like I said, that it seems like it's taking over the mind, not just the body, and going, I want to have wings. I want to be more bird-like. And in a way, it's like I'm going to welcome at least part of this transformation. You know, so I think that's a really interesting place to end the story at. So my question for you guys in the chat is, did you feel like it took too long to get to the reveal, or do you think it worked fine the amount of time it took before and after the reveal? And something else I will compliment the story for is that I do feel like you sat with the reveal a little bit, and I liked that. Because you could have just ended the story on, I found a feather growing beneath my skin. And granted, that would still work. I probably would still be here saying the story was great. I mean, I don't know for sure, but there is a chance I might have that same comment I had on other stories of like, but that's the interesting part. So I want to read more about that. You know, that's possible. And so I like that you did go into it a little bit. I think that worked pretty well. Not important to know for the story, but I am curious. Will they be birds or bird people? I was assuming bird people because like the guards seem humanoid in shape. They just have beaks, and then there's giant birds. Right? Yeah, great winged beasts. They're big, so I'm assuming that they are bird people. But I could see them becoming birds. As for your little note, I don't know if you were saying turkey just as like turkey's a bird and it's a story about birds. If the story was meant to convey that main character was turning into a turkey, I didn't get there. I think it's fine that I didn't get there. I still enjoyed the story. I didn't need to know what kind of bird main character was turning into to enjoy it. But if you wanted the reader to get that the main character was turning into a turkey, I would definitely need some more clues. I need more to get that. And if they are turning into a turkey, that makes the end sad. Because, like, I could be wrong. As far as I know, I don't think turkeys can fly. And so it's like, if only I had wings, I could fly from this place. And it's like, you're gonna have wings. You're not gonna be able to fly. Alright, let's see what the folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate, if I didn't say that before. Nico, I knew I'd heard the phrase somewhere, but I couldn't place it, and a feast for crows seemed too on the nose. Oh, for the title you said? Dark Wings, Dark Words is nice. I don't know what ASOLAF means. I mean, that thing isn't so bad because it's past tense. It's a thing that happened off screen. If it was a thing we witnessed during the story, definitely yes. Well, the thing is, just because it's past tense in the story doesn't mean that the reader isn't imagining it present. I mean, that's what happens to me when you where is it? Yeah, when I read it, I totally imagine a person in the stocks and crows coming in, plucking out their eyes, and then seeing their eye sockets empty and bloodied. So I don't feel like saying, oh, it happened in the past is fine, is enough to say that it doesn't need a content warning. Of course it'd be worse if it's like presently happening, but I think the problem is people who have this trigger don't like imagining it, and so you're gonna imagine it even in past tense. Decoy, I also wanted to edit this with a note that it was a diary entry found in a village that was the epicenter of the feathering plague. They got caught in the spam filter, so I left it out. Oh, sorry. So basically, like, the spam filter thing, I just need to add the forum to the list of, like, it's okay, Autobot, don't pay attention to this channel. I just have to add the forum to it for it to not get flagged with the spam stuff. And so I'm perfectly willing to do that. You just gotta let me know, hey, you know, my story got flagged, and I'll just do that. If you really want me to, I can do it every week, but, you know, as far as I can tell, and correct me if I'm wrong, like, you know, 90% of the time, maybe, or at least 80, people don't have that problem. And so I don't feel like it's worth doing that extra step if it doesn't happen 90% of the time. But no, that like, I'm perfectly willing to fix it if you run into it. But yeah, so that would have made sure that there were no problems with the first person switch, because if we knew from the beginning this is a diary entry and so it's probably going to be in first person, that would have removed any potential issues. But I also, in practice, there are potential issues, but there weren't kinetic issues. There weren't actual issues that I saw with it. Bird is the word, intoned the crowd. Nice. Whizbird, yes. Writer, the evil mage wriggles his fingers, humming the ancient mantra. Baba bird, 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 bird is the word, yes. Gosh, I've seen too much horror media where people turn into chickens. That's oddly specific. Deco, yay, I'm glad that it hinted at things being wrong but didn't fully give it away. At least it was the case for me. Alright, I've heard that with Chicken Run. You have mass-produced cannibalism! We return to cannibalism. Deco, I love that little bird line, as it can be read as metaphorical informant or a literal bird. Totally. Mako, I definitely suspected something animal-related was affecting the king from pretty early, but I did not guess people becoming birds. Fair. Decoy, yes, there's meant to be a massive, no, not massive, a shift. There was somewhat dispassionate, almost omniscient narrative to feel to things are very bad for me personally. Fair. Yeah, I really enjoyed the last line for exactly those reasons, desiring the curse. Nice. I agree, the ending gave us a good amount of time to absorb it, for sure. Decoy, I think bird people, but birds is also an interesting thought. No, I just said turkey because bird. No one was becoming a turkey. Gotcha. And crack prompt 263. No one was becoming a turkey. It'd be so bleak if they became a flightless bird. Turkeys can fly, though. Wild ones, at least. They aren't as good as other birds, but they can. I just love the image that it's just like, yeah, this bird, graceful, wonderful, 10 in flight. Turkey, kind of derpy, gets a 3. Like, you're holding up the judge numbers. You're just not as good, turkey. A Song of Ice and Fire. Gotcha. I was writing this like an hour before the deadline. I expected that it was my penance, and I don't know if it would have added anything to it. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, it's an hour before the deadline. It's like flagged by spam. Like, I guess that's what I get. Let's see, I kind of assume they're like chickens and pheasants and can hop into trees and stuff, but not take long sustained flights, but I could well be wrong. That's what I was thinking too. Somehow it feels worse. Oh, you can fly! You're just crap at it. Maybe the spam filter saved you. Maybe. Reminds me of Gate's character idea of a plague doctor who's actually a bird spirit, and yes, needs to wear the plague doctor mask to hide his beak. Nice, nice. Very good story, Decoy. Let us go on to the Strangeless. Probable cause. Amelia. By Lee Strangely. 325 words. His tired squire barely kept up with his stride as General Crosswell marched down the corridor towards the grand silver doors. The man that had just came through those doors was, unfortunately, spotted quickly. Crosswell straightened out his uniform as he chased after him. Councilman, I apologize for intruding, but it is imperative that... General, with all due respect, this is not the time, he said, never slowing down. Sir, I implore, I just need... Save it, the councilman barked, stopping in the middle of the corridor. I don't have time for your petty concerns over Amelia. The witch is not our biggest problem right now. He tried to leave before Croswell grabbed a handful of his blue robes. Then what is? The squire watched with a hint of fright as the councilman yanked himself free, giving Croswell a look of disgust. Councilman, he asked again, what is going on? His eyes darted about with his thoughts before reluctantly stating, It's the boy that you saw her with on the mountain. What of him? The councilman watched his back and dragged him into an alcove. Practically everyone knows now that the king is dying. And with Prince Lorne dead, there is no proper heir. And now, the other council members have started floating conspiracies as to the boy's origins. Many think, if he's Amelia's child, he could be Lorne's as well. The councilman prepared to leave. Unless you know more about him than you let on, the council will not hear anything from you today. The squire saw the look on his face. Sir, I saw him as clearly as you did that day. We both know that child was too young to be Lorne's. Do we? Croswell asked, looking at him. The timeline, seemingly, adds up. If true, his safety would be paramount. The squire looked more troubled as Croswell went on. And it's our duty to protect the royal family at all costs. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Sorry I messed up a little bit in the reading. This one I had some notes on it, but that was one of the sources of frustration at the start of the stream that stuff happened and my notes ended up getting deleted on this one, so hopefully I'll remember it. That author's note from Lee. This is a universe meant to be the beginning of what would lead to the mountain siege that other installments have previously depicted / alluded to. Croswell, referred to as the General in previous stories up till now, needs a justification to bring soldiers to the mountain and subsequently fight and kill Amelia, and seize an opportunity through the boy. Previous stories can be found here. This is another one of my conversation was written first type stories. What does that mean? With that in mind, 1, do the descriptions come across as too thin? Should I have added more detail? Did you feel lost at all? 2, the squire was created solely to utter his one line at the end. Without that info, the story didn't quite work, or at least work the way I wanted it to. I tried my best to better integrate him into the story, introducing him early in the opening, and trying to find at least one place in the main body to mention him and say, yes, he is indeed still here, I didn't have a solid idea for him, but tried to my best to give some hints of personality in his few mentions. Does he seem like he fits comfortably here, or does he feel like the flat expositor that he likely is? 3. Did you get what was going on? Did you feel lost, or that any crucial details were missing? 4. Did the story have a genuinely interesting plot, or did it feel like a 325-word info dump? 5. Any other thoughts? Anything you particularly liked or disliked? Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I didn't read your questions beforehand, and a lot of what I have to say has to do with the things you talk about. That actually explains why I have a number of the critiques I have. On a base level, I think this is a good story. And I guess I'll just say right away that I do feel like this story had the same issue that some of the other stories had, which is that the ending is fantastic. The ending is super interesting. I want to read more about that. But before that, things do kind of drag on a little bit. And so, granted, I can understand why things ended the way that they did, because, like, well, you know, what really comes after that? They probably, like, go their separate ways. The councilman goes to the council to say, hey, maybe the general had a point out there. Let me bring it to you. And Croswell probably goes, I don't know, to lunch and is like, let's fight Amelia, you know? So I can get why you ended the way it did, because maybe there wouldn't actually be that much interesting stuff immediately following this. But this was the most interesting part, and I would have liked to stay longer in that section of the story, if that makes sense. Okay, let's see here. So the beginning has some confusing description for me. So his tired squire barely kept up with his stride as General Croswell marched down the corridor towards the grand silver doors. Now, in the one sense, that's fine. It's not badly written or anything. However, the other thing is that you do start with the squire, but the squire isn't really the main character. We'll come back to that. But General Croswell is. The squire is kind of just an aside, you know, a side character. And so I do think that, you know, General Croswell marched down the corridor towards the grand silver doors, his squire barely keeping stride. Would be a bit better for a first line to introduce. First name, this is our main character. This is the one that's important, rather than focusing on the scribe and then going to the general and realizing, wait a second, I thought this guy was going to be the main character because he was mentioned first. It's not, it's the other guy, you know. And then the man that had just came through those doors was unfortunately spotted quickly. This feels like an overly obtuse phrasing to me. Let me open my notes. I believe I had options for other phrasings for it. Oh yeah, so it's in passive voice, and I do think that this is a problematic passive voice use, because the man was unfortunately spotted quickly. By who? Removing the subject of who's doing the spotting, and then also removing the name or title, you know, as in the councilman. Just saying the man makes it all feel vague and obtuse and a bit confusing, because it's like, the man. Okay, who's the man? Are we talking the general, the squire, somebody new that had just come through those doors, was unfortunately spotted quickly. Okay, the man, we don't know who he is, was spotted quickly. We don't know by who. And I think just saying Croswell, let's see. So General Croswell marched down the corridor towards the grand silver doors, his squire barely keeping up with his stride. He spotted the councilman quickly, or he spotted the councilman. Maybe you could have it be the first line. General Croswell spotted the councilman coming through the silver doors quickly. He march down the corridor towards them, his squire barely keeping stride. I think that would work a bit better. I like the image of him like straightening out his uniform and being like, okay, I'm very harried, but I must be professional. You know, I want to do this now and fast and everything, but let's pretend to be professional here. And then I do think it's interesting their not snarky, but just like antagonistic relationship right away. And I like the action of the piece, that the never slowing down thing. And then, so I don't have time for your petty concerns over Amelia. So I like this in the sense that it makes you ask the right questions. It's intriguing. It makes you go, like, ooh, who's Amelia and why is the general concerned over her? But the issue I have with it is that petty concerns over reads affectionate. It reads as you're fussing over her, or you want to defend her, like, you know, she's the queen and she doesn't have enough pillows. You know, I don't have enough time. I don't have the time for your concerns over her and her pillow usage. You know, that kind of thing. So I probably had an option for what you could have said instead in the notes before, but I don't remember it now. Let me just see if I can think, if my brain will work through the eep. I mean, I guess just simply, like, I don't have time to talk about Amelia itself would work a little bit better. It wouldn't convey, hey, you are focused on her, but it also wouldn't have the problem of, aw, you care about her, you know? I feel like it's the concerns word that just needs to be changed, but my brain doesn't want to give me another word. Oh, yeah, my brain's not working well enough to give you something. If somebody else has something, do say in the chat. I do like the response of, you know, then what is, which isn't our biggest problem right now. We don't need to worry about her. Then what is our biggest problem right now? I do think that's interesting. But I do think that's the one part of the dialogue itself that doesn't really work for me. Because this is a great question. That's striking. I'm really ready to hear the answer. And then I don't get the answer. And then we get like an entirely different train of thought and way of phrasing things. And so, like, I think it would still work if, like, because the boy could be their biggest problem right now. That could work for the story. So you could do, you know, then what is? And then, brain. Maybe the councilman, like, looks away, like he doesn't want to say it. And then the general goes, what is? Or, yeah, like that kind of thing. Yeah, I guess you could, yeah, because I guess the thing is that the councilman just yanks himself free. It's just like, get off me. It's not like, I don't want to tell you the problem. So more of the attitude of like, I don't want to tell you. I think might work better. And then you would just have to replace what is going on with what is, you know, more pointedly. And then it could just, and then if you didn't want to say the boy is the problem, you could say it's about the boy, you know, sort of thing. I see the ad is about to arrive, so let's go back to our prompts. Wash away the shame. That's an interesting one. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, something shameful happens and somebody wants to wash away the shame. Perhaps it could be that they can literally wash it away with water. maybe they can literally wash it away with something other than water. Maybe they want to wash it away, but it's not physical, so it cannot be washed away with anything physical. But boy, if they aren't gonna try, they they're gonna bathe and try to see if bathing their body will get rid of the shame in their hearts, likely to have it not work. But wash could also be maybe more of like a ritual washing. It could be like a like a ritual that a witch does, that like shame accumulates, and then she does her ritual to get the shame to go away, and then she can go back to doing her shameful things for a while, sort of thing. I know 1,000% what I would be writing for that prompt right away. I'm not gonna say it, but if you know, you'll know. Is there a raider? Hello, Izama makes fursuits. Welcome. We're in the middle of the ad. I should say hi after the ad. But yes, I know exactly what I would write for them. So that one, so that's definitely one I would be voting for. I think, unless it unforeseen things happen when I see it in the list, I think that would be a definite immediate. I'd vote for it. Oh, you're immune to ads. Okay. So we are a writing group that we. Oh, I'm sleepy. I've been streaming for 5 hours. We're a writing group. We have a prompt every week and write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And then I read 8, often less, but this time it's going to be 8 stories live on Twitch on Saturday. I read them and then I discuss them. I praise and critique them. So there you go, and thank you, Desed. That is the link to our Discord if you are interested in that. So during the ads, a couple folks in my community have sent me lists of prompts that they have, that they want to hear what I think of them, what others think of them, if they think they make for good prompts. So yes, as for the prompt of wash away the shame, I quite like that one myself. It, creates the question of can the shame be washed away, and then it creates both like literal and more metaphorical washings can both be there, and then shame could be a lot of different things. So that one feels like the right amount of like vague and specific to me personally. Alright. Back to the story. Oh, and speaking of Pilate from earlier, it also makes me think of Pontius Pilate washing his hands. And not feeling like he can get rid of the shame. Okay, back to the story. So yeah, then when we get to the boy, that's when I start to get really invested and interested. It's like, oh, who's this boy? I didn't know she was with a boy. And, ooh, the king is dying and there's no heir. Ooh, we think he might be the hidden heir. I think that's all great. That's fun and interesting. I like it a lot. And then, continuing the more antagonistic relationship works. It would be nice to have more of a hint of why the relationship is so antagonistic, but I do think the attitude works in general. There is a question of, where is it? We both know that child is too young to be Lauren's. The timeline adds up. Those feel like diametrically opposed. so I don't really understand. You know, I could understand a situation in which this is said that it works, it makes sense, but I don't have enough information to get it, because it basically is like, he's too young to be Lorne's. No, he isn't. And it's like, okay, why does Squire think that he's too young to be Lorne's, and why does Croswell think he isn't? And that would be one of those things that it would have been nice to devote more words to the ending, is if you could devote more words to explaining that aspect of things. It's definitely interesting. It definitely makes me want to hear more about why they have these differing opinions and stuff. But it also just feels like, it doesn't feel like they're making different arguments of like, I think it works because of this. I think it doesn't work because of this. It just seems like they're saying completely opposite things, you know? Like kind of, I don't know, just like, I'm trying to think of a good example. This isn't going to be great. But what came to mind was like, it totally works on next Tuesday. It totally doesn't work on next Tuesday. And it's just like, okay, why? Why are you saying it works but doesn't work? You know? But, so, oh yes, so then the other thing to talk about in general is the Squire. Unfortunately, I did have issues with the Squire, because even though it says his tired Squire at the beginning, and so it is saying it's Croswell Squire, I definitely got lost as to whose Squire this was, because the rest of the story just refers to him as the Squire. That's not technically wrong to call him the. I don't think it's an issue to call him, to say the, technically. However, it did make me lose whose Squire he was, and why he's here is another question. But yeah, I was like, wait, the Squire, it's been a while since he's been mentioned. Whose Squire are we talking about? Is this a councilman's Squire? And I think the other reason why I got lost as to whose Squire it was is because Squire watched in fright, hid to fright as the councilman yanked himself free, giving Croswell a look of disgust. It sounds like, oh no, my precious councilman, how dare you, how dare that icky, gross general grab you? And like, granted, I'm not saying it's wrong or like, you know, I don't know, incorrect or weird for the Squire to look at his own master and be like, Master, that was improper of you. Like, that is fine, you know, for him to do. However, I don't know enough about the characters. They haven't been cemented enough in my mind for me to get that. And so, kind of forgetting that the Squire even existed, I was like, oh, so the Squire is the councilman's, and he's disgusted that somebody touched his master, kind of thing. And yes, the Squire doesn't really seem to have any bearing on the story, to the extent that I wasn't entirely sure until I saw your note that the Squire said this line. And so I don't really, I definitely was going to say that I think it would improve the story to remove the Squire entirely. That he, at least to me, just added confusion. I just was left going, wait, who's the Squire? Like, is the Squire another name for Croswell? Another name for the councilman? Is he a Squire of the councilman? A Squire of Croswell? Why is he so disgusted? You know, and stuff like that. And so, for me, I think I would have understood the story better without his presence. I would be curious to learn more about why the Squire had to say this line here. Why it couldn't either have been removed or given to somebody else. Because, like, let's see. So, the councilman prepared to leave. Unless you know more about him than you've let on, the council will not hear anything from you today. And Croswell thought to himself, the timeline seemingly adds up. If true, his safety would be paramount. Then you replace that with something else. And it's our duty to protect the royal family at all costs. Yeah, I think that would work perfectly well. I don't see the need for the Squire's line. And in fact, the Squire's line actually adds more confusion because it adds that issue of like, it totally is this. totally isn't that, you know? I guess it's more like it's, no. I guess, I don't know if this is right, but I'll just say it. It's kind of like, 3 years is too short. No, 3 years is too long. And it's like, why is it too short and why is it too long? I don't get it, you know? I don't know. Like, none of the examples I've given convey the vibe I'm trying to convey. Yeah, so the line just confused me a bit, and like the Croswell just saying, huh, timeline adds up actually. Totally works for me. I honestly just now realized something that I didn't before. So I was thinking that this was said to the councilman, that it's like, hey, it's our duty to protect the royal family at all costs, isn't it, councilman? Maybe bring it up to the council. Maybe what I'm saying, my petty concerns over Amelia, actually have bearing on your meeting today. That's what I thought it was about, but now I'm starting to think that he just said it to the squire and the councilman's already left. That he didn't just prepare to leave, he did leave. And they're just talking amongst themselves afterwards. And so yeah, I think that should be more clear. And I also question why the councilman isn't hearing this, or why it isn't important to Croswell to I flung it for the councilman to hear it, you know. Okay, let's go to your questions. So, do the descriptions come across as too thin? Should I have added more detail? Did you feel lost at all? I don't think it's that they're thin. I think it's just that, you know, like I said, stuff like the passive voice, the squire being described first, the squire's reactions and stuff. It's like, there were parts I felt lost, but I don't think it's because they were too thin, if that makes sense. I don't think it's because they were too thin or needed more detail. I think it's just either they needed to be rephrased or reordered. Rephrased, reordered, or removed. The squire was created solely to utter his one line at the end. Without that info, the story didn't quite work, or at least work the way I wanted it to. So yeah, tell me more about why you felt that way. I tried my best to better integrate him into the story, introducing him early in the opening and trying to find at least one place in the main body to mention him and say, yes, he's indeed still here. I didn't have a solid idea for him, but I tried to give him my best to give some hints of personality in his few mentions. Does he seem like he fits comfortably there, or does he feel like the flat expositor that he likely is? So, unfortunately, I would say he doesn't fit comfortably into the story, but not because he feels like a flat expositor, because he feels unnecessary, and because he ends up, unfortunately, becoming confusing, because I end up going, wait, whose squire is he? Is there even a third character? Is he the one saying this line, you know? So I honestly wonder if, I kind of feel like you had to do more, less, or none. I guess those are all the options, but more, as in, maybe you needed to have him be a part of the conversation. That might have worked, and had him not be confusing. 2, you could remove him entirely, which is my recommendation. 3, I wonder if you could just have him show up at the end, actually. That perhaps the squire was listening in from behind a bush, or, you know, or a plant or something. You know, that, you know, as the councilman's footsteps receded, the general squire stepped out from a plant he'd apparently been hiding behind. Sir, I saw him as clearly as you did that day. My phrasing might be a little clunky, but something like that it's just like, oh, I guess his squire was hiding and listening. Maybe that would have worked, because instead of having to find a way to mention him and then potentially ending up confusing the audience, then it would have been like, yep, he's only there when he needs to be. He was listening, and here he is, you know. Hi, kitty. Oh, baby.
Does your face need to be wiped? Oh my kitty. Oh yes it does. Oh yes, that little snotty face. Oh poor thing. Oh poor boy. Yeah. Oh no. And the poor boy. Darling. Kitty cat. Would you like to sit with me? Would that be a thing you do?
Did you get what's going on? Did you feel lost or that any crucial details were missing? I think I pretty much went over that. For the most part, I think it's pretty understandable, except for a couple of details. Did the story have a genuinely interesting plot, or did it feel like a 325-word info dump? It had a genuinely interesting ending. I don't know if I can honestly tell you that I was fully invested the whole way through. But the ending was for sure genuinely interesting. And I wouldn't say that the rest was an info dump. I wouldn't call it a 325-word info dump. At least I don't think. And I guess that's part of it. Because if it was a 325-word info dump, then maybe I would have felt more invested the whole way through. Like, if the whole thing was just that ending plus more, maybe I would have been more invested. But there's a lot of build-up. There's a lot of, the two waffling about and being a little snarky to each other before we actually got to the meat of the story, if that makes sense. And then I think I mostly went over, other thoughts. I didn't remember Amelia having a boy with her in the other stories, and so this makes me even more... I already liked the Amelia stories, but this makes me even more interested in them. I want to meet this kid. I want to learn if this kid really is the heir, if this kid really is Amelia's son. I'm definitely very curious. Aerith, I assumed why the general said yes, it does add up the timeline was because he wants it to be so, because he needs an excuse to attack Amelia, I think. Fair, yeah, it's not something I would have gotten immediately, but that is a fair point, that it's just like, no, it totally adds up. It doesn't though, sir? No, it does, Squire. Lee, that was the intended idea. It's not that it does add up, it's that he can make it look like it adds up. I see. Gotcha. Yeah, so I didn't get the significance of the Squire's line then. So I see now what you're going for is that the Squire's saying, that is impossible. That can't be the case. And basically the general's going, that is impossible, but we can make it look like it's the case. Gotcha. I do think that maybe a phrasing a little more like that would work better. That, and granted, I guess if he is talking to the councilman, maybe he doesn't want to be that explicit about it. But if he could say, we know it can't be, but the timeline seemingly adds up, or to others, the timeline seemingly adds up. Maybe that would have worked better for me personally. The boy was in 2 earlier stories. His name was Dumas. I am recognizing that name. Why am I not remembering the image of a little boy? I don't know. Could you recommend me a book I can use as inspo for writing fanfics in my Sonic the Hedgehog AU? Mako, well, reading the Sonic comics or any media that is similar to your AU, yep. I don't know that I can give you a specific recommendation because I don't know what I haven't read your AU, and so I'd just say, just read. Just read whatever inspires you. I can't really give you a specific answer. But good story, Lee. Glad to see. Well, I was gonna say glad to see Amelia again, but we didn't technically. Glad to see the world of Amelia again. All right. Oh, Christmas, where art thou? Small Town Heroes 2013 by Spectre. 343 words. Content warning, allusions to domestic abuse. Snowflakes circled, dancing in the air around William Morningstar. The sun had already set. Around him, lights hung, their brightness casting long shadows around him. Shining, gorgeous trees stood limp and hollow in windows. Candles flickered in dances of somber shade. At least, that's how William saw the world. His heart was heavy, his shadow was dark. He strode through the evening road, cold hands in his pockets. Alone, he watched in this town, surrounded by joy, yet none meant for him. But still, nobody in Renfield knew him, and perhaps that was for the best. After all, what would the town do if they knew that the great heir of the dark sorcerer, Lucius Morningstar, the king in shadow, walked among them? At least, assuming his father was still alive. If not, well, then he ran right into someone. "Oh, sorry," he called. "I wasn't looking." "It's okay," Daisy, his friend and colleague from the diner, said, rubbing her shoulder. "You good, Will?" "Yeah, I'm fine." He avoided Daisy's eye. "Any plans for Christmas?" she asked, smiling at him. William's heart jumped a little. Daisy couldn't know, the weight that came with the holidays for him. Christmas had left a permanently bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't dare tell her about his family, about his father. No need to ruin Christmas joy for her. After all, just because he was miserable didn't mean that everyone else had to be. "Well," Daisy's smile faltered a little. "You do have plans for Christmas, right?" His gaze shot back up to her. Daisy had an uncanny ability to look at anyone and instantly know what they were feeling, like she read the fires deep within their hearts. "My parents aren't here for Christmas," Daisy said. "It's just my siblings and I. If you want, you can come over, if you don't mind sharing the house with 2 kids." William opened his mouth and told her that he'd get back to her. It couldn't hurt, could it? Unless it did. That evening, he made up his mind. So those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it. I think part of the problem is that green is too neon in the moth core bar, because it doesn't really match the green on the tree. I guess maybe it matches better the green on the stocking. No, not really. If I remember, I'll have to try and see if I can fix that. Alrighty. From Spectre, questions. 1. The Hidden King here is meant to be William, as the heir to the sorcerer Lucius Morningstar. It's an identity he wants to keep hidden. Did that come across? Also, were you able to tell that William's father was not seen in a positive light? I tried to hint at that in this story. 2, were you able to tell that William's father was abusive? I didn't say it or even strongly hinted at it, but I'm wondering if it was still visible here. 3, is the title Laying on the Sadness too thick? I'm trying to make it seem that Christmas is an emotionally heavy time for William because of his father, and the title was a part of that. 4, what did you make of Daisy and her parents not attending Christmas with their children? Did it strike you as too strange or too unbelievable without added context? 5, do you think William goes to Daisy's for Christmas? 6, any other comments or critiques? Alrighty, so it's interesting that what we were talking about regarding what makes something a Christmas story, because I would say that this is definitely a Christmas story, and maybe our most Christmassy of the lineup. But it's also quite sad. But then again, there are themes of like hope in there, of like, hey, Daisy offers him a place to go for Christmas and he might go to her. So what do you think? Do you guys think this is a Christmas story? Do you think this is a Christmas story? And do you think Wolf's is a Christmas story? And then feel free to answer any and all of Spectre's questions. So, I think your scene setting is pretty good. One thing I would suggest for is I would like a little bit more, because it's kind of vague about, like, because, like, let's see, around him lights hung, their brightness casting long shadows around him. That could just objectively be true, like, when something's really bright, it also casts long shadows. Shining gorgeous trees stood limp and hollow in windows. Okay, that one adds maybe a little bit more subjectivity, but especially because we're at the start of the story, we don't know if it's like a Nightmare Before Christmas sort of vibe of like, yeah, they're covered in beautiful lights, but the trees are like weird Halloweeny skeleton trees. Candles flickered in dances of somber shade, and it's like, what does that mean, somber shade? Okay, is this subjective? Is this literally what we're seeing? At least that's how William saw the world. Now, I do like kind of that you're making us ask that question of, is this literally happening, or is this what William's seeing? And then you answer it as, this is what William's seeing. But I do feel like it's pretty, I don't know if it's just me, but it's kind of subtle what's going on. So I would have liked maybe at least one more example of something a little more clear cut as like, oh, this should be good, but something's wrong with it, you know, sort of thing. Maybe it's mainly that candles flickered in dances of somber shade that's making me go like, what does that mean? What shade is that? What shade do candles come in that's somber? You know, or how do you subjectively look at a candle and go, oh, that's a somber candle there, you know? So maybe that's the main thing. But and I guess it's also like shining gorgeous. It can mean that even subjectively he thinks they're gorgeous, and yet within the same sentence he thinks they're limp and hollow. And so it's like, are they shining and gorgeous, or are they limp and hollow? And I think you're trying to go for both, but more so for other people they're shining and gorgeous. For William, they're limp and hollow. And so I think maybe taking out gorgeous would be helpful, either taking out or replacing gorgeous with something else, because I think, like, when I think something's beautiful, that's already a strong word. When I call something gorgeous, like, that's an extra strong, like basically for me the scale goes like cute, pretty, beautiful, gorgeous. That cute is like, oh yeah, that's nice. And granted, there's complexity, because there are some times where, like, I see a person on a TV show that I think is attractive, and I'm like, oh, they're so cute, you know, and I mean it as, like, very emphatic. But generally it's like, cute is like, yeah, you know, I'm not, like, stunned by their beauty or anything, but it's like, yeah, this is generally a nice, pleasant thing to look at. And then pretty is like, yeah, this is also a nice, pleasant thing to look at, and I'm taking it a little more seriously. You know, that really is pretty. And then, because let's use art, for example. This is probably the place where I use that scale most often. That somebody creates an art piece and I call it cute, that it's like, I'm not stunned by its beauty or anything, but I think it's nice to look at, or I very specifically think it has a cutesy aesthetic that I think they're going for, and I think that's great. Or when I say, oh, that's pretty, you know, I think it looks nice, but again, I'm not stunned by it or anything. I'm not blown away. It's just like, yeah, that's nice to look at. I say it's beautiful. Now that's me going, ooh, wow, yeah, now I'm starting to get some wows, you know, for whatever I'm looking at. If I call something call something gorgeous, then I'm like, my jaw might be on the floor. You know, I might be seeing that art and be like, oh, that's gorgeous. And I guess stunning would be after that. Stunning would be the next level after gorgeous. So maybe that's just my scale and not anybody else's scale. But when I see gorgeous, then it's like, the tree, oh my gosh, how amazing, the lights, the way they're placed on the tree, the tinsel, the ornaments, lovely, wonderful. I'm in awe of this tree. And it's limp and hollow, you know? So maybe that's just a personal issue that nobody else had with the story. But I definitely took Gorgeous at face value as like he genuinely thinks this is a not just beautiful, but beyond beautiful tree. And then he says it's limp and hollow and stuff. So I think that just at least saying shining can just be a neutral thing of like, it's shining, not necessarily good. You know, it could be, yay, sparkly, shiny, or ew, my eyes hurt, shiny. Both are conveyed in shining. And so I think shining works fine to go, they shine, but they're limp and hollow. I don't like looking at them, you know? I don't think they're actually pretty. Sort of thing. So yeah, I don't know if it's just me. I don't know if I'm being nitpicky about it, but personally, I do think that, a little bit more or a little bit different of a description of how the, decorations and stuff look, you know, hollow to William, would be helpful. However, I do really like what you're going for in that these things might be beautiful to others, but William isn't seeing that way. William sees everything in shadow. I think that works well. And I do like this phrasing of his shadow's dark. I feel like that is kind of the impression I'm getting. That it's not that the light is casting the shadows, it's more like he is. It's more like he's casting the shadows, or he's seeing the shadows more strongly than others do. And they're his personal shadows that follow behind him. That's that sort of thing. I can't believe I've been futzing with my hat this whole time because of that one little part that like was red here is bothering me, and I can't believe it took me this long to just turn it. Anyways, I quite like the line of surrounded by joy yet none meant for him. You know, it's kind of a water everywhere but not a drop to drink sort of thing. I feel like I've heard that phrasing of none meant for him before, so I feel like there's some more direct comparison with that too. But regardless, I like that it's like, yeah, there's joy everywhere, but I can't actually participate in it. You know, it's not, and not only is it like, it's not just I can't enter into the joy, it's not meant for me. And that's kind of an interesting perspective because that could be subjective in and of itself. It could be there's totally joy meant for him, but he doesn't feel that way. He's like, oh, there's all these people, you know, experiencing all this joy, but you know they wouldn't impart that joy to me, or that he's like, I'm too full of shadows that like I'm not allowed to experience joy, kind of thing, even though like. God's got a package of joy with his name on it, and he's just not accepting it, you know? So that's a curious line, regardless. I don't really know what to make of the nobody in Renfield knew him line, because when I first read it, I think it works well, that it's like, ooh, yeah, like he himself is like a shadow walking through the town. Nobody knows who he is, and nobody knows that he's this king. So totally, he's the hidden king that nobody knows about. But Daisy knows him, and not only does Daisy know him, he works at the diner. So, like, customers at the diner have seen him, and so maybe you mean knew him in a more intimate way of like, sure, Daisy has met him, Daisy knows of him, but Daisy doesn't really know him, and especially no customer at the diner knows him. That's interesting if that's what you're going for, but a line of nobody knew him as he's walking through town definitely reads at face value of just like, yeah, nobody's met him, nobody knows who he is, just as literally William. And so I do think if you were going for a deeper knowing, I think that I think that think you just need to go deeper into that. I think is all that I was gonna end that with. Maybe just nobody in Renfield knew who he truly was, and perhaps that was for the best. That would probably convey, okay, they know him, but they don't know who he truly is. And I do really like the king line. I am curious if he was called the King in Shadow before this prompt, but I do like it that it seems like a very realistic, modern, mundane story, and then you get to Dark Sorcerer, King in Shadow, and it's like, ooh, we got some fantasy up in here, you know? And then I think that makes the Hidden King thing pop even more, because, like, if you don't know the universe, then at least for a few paragraphs, it's also hidden from the audience, and you're like, oh, maybe this story's not so realistic as I thought, sort of thing. And so I like that image of just, like, he's the Dark Sorcerer, the heir to the Dark Sorcerer, but he just looks like a dude walking through a town at Christmas. I am curious, like, why Lucius was called the King in Shadow. It's like, because as far as I know, Lucius didn't actually have, like, a true domain. But, you know, he was very powerful, and as far as I recall, his power had to do with shadows, and so, and, like, he can rule over people, like he can control people, he can control shadows. I don't totally remember what the power is, but I think it has something to do with, like, being able to control people, which does have to do with ruling. So I think that does work. I am curious if people who don't know the universe got this line. I think I did, that it was meant to be, well, if his father wasn't alive, then Lucius isn't the King in Shadow. William is. Which I think makes the prompt especially work, to just clarify it's not just Lucius who's the Hidden King, it's definitely William, and we don't have to fudge it with the prince thing. He might literally be the king. So that worked very well. But I do think it's quite a thing to kind of throw in the middle of the story, just like, yeah, I don't know if he's alive. It's like, how do you not know if he's alive? So I would not hold it against anyone if anyone's like, yeah, I need an explanation on that one. But I do like that idea that, you know, he might be the king, and, like, I don't know exactly the emotion, but I feel like that cutoff might not just have been because he ran into Daisy. He may have not wanted to finish that sentence himself. And so that's interesting if so. So I like him running into Daisy. I think that's cute, and it works well to be like, he's very inward. He's very much in his own head, in his own shadows. And then it's like, oh, hey, a person, yay! You know, that itself, just the fact that he ran into someone adds hope into the story. However, you did say that nobody knew him, and it very much read like nobody was out. It read like, the sun had already set, so it's nighttime. And so I really don't expect, like, if he's just walking down a neighborhood street, I really don't expect him to run into a person. I don't expect anybody else to be walking, and if they are, even if he's lost in his thoughts, I feel like he'd see them. And so, because it'd be very noteworthy, potentially, especially if you are walking by yourself. It's like, oh my gosh, a person is interrupting my thoughts, you know? So I do think that introducing that other people are walking out at night, or something to hint at that he might not be alone, could be helpful, I think. But I do like the idea. I also like that he immediately apologizes. That tells you a little bit about William's character, that he may potentially be the King in Shadow. And he seems quite angsty at the beginning, but he's a kind person who is the first person to apologize in this situation. And then, yeah, like, I know about Daisy, but I think anybody who doesn't is going to be like, his friend and colleague from the diner? I thought nobody knew him, you know? I like the hesitation and avoidance on I'm fine, making it clear that he's not fine. And then I think it works well, this little explanation of like, she doesn't know that Christmas is a painful time to me. To her, this is just a question. And a question she'd ask anybody. But to me, this is a very heavy question. I think that's pretty powerful. And I think it's well written. Permanently bitter taste is a great descriptor there. And then I like, and that again speaks to his character that he's like, you know, just because he's miserable doesn't mean everyone else has to be. He doesn't need to talk about it. But there's two sides to his character. One, he's nice. He doesn't want to ruin anybody else's Christmas. On the other hand, he might be like, it might be something that Daisy would actually be happy to listen to and would actually benefit Will to talk about, that he should process this and vent this to someone. And so if he were to vent it to Daisy, it would be beneficial to him and it wouldn't be a problem for Daisy. And so it actually is like keeping him out of relationship to be like, oh, I'm gonna ruin your Christmas by talking about my problems. And it's like, no, man, you know, it's okay. We all need to talk about our problems sometime. I'll be in a listening ear. I feel like it could go either way, and I think that works very well for the story. I really like Daisy's, you know, you do have plans for Christmas, right? And I think this functions so well because this paragraph, like in real time with Daisy, assuredly takes a second. You know, it takes a second for him to sit there and think about it. And in that second, then it's like, you're kind of hesitating. You do have plans for Christmas, right? But I was totally in Will's head because I wasn't even thinking, hey, you're taking a second to respond, Will. I was just totally in his head with him being like, oh, yeah, that's too bad that Christmas isn't a great time for you. And I was also in his head, as he is, not thinking about how long it might take for him to be thinking about this. And so I think that functioned pretty phenomenally. And so I love that question. And I do think that's neat that like what he's saying here kind of, I think, mirrors his own ability. I don't remember for sure how the power works, but I think Will and Lucius can kind of like see into people kind of. And so the fact that she doesn't have magic as far as I know, but she seems to, just being an empathetic and kind person, can see through people in a different fashion. I think that works really well. And then, you know, and that, I think it's cute, you know, her little explanation about how her parents are gone and stuff like that. I'm curious why Will thinks it would hurt. I assume it has something to do with his powers. I do feel like, on the one hand, it's fairly innocuous, and it's just like, it couldn't hurt unless it did, you know. On the one hand, it's not a big deal. On the other hand, I do feel like that's kind of asking a question that you're not going to answer. We're at the end of the story anyways, but it is something that I'm left with, you know, at the end of the story, that it's like, why would it hurt? You know, what would make it hurt? And so if there, I'm guessing it would take too much explanation, but if there was some way to get that explanation across, that would be good. And I do get that you can't exactly go, it couldn't hurt, could it? That evening he made up his mind, if you want it to be ambiguous, because that would imply that he is going to go. But having both means it could go either way. Personally, I do wish that it was explicitly positive. You know, I like, you know, more hopeful, positive things, so of course it's totally valid to have the story leave ambiguous, but for me it does detract from my enjoyment of the story that it's not confirmed at the end that he did go. Because it's like, either this is a really cute story about William being sad but being invited to somewhere for Christmas, and we know by the end that he is gonna have some joy this Christmas, even though his past Christmases have been much less than joyful. Or it is just a sad story that remains sad. You know, it's just a sad story that starts with William having a sucky Christmas, just like Christmases before, where he's really stuck in his head, having a terrible time, and Daisy offers him some hope and says he could have a better time. And he refuses it, and he just doesn't go, and he continues to wallow in sadness. And, you know, like, both are potentially valid for the character, and there might be reasons why you think that he wouldn't go and stuff like that, but it definitely is a very different story if he doesn't go. And so I myself very much wanted that confirmation that he does go. And I am believing that he went, not because I necessarily for sure am like, yeah, it leads to that. I totally think that's where he would go. I know that for the character. Not thinking of that. I just want it to be that. And so, you know, I'm thinking and hoping that it is that. I'm telling myself that's what he did. But as for your questions, personally, I got the prompt, but I could see someone not getting it or having questions about it if they didn't know the story. So those of you who don't know the story well, did you see the prompt? So I know what his father was like, so I knew what the deal was, but personally, I don't think that you can tell that he was abusive from this story, to the extent that I think the content warning isn't needed, because there might be intended allusions to domestic abuse, but they're not strong enough for them to truly function as allusions. Because I think it was meant to be that Christmas had a permanently bitter taste, and you do say, you know, about his family, his father, but that doesn't mean his father's abusive. That could just mean, you know, his father's just kind of a hard man to love, that he's maybe a strict guy. He never hurt William. He never truly said anything verbally abusive. He just was pretty strict and made Christmas less than fun. You know, like, it doesn't have to be so far as abuse. And I don't think people are immediately going to assume abuse unless that's clear. So I know that's there, but I don't think that it was clear that there was even really an allusion to it, if it makes sense. I don't think it needed to be more clear. I think it functions exactly as it needs to. Like, you know that Christmas is tainted for him, and you know it has to do with his father. You don't need to know why and to what extent, you know, that goes for it to work for the story, if that makes sense. And people in the chat, feel free to let me know if you saw the allusions or didn't. Is the title laying on sadness too thick? So I fear I'm not getting the reference, because it seems like a reference to the song from The Grinch, Where Are You Christmas? But it's phrased differently. It's almost phrased like a combination of Oh Christmas Tree and Where Are You Christmas? So I don't know if this itself is a reference to something that I don't know. But not knowing any reference besides the two I've said, it works for me. I don't think it's too sad, because it's just saying, you know, William is having trouble finding the true spirit of Christmas, right? Christmas isn't actually full of Christmas cheer for him. And so, where art thou, Christmas? You know, oh, where Christmas, where art thou? Makes sense. I think it actually is quite a good title for the story, because I think the story is pretty Christmassy, and I think William is struggling to find Christmas, in the sense of he's struggling to find the true heart of Christmas. And basically the true heart of Christmas shows up in his laugh, and in a way he's still asking, where are you, Christmas? So I think it works, and it didn't seem like more sad than the story itself to me personally. It actually worked all right for me that you didn't explain the whole thing with Daisy. I definitely was wondering why her parents weren't there. Honestly, the bigger question is not why her parents aren't there, but why her parents aren't with little kids. Because if their parents or if their children are all adults, then it's like, okay, yeah, maybe the parents couldn't scrape up the money to go to the kids, or the kids couldn't scrape up the money to go to the parents. Maybe they were otherwise engaged somehow or somewhere. But if the parents have little kids, I don't know why they would peace out. You know, I don't know why they'd be gone. So there's definitely a question, but it wasn't so big of a question that I needed it answered to understand the story. It worked fine for me to just be like, hey, like, for some reason the parents aren't here. I'm kind of curious about that, but all the info I need to know to understand the story is the parents aren't there. I think it works for the story in the sense that William clearly has issues with his dad, and so it probably is comforting to him that there aren't parents around. And I guess that would be the one thing that makes me genuinely in the story lean towards maybe he would actually join, because there aren't parents there. And so it's like, okay, I don't need to be reminded of my dad. There will be no dads there. My dad won't be there. Her dad won't be there. So that's more likely to be an actually good, comforting time to him. And so I think that's part of why it worked for me, is because it's like, it's less about the logistics of why her parents aren't there and more about the fact that that probably helps William, that he has less reason to be reminded of why Christmas is a painful time for him if he spends Christmas with her, if that makes sense. So yeah, it actually worked for me. Do I think William goes to Daisy's Christmas? I don't know. Do I hope William goes to Daisy's Christmas? Yes. I don't know if this is your intention for your seasonal, Christmas winter story, the long story. But now I hope it is. I hope that it is one of your Christmas stories that you are intending to write, is him spending Christmas with Daisy. And if that was not on the docket, I'm putting it on. I'm putting it in the request box. So yeah, and I guess that could be kind of interesting if you wrote two stories, one where he joins her and one where he doesn't. Now, granted, the one where he doesn't is probably just sad as heck. But if you're unsure what you want to do, that could be an interesting experiment, is to try out both. For one example we could have used for the prompt intro, the kings in the anime K, especially the colorless king. I've seen that anime, but it's been so long. I don't know if I can remember what the deal is there. I got Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, to be honest, which is a retelling of the Odyssey, but in the American South. Interesting. Is that particularly sad? Maybe that is meant to be the reference. Oh, I see writers saying, for me, the title was also a reference to Oh Brother, Where Art Thou. That, to me, not knowing the story of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou was an odd illusion. Fair. Suppose this is a Christmas story. I think, like the other small town heroes stories I've read, it's really bleak. Fair. Writer, maybe it's because it's a Christmas story that the sad moments hit sadder. Good point. Since Christmas is usually seen in a positive light, anything that changes that usually hits a bit harder if it's done well, and this definitely does. Yeah, that's a fantastic point. That it could, if it was any other time of the year, yeah, it'd be sad, but it would be less bleak, because it's just like, yeah, you have the rest of the year to be sad, but Christmas is supposed to cheer everybody up, especially the sad people. And so if Christmas can't manage to cheer up someone sad, or it makes someone sadder, then that is even worse. That totally makes sense. I writes that down. That being Kaylee's art scale. Nice. And then Decoy also took it as a reference to that. So it sounds like that's probably what it was. And there's probably something particularly sad that happens in that. That's why Spectre's asking that question. Despite the fact that I drank my Propel properly today, I still have to go to the bathroom. So give me a second bathroom break, and then we'll do writer's story. remember. I'm not sure about Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I just remember the climax has to do with outing a politician as a grand dragon of the KKK. Oh boy. Oh, sorry if I paused in the middle of the song you love. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the Odyssey's fairly happy, if I remember from what I read. So yeah, if it's a retelling of the Odyssey, I don't know what in particular would be like the super sad part. Anyways, great story, Spectre. Thank you so much for submitting. Just go on to write a story. A proposal of unity. Q Seishu, thy writer of thought. 349 words. It was the High Queen's third advisory session that week, and it wasn't even Wednesday yet. Her knight stood dutifully near as she racked her brain over the minutes from public court. She was just about to start pulling at her hair when her knight offered her a very inviting cup of tea. I can't do this, Garloft, she told him. I was prepared for fighting monsters, sieges, wars. These all need a gentler hand, her knight reassured her. You won't need the powers of the universe to fairly divide these two provinces. She took a deep breath, comforted more as he laid his hand on her shoulder. This was his duty as her knight, to impart his wisdom. Let's look at what you know, Your Majesty, and continued. There's facts, and there's feelings, and on this battlefield, both must be considered. The High Queen pinched the bridge of her nose as she spoke. The Northern Province claims they've owned the lands for centuries, although no surviving documents can corroborate their claims. She read the minutes from her memory, trying to put herself in the shoes of these people who believed an improvable fact. The Eastern Province claims this land was fairly acquired in a small war centuries ago, but has remained undeveloped, perfect for farmland. Garloft watched her wrestle with the two sides, trying to see if there was a clear right or wrong side. He knew she could find the answer. All she needed was space. He gave her the distance of a fresh cup of tea. What if, she started, hesitant, they don't split the land, but instead take turns rotating who gets to use it for livestock? They both want it for that same purpose. Garloff smiled. Now you're thinking like a queen. He stood back as he watched her read the notes, occasionally fiddling with the ring in his pocket. Now was not the time to ask, but one day he had a turn wearing a crown already. He could wait a bit longer before he asked for it to adorn his head once more. There are those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you will. Well, Odysseus does lose all his men. I guess I didn't remember that part. And that would make sense for the Oh Brother, Where Art Thou part. Well, title. A writer of thought. Wait, did you have a note? Yeah, let me know if you had a note. But the writer says an extra oh no, it says extra, so I assume that means you did have a note. Oops. Wrong writer story. Yep. Toasting his campfire warm. I'm not actually sure what that means. Does that mean you want me to be extra gentle? Does that mean you want me to be a little bit, a little bit burnt? What's the purpose there? The questions are, one, the thing that bugged me the most about this is I keep thinking the ring and his reveal that he's worn a crown before, but not necessarily the crown of the High King came out of nowhere. Does it feel earned and alluded to? 2, does Garloff feel properly affectionate and mentorly to her? Does he come off as condescending? 3, a thought occurred to me that he might not read as a similar age to her, and that could come across as creepy. Does he read as a similar enough age/maturity to be considered a romantic interest to her? How could I improve it if not? So feel free to answer those questions, plus the extra one here in the chat. I struggled to think up a title for the story. What else would you have named? Alrighty, room. So I guess I'll start with the general feeling. This was another one of those stories where I really liked the ending a lot, but I did feel like before that the story did end up kind of dragging, and I did kind of wish that that more words were spent on that ending, if that makes sense. So I think that what you have in the story definitely works. I don't think it's poorly written. I'll talk about any issues in that first part, when I get there. I think overall it definitely worked as a scene. Just personally, I wanted to see more of that ending, if that makes sense. I think the first line works quite well, and quite well as a first line is like, all right, this is her advisory session, and it's her third of the week, and it's not even Wednesday, so that means that potentially what happened Sunday, what happened Monday, what happened Tuesday, they're happening every day. I am realizing that I thought that, she was with people, and I actually come to think of it, think it's because that phrasing of advisory session, the Queen's advisory session, it reads like the Queen is giving advice, not advice is being given to the Queen. And so maybe a different name would be a bit helpful in conveying exactly what the scene is, but other than that, I think it works. I think her knight stood dutifully near is a perfect introduction to who the knight is and what his job is. And then I quite like she was just about to start pulling at her hair when her knight offered her a very inviting cup of tea. Very inviting, especially, is a great little way to describe it there. So I like that a lot, where it's like, just as things are about to come to a boil, she's offered a cup of tea. Medium heat, gotcha. I see the ad is incoming. Alright, where are we? Tears in the Ocean. First impression of that one is positive. It is this image of, tears aren't, you wouldn't be able to notice tears in the ocean, because it's like, tears might be an important thing that's happening, but if the tears fall in the ocean, then they're not going to be seen or noticed, because it's a body of salty water that one drop won't be noticed from. It also reminds me of a little bit of a spoiler, but an episode of Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure where I think at the beginning of the episode there's like somebody picks up this cool blue rock and they learn that it's a mermaid tear, and then at the end of the episode they start to see a rock or two, and then the tide pulls back and the entire sandbar is full of them. And so, to convey the mermaid from the episode has been crying and crying and crying. And of course, in that case, the tears are able to be seen and noticed. And I guess, nothing about the prompt says they have to be unnoticed. But it makes me think of that, and I quite like that scene. I think it's kind of more poignant than the episode deserves. So I think that works well. I quite like the literal senses of the prompt, that imagining somebody, on a ship crying into the ocean. And I guess you could use, both, that it could be like they're crying into the ocean and then, but then their tears are also not noticed by those around them. And so it could be both. It could be kind of that literal take that I was saying with like the Tangled episode. It could be, maybe there's some way for someone to find a tear in the ocean. Yeah, you could actually, like, the metaphorical use tends to be pretty bleak, of like, oh no, your tears are unnoticed. But you could also actually use it in the complete opposite way and make it go, somebody found the tear in the ocean. Somebody found the needle in the haystack. So, like, somebody really cares. That would be a really cool take. But using it in the non-literal takes, then that's what starts to go in that more bleak road that, it can be that, like, somebody has just been experiencing sorrow after sorrow, and, you know, one more sorrow is like tears in the ocean. It sucks, but it's now unnoticed after all the waves crashing over them. It could be, indeed, just kind of that idea of just the idea of tears being unnoticed, sorrow being unnoticed. Could be there's, you know, bleakness in the world at large, and so some particular person's struggles are going unnoticed and uncared for because they're tears in the ocean. They're just like, yeah, something bad going on within a bunch of bad goings on, sort of thing. So yeah, what can you guys think of more positive takes with using the metaphorical way, or is the metaphorical way only bleak? Because my immediate impression is positive for the image and the literal takes, but thinking of it metaphorically, then I start to like it less. So are there more positive ways that you can use it if you go metaphorical with it? I guess it could just be an image for something small and something big. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be your sorrow is going unnoticed. It can be, this is like tears in the ocean. It can be, I guess it could be like someone has a bunch of happiness, and a new happiness is like tears in the ocean. It's unnoticed, you know? You're not noticing a drop of happiness in a lifetime of happiness. I guess that could work, so maybe it isn't just bleak. I guess it could be kind of like comparing with Christmas on the Brain. It can be like one person, a rich person, getting a bunch of presents, you know, like Dudley and Harry. Somebody getting a bunch of presents, like one present is like tears in the ocean. One present is doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of that pile of presents. Oh, but for someone like Harry, someone who's poor, that one present is everything and really stands out, you know? I guess they could be happy tears. They don't have to be sad tears. That it's like, yeah, that goes back to like, it's an ocean of happiness and one moment of happiness is unnoticed, sort of thing. Wolf says, Tears in the Ocean is a pretty solid one. No notes or gripes. I can think of something as well. Fun fact, a lot of languages' version of needle in a haystack is needle in the ocean. Oh, interesting. I think tears in the ocean is actually a better idiom for that. So yeah, if anyone else has any thoughts on that prompt, I hesitate to share them. I'll have to think about what I do with it personally later. But I think I think it's pretty solid. Especially realizing there are more hopeful ways to take the metaphorical use as well. Then I think it's pretty solid and works for me. Aerith, when it comes to tears in the ocean, it reminded me of the Buddhist imagery of ourselves being a drop of water in the sea. Not that we are bleak, but that we encompass all and remain ourselves while becoming something more. Ooh, that's interesting. That it's like, can you retain your tearness in the ocean? Can you still be yourself in the ocean of souls, kind of thing? That's neat. That is a neat take on it. I like that. All right. Going back to the story. I like that her complaint and concern is that she has been trained to fight monsters and wars and doesn't know how to do the gentler parts of being queen. I think that's a neat take, especially for a queen, rather than a king. This is a bit nitpicky, but these all need could read as a continuation of like, I was prepared for fighting monsters, sieges, wars. Monsters, sieges, wars all need, rather than these, the problems I'm dealing with today right now. And it goes back to the same thing from Mako's story of it goes back to the last pronoun. The last pronoun is wars. And so I do think saying like maybe these issues, or I don't know if the issues set before me would be too poetic. But something to just clarify. I mean, the issues on my desk, not the wars I mentioned, you know. I do like him finishing her sentence. I think that's a hint to this relationship could be romantic. That's kind of a classic romantic thing, is we finish each other's sentences. And so I think that's nice, of like a gentler hand, he says, while being a gentler hand. I think that's great. I'm curious about the powers of the universe line. I'm wondering if she literally has the powers of the universe, or if or if it's him being hyperbolic and being like, yeah, you won't need the powers of the universe to do this. I don't know if I like the line. If she does have the power of the universe, I think it works. If she doesn't, then I'm not sure if I totally like it. So I don't know. I think it's a good way to introduce the issue at hand. And then I like, literally, he lays a comforting hand, a gentler hand, on her shoulder. That's fun. I like the little, like, bit of exposition of, like, hey, this is what he does. He imparts his wisdom. I know that I got the hint that he romantically liked her before I got to the end. But now that I have got to the end, I don't remember where it was, where I was like, is there something up here? And, like, I feel like it could have been this. It could have been maybe that I read this as, like, this is his duty to impart his wisdom. But he wants it to be more. That it's like, I need to fulfill my duty. I need to impart my wisdom. I would like to do more, but I need to remind myself this is what I'm here for. I don't know for sure if that was it, but I don't remember what it was. I think it could have been. I like his little, there's facts and there's feelings, and both need to be considered. I think that's great. One of my biggest complaints with the story is quite simply that I think all of this needs to be one paragraph, because I absolutely just read this as like, here, this is her action. This is what the queen does. She pinches the bridge of her nose. And I don't know why, I was, I guess, kind of thinking the spoke referred to above, because obviously that was the knight. But it's funny, because when I do that, when I have the tag and then I have the dialogue, I will do it like this. Oh, here, I should put it back. I'll do it like that, or like that. And I have been critiqued for it before, but now that I'm seeing this, I see there's a reason I do that. Because when it wasn't there, I didn't immediately go, spoke. Okay, the next thing she's saying is her speaking. We're not just talking about her speaking in general. She didn't speak above. It's not about her speaking the previous line. This is the future. So I don't know that the colon of the comma are correct in that format. But I am now standing by my choice to do that, because I do think it's clearer. And definitely, if it's the same paragraph, absolutely, it should be that. And I don't know why I didn't just fix it myself, because that's what I often do, but she's speaking, so it should be part of the same paragraph. And then she's reading the minutes, and like, this is just the opposite side of this. It's actually the same topic, and she's still reading the minutes. So I do think this should be part of the same paragraph. And then, yeah, so I thought, like, her pinching her nose was her action. All right, time for the knight to speak. And then, now I don't remember how you had it. Let's go back. Yeah, so, okay, that makes sense. So, I think I either was like, this is her action, Knight speaking. And then maybe I read this as her. Or I read this as, okay, this is her speaking, this is the Knight replying. Or I read it as the Knight's advising, the Knight's going over everything. So the Knight's saying the minutes while she's reading the minutes. You know, there's a lot of different things that could have been going on, and none of those options are options if you do it like this. It's all her. And then I like that, you know, he's noticing that she's trying to find the right side, but it's not necessarily that there's a right or wrong here. And I do like him recognizing that he doesn't need to kind of take over and fix it for her. He just needs to give her the space to do what she needs to do and think what she needs to think. I think that's great. He gave her the distance of a fresh cup of tea. I think that's a great line. I really like that idea in general. I think that's very well written. On the one hand, it works to be like, okay, like he gave her the tea. All of this equals the distance. That her having the tea is her having the distance. But on the other hand, I feel like it would work better to take this. Let's just do it. Take this. And then, let's see, would it be before or after? It would be after, I think. I don't know, I guess, yeah, now that I see it next to it, it does kind of read as redundant to do it like that. Yeah, maybe that doesn't work as well as I thought it did. So basically, it's like he gave her the distance of the fresh cup of tea. Sounds like this is him for the first time in the scene giving her tea. And so then to the reader, it's kind of like, he already gave her tea? Did he give her a second cup of tea? So that's the reason I'm thinking maybe it should just all be here. But yeah, I like both tea lines, but I'm not sure they work together, basically. So I think, like, all this was just, like, there was just an issue that she's dealing with. The importance of the scene is not the issue that she's dealing with. It's about her relationship with the Knight. And I do like that aspect of it. And so I don't know that it really matters what she says. It's kind of meant to be, blah, 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 political gibberish, I think. However, I can't help but think about the political gibberish and not understand how this is a good idea. Because, like, you know, if we, I guess, put it in more modern terms, it's like you have an office building, and for some reason, two companies are like, we both own the rights to this office building, we both want to use this office building. And then Helena's solution is, okay, this company can use the office building for half the year, and this company can use the office building for the other half the year, or 1 year and then the next year. And it's like, that doesn't work. Both companies need the office building the whole year round. And I think it's the same thing here, where it's like, where are you gonna put your cows the rest of the year, or the off years? They need a place to store the livestock. That's the whole point. And so, like, either they're gonna find another place for the they're not gonna find another place for the livestock and then bring the livestock here. I don't know why they do that. They need a permanent residence for their livestock. So I think functionally in the story, this line is fine, but when I actually think about it, I have questions. And then, like I said, that this last bit is my favorite part. I think it's a really neat take on the prompt because, A, he's the Hidden King because he has been king before, and as far as I can tell, she doesn't know that, so it's hidden from her that he used to be a king. B, the thing that would make him a king again is hidden, literally in his pocket. And C, you could interpret the story as he is actually acting like her king, Um, but that fact is hidden, you know, that the populace might not know that he is such a strong advisor to her, and even she might not recognize, wait a second, he's kind of acting like a king here. And so I think that's pretty fantastic of a prompt use, that you have 3 uses here. I was like I said, I got the impression that he was romantically into her, and so I liked the confirmation, but I also was still somewhat surprised by the confirmation, if I recall. Pleasantly surprised. And so it's like, oh, how cute. And I do wonder if part of it is not so much what you see in the story, and just the fact that I've read a couple other stories recently about Helena and her knight, namely that tea party story. And so maybe the other stories maybe go, there's something going on between these two. So I saw it, for whatever reason it was, I saw it, and I liked it at the end. And then I think just ending it on now's not the time works really well with the hidden aspect of the prompt, that it's not just it's hidden, it will remain hidden. I do definitely wish that you had spent more words explaining what it means that he wore a crown already. It doesn't necessarily matter for this story, but I'm definitely left wondering, has he been the High King before? If he hasn't been the High King, what has he been the king of? And if it was a foreign nation, how did he become knight to this nation's queen? You know, so it definitely causes questions. They don't need to be answered to understand the story, but because the most fun part of the story is that last paragraph, I would have liked some words taken away from earlier parts so that you could spend more time on, what do you mean he's had a crown already? Unless, of course, it would take just too long to explain that. So it makes me very curious about the knight's character. I want to know more about him and how that works and everything. But yeah, let's go to your questions. So I think this question's interesting. So the thing that bugged me the most about this is I keep thinking the ring and his reveal that he's worn a crown before, but not necessarily the crown of the High King, came out of nowhere. Does it feel earned and alluded to? So I liked the story. The first time I read it, I kind of liked the twist of like, oh, he's been a king before and he wants to marry her. Adorable and interesting. So it kind of worked for me that it kind of came out of nowhere. I was okay with that. But I can, especially for those who didn't necessarily catch that he's in love with her, I think it probably will come out of nowhere. And I think saying it, I think I can't say that it feels earned or alluded to. The ring, I might be able to say feels earned or alluded to, but the crown part, I do feel like, regardless on whether I liked it, doesn't feel earned or alluded to, if that makes sense. Personally, I found him quite affectionate and mentorly, especially because you have specific lines saying he's giving her space, that he's understanding her. He's not just commandeering the situation. He's not just coming over and being like, oh yeah, you need to do this and that. Or like, how have you not figured this out by now? You know, he's not saying anything condescending. He's not being overbearing, and he seems to understand her and definitely care for her. So it worked for me personally. Thought it occurred to me that he might not read as a similar age to her, and that could come across as creepy. Does he read as a similar enough age maturity to be considered a romantic interest to her? How could I prove it if not? I'm trying to think if I thought about this at first or not. Because I could definitely see him as reading, as either reading older than her or younger than her, and it being weird. I don't think I really thought about that. I think I either read them as a similar age, or I didn't think it was creepy if I read him as older, if that makes sense. I definitely go older than myself rather than younger. But it kind of read more like he's, I guess like he could be like 5 years older than her, so like a bit older than her, but like not concerningly so. and age difference romances tend to bother me less than other people. So I'm less likely to ping it as creepy even if he does read as older than her. So I think that's up to the chat to decide. Did he read as differently aged than her? And if so, did it come across as creepy? And especially if so, how could that be improved? I think if you wanted to get rid of all potential of that, you probably would just need a direct line that says, like, they've known each other since they were kids, and that's clear they're kids together. That kind of thing, you know. Yeah, you might just have to devote some words to specifically saying it directly, how they know each other, how long they've known each other, and or just something that conveys they're the same age. And then what was your other one? I think the title works because it's like a unity. Aw, cute kitty. It's a proposal of marriage. Unity, like that's often the case with royals, is like a unification of the lands, and so often that is through marriage and stuff, and so the vibes of the title are the vibes of the story, even though I don't know for sure that he's like the king of some other land. So the title works for me. Maybe something about a cup of tea. Like, I guess you could do, like, an inviting cup of tea or the space of a cup of tea, but then again, you'd be spoiling a line, so maybe that wouldn't be great. A talk over tea. Advice over tea, maybe. The advice of a knight. Knight and advisor. Knight and advisor and ... Maybe that would be too much. Advisor, knight, comma, or not comma, advisor, knight, ... Kind of like that one, actually. Or maybe it would be the opposite. Knight, comma, advisor, ... And that kind of is like, where's that gonna finish? I'm not sure. Let's see. Right, if you need more clarity on the powers of the universe line, it's Helena. She and Estrella could be described as having the powers of the universe. Interesting. Mako, I do wonder why he's not a king anymore. Was he deposed, abdicated, conquered? Good point. Definitely didn't consider their ages, Mako says. Strangely, the constant off-screen jingling has conjured a random thought. Without knowledge of the bells, the sound can be reinterpreted as chains, making this whole stream seem like Kaylee is Marley and is trying to warn the chat but veered wildly into a tangent of writing. That's great. Oh, that'd be a great little thing if just like Marley arrives on stream and it's just like, I have something to tell you all. Oh, is this a story? I have, like, and then he reads the story, and then he just has so many thoughts about the story, he forgets all about his warning. I don't know, I think it would be best to say that the title he once held no longer applies. The land he once ruled no longer exists. Interesting. Well, to be fair, you can't keep livestock in one place all year or they'll overgraze it. Also, crops generally harvest in a year's time. So in the spring, tend in the summer, reap in the fall. It could work, but there are some elements that make it a little uncertain. I think I inferred that he's only a little bit older, like 5 years older tops. Nice. Okay, so it does sound like it's just my own ignorance to keeping livestock, that you are meant to rotate where the livestock are so they don't get bored, so maybe that actually totally could work. But yes, wonderful story writer. Thank you so much for submitting. It's super late, but I'm glad that on our Christmas stream we managed to get all the stories unlocked. It's time to announce the prompt for next week. Oh, you good? you doing? Okay. All right. In a third place, with 4 votes, we have New Year, New Me. An interesting prompt, not how we know though. In second place, we have a 3-way tie, each with 5 votes. We have Feast of Starlight, A Kiss at Midnight, and A Walk in the Snow. Personally, I love all of those. I think there was a point where either I missed it or the winner wasn't. There wasn't a 6th one yet. The winner didn't have that extra vote yet, and I was like, I am happy with all of these. But our winner with 6 votes is Midnight Ball. I do think that seems too small. This is a prompt that's waited a very long time to win. Wolf, our resident submitter of this prompt, how long actually have you been submitting this prompt? I feel like it's been years. Because I guess, little personal aside to start, I think that you started submitting this prompt before I had anything to do, I wrote anything to do with the dance in my story. That, like, not even, like, the bad thing about the dance, just anything about the dance. I don't think I wrote anything. And so I was like, yeah, I'll use this prompt to write about the dance. And then, you know, it hasn't had to stay in the sun, so I have since very much written about the dance. I feel like I definitely have to write about it for at least one of the stories, if not all of them, this week still, but, yeah. So, Midnight Ball. Definitely conjures to mind the balls of fairy tales like Cinderella, or like Pride and Prejudice, not a fairy tale, but like stories like Pride and Prejudice, you know, the balls of old, conjures to mind that kind of thing, and personally, I just love those vibes. Of course, that's why a ball is the titular, one of the titular scenes of my story, is because I love the vibes of a good midnight ball. A good dance. So, yeah, like, in that sense, it's pretty open-ended. All you have to do is have your characters go to some kind of dance, and the vibes will probably be good. But also, I think Wolf pointed it out that, especially for New Year's, you can now use it for something else, like the ball dropping at midnight on New Year's. So that's pretty perfect to use it for that. Me using a disco ball for this prompt. This is the first time I've used the disco ball, and it's funny because the minute I used it, I was like, any other time this makes it to the poll, I'm now using the disco ball because I think that's perfect. And it will never make it to the poll again because it has won. But you could literally use like a disco ball. It could be, here is the ball spinning around and it is midnight, you know, kind of thing. There could be some kind of literal ball. It could be an 8 ball that says something about midnight, you know, that kind of thing. So, I think that's fun about it. Plus, roasting your livestock doesn't do much. I feel like rotating the livestock is dependent on just how big this land is. A few acres or a few hundred. Plus, roasting your livestock doesn't do much if someone else comes into the land right behind them. I don't know what roasting your livestock has to do with the land. Gotta open up the stream chat. Holy crap, I was so behind. Let me check. At least as far back as March 2024. Interesting. Okay, that's actually not as far back as I thought. I feel like I must have written about the dance before that. But I am going through and gathering all my stories from the year and putting them all in one place, so maybe I'll find out. Yep, Midnight Disco, totally. Totally works. And so, yep, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, which is good, because I really need to go eat dinner and relax. Who do you want me to raid? In the meantime, if you are not read on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome, and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so if you want to be early, make sure you submit early. You can read your story to others. You can have others read your story for you. You can just hang out and lurk, whatever you want to do. There's a lot more back and forth discussion in voice. It's a good time. You know, it's funny. Because when I edit my videos for the other channels, especially the reaction channel, then I'm like, ugh, I said there. I have to cut it out. Ugh, it's extra annoying. Kaylee, stop saying and like and so and stuff like that. But I realized, like, after I was it was a couple streams ago, but I'm only voicing it now, that I was like, oh, they listen to me talk for 5 hours on stream. And I say, like the Dickens, especially when I get tired. They're used to me rambling and going off topic and taking a second to gather my thoughts and stuff like that. They're probably not bothered by all my and stuff. That doesn't mean I'm still not gonna remove them. I am. You know, especially for any who find the videos who aren't, you know, used to this. But it's comforting to know that maybe the uhs are not as much of a problem as I think they are. Aerith has to go to bed. Super fair, we are late. Join us or else you'll meet Cinderella's fate. Marrying the prince doesn't sound like such a bad fate. But yeah, this would be the prime time for, you know, that kind of retelling. Oh, let's talk. I think it'd be really fun for the challenge for this prompt to do something that makes you look back on the past year. And I'm trying to figure out what would be best for that. Because, like, the ideas I've had were, one was to go to the first story that you wrote of the year. So it would be, oh, you can't see it, can you? Hello? Why are you not scrolling? Scroll, please? Oh, there we go. So it would be for family curses, at least according to the archive. That's the first prompt of the year. So the the challenge might be to go back to family curses, and then whatever you wrote for that prompt, do a sequel or a prequel to it, or write something adjacent to it, like the same story from a different perspective. Or if you feel like that story could have been polished up, rewrite it and polish it and change it for this prompt. I could also do, like, you could do family curses or an unexpected gift. That could be like the last prompt of 2024 and the first prompt of 2025. Pick one. Pick whatever story you wrote, a story you wrote for one of those, and then write a sequel, prequel, adjacent, or polished version of it. Another idea I had was just, like, you know, pick your favorite story from the year that you wrote and write a sequel, prequel, adjacent story to it. Or pick your least favorite story of the year and then polish it up. Now, of course, it's a little different from our, like, redo a past prompt prompts because you still have to include a midnight ball in there somewhere. And it wouldn't be the prompt itself, it would just be a challenge if you want to. But yeah, so, like, you know, what Yeah, exactly. I'll get married to a handsome prince. So what might interest you guys regarding a challenge that makes you look back on the previous year? Or what's a different idea you might have for a challenge that makes you look back on the previous year? Yeah, I just want something that makes you look back on your past stories and look upon them fondly, or if you don't look upon them fondly, maybe do something to remedy that. um, Alright, I'm not bothered by the ums. I don't even notice them. Good. Well, but yeah, I think this one has been on my list for a while. It's at the top. Fair. I just realized that I'm in a unique position for this prompt. I had plans for a ballroom scene for Amelia for a while now. I have an opening already started. And going off of what I wrote so far, if the story runs too far over the limit, I could easily use it for the holiday event instead. Fantastic. I should have said the carriage is a fate, or the if you really wanted to go bad, the stepsisters and stepmother's fate. But you know, that would have been kind of perfect because that would have fitted with Decoy's story. But would be quite the threat. So yeah, I guess think about it more. If you don't have thoughts to give now, think about the challenge potential and then post it in the writing group chat, or maybe not the writing group chat, maybe the stream chat, because the writing group chat's gonna get filled up in the backup readings. But yeah, who do y'all want me to raid? Is prompt cast going? Are they ending? It's been a lovely Christmas stream. I hope that you feel the same. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. I hope that if you were read, that my feedback was helpful. Now's the time to go. D Double Blind is live. I don't think we've raided them in a while. That's fine by me. And FYI, if all goes according to plan, I'm taking 2 weeks off. So the next stream will be January 10th. So you'll have 3 weeks with the Midnight Ball stream. If I find I was actually wrong and it's wait, actually I can totally do a stream the first week of January, then I will let you know. But as far as I can tell, I will not be streaming for Christmas week or New Year's week. And then we'll come back week after New Year's. So you've been thinking hard, and that means you can do another story for the Midnight Ball prompt. And you know what? I'll let you do another prompt for another story for Hidden King. If you'd like to, I will put Hidden King in the archive. But if you'd like to do another an extra story for Hidden King, I will allow that. You got 3 weeks and potentially you're off work. If you want to use that to write, you can write an extra story for both prompts. Alright, here you go. Been a lovely time. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope that you all will find wondrous midnight balls to attend over the Christmas and New Year's season. Goodbye.